Characterismus, the rhetorical anarge used to describe a person. Characterist, one who writes or performs a character. Characteristic, being a distinguishing feature of a person or thing. Characteristic function, a function which is equal to 1 for all points in its domain which belong to a given set and is equal to 0 for all points in the domain which do not belong to that given set. Characteristic functions, plural of characteristic function. Characteristic polynomial, the polynomial produced from a given square matrix by first subtracting the appropriate identity matrix multiplied by an indeterminate and then calculating the determinant. Characteristic polynomials, plural of characteristic polynomial. Characteristic root, an eigenvalue. Characteristic roots, plural of characteristic root. Characteristic time, the order of magnitude of the reaction time scale of a system, the inverse of the reaction rate. Characteristic times, plural of characteristic time. Characteristic value, synonym of eigenvalue. Characteristic values, plural of characteristic value. Characteristic vector, an eigenvector. Characteristic vectors, plural of characteristic vector. Characteristical, characteristic. Characteristically, in a usual or expected way, in characteristic manner. Characteristicalness, the state or quality of being characteristical. Characteristic, obsolete form of characteristic. Characteristics, plural of characteristic. Characteristicness, the state or quality of being characteristic. Characteristics, plural of characteristic. Characterists, plural of characterist. Characterizability, the state or condition of being characterizable. Characterizable, able to be characterized. Characterization, the act or process of characterizing. Characterizational, relating to characterization. Characterizationally, in terms of characterization. Characterizations. Plural of characterization. Characterize, to depict someone or something a particular way, often negative. Characterize. Simple past and past participle of characterize. Characterizer, one who characterizes. Characterizers, plural of characterizer. Characterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of characterize. Characterize. Present participle and gerund of characterize. Characterless, having no distinguishing character or quality. Characterlessly, in a characterless way. Characterlessness, the state or condition of being characterless, lack of character. Character-like, resembling or characteristic of a character in any sense. Characternym, alternative form of charactonym. Characternyms, plural of characternym. Characterologic, pertaining to the character of an individual as of a depression that is not episodic. Characterological, pertaining to characterology. Characterologically, in a characterological way. Characterologies, plural of characterology. Characterologists, one who studies characterology. Characterologist, plural of characterologists. Characterology, the study or attempted deduction of character in individuals. Characteropath, a person who exhibits characteropathy. Characteropathic, relating to characteropathy. Characteropathies, plural of characteropathy. Characteropaths, plural of characteropath. Characteropathy, a mental illness affecting an individual's character. Characters, plural of character. Characters per inch, a unit of measurement of the number of typographic characters that fit on a 1-inch line of printed type. This unit is mainly used to specify font sizes that have the same width for each character monospaced. However, it may also be used to give an average for fonts with characters of varying widths. Character-wise, in terms of character. Charactery, the art or means of characterizing, a system of signs or characters, symbolism, distinctive mark. Charactonym, a name that is somehow descriptive of the character who bears it. Charactonymous, of or relating to, a charactonym, a fitting name of a character. Charactonyms, plural of charactonym. Charactron, a form of cathode ray tube used to display letters and other characters. Charactrons, plural of charactron. Carrots, plural of carrot. Shre, a genre of riddles where the clues to the answer are descriptions or puns on its syllables with a final clue to the whole. Charade, simple past and past participle of charade. Charader, one who takes part in a charade. Charaders, plural of charader. Charades, plural of charade. Charading, present participle and gerund of charade. Kede, a bird of the taxonomic family, Charadriidae. Hedes, plural of Charadriidae. Charadriiform, belonging to the Charadriiforms. Charadriiforms, plural of Charadriiform. Charaga, a mark or marking. Charagmata, plural of charagma. Chararanga, a mayday male given name. Character, a glyph with no agreed semantic or phonetic value, generally formed by deforming a letter of the Greek alphabet or a simple geometric symbol via one of several predefined processes, used as part of magical texts in the Hellenistic world. Characters, plural of character. Charan, a member of a caste of people in Rajasthan and Gujarat, considered by large section of society to be divine. Charanga, a traditional ensemble of Cuban dance music. Charangas, plural of charangas. Charango, a small guitar-like stringed instrument with 5 courses of 18 to 15 strings, originating in traditional Andean folk music. Charangois, synonym of charanguista. Charangoists, plural of charangoists. Charangan, a type of large stringed instrument of the charango family with a characteristically low pitch originating in the traditional music of the Andean area. Charangans, plural of charangan. Charangos, plural of charango. Charanguista, someone who plays a charango. Charanguistas, plural of charanguista. Charania, a surname. Charanias, plural of charania. Charans, plural of charan. Charas, cab is resin used as an intoxicant in India. Charasum, a convoluted plasma membrane domain in charation green algae. Charasums, plural of charasum. Garax, various former cities in Southwest Asia, including Charaxai, of or relating to the nymphalid butterfly subfamily Charaxinae. Charbar, alternative form of Chaharbar. Chardags, plural of charbar. Charbaco, carbunco. Charbacles, plural of charbacle. Charbe, a small black spot or mark remaining in the cavity of the corner tooth of a horse after the large spot or mark has become obliterated. Charbonneau, a surname. Charbonneaus, plural of charbonneau. Charbonnet, a surname from French. Charbonnets, plural of charbonnet. Charbonnet, a species of fungus in the family Tricholomataceae, Tricholoma portentosum. Charbonniers, plural of charbonnier. Charbonus, infected with charbon. Charbons, plural of charbon. Charbroil, to cook on a flat, line metal surface that is heated from below to chargrill. Charbroil, simple past and past participle of charbroil. Charbroiler, a device for charbroiling, a chargrill. Charbroilers, plural of charbroiler. Charbroiling, present participle and gerund of charbroil. Charbroils, third person singular simple present indicative of charbroil. Charburger, a charbroiled burger. Charburgers, plural of charburger. Charchin, alternative form of carcan. Charcharhine, misspelling of Karcharhinid. Charchari, a Bengal dish made with chopped vegetables and spices. Charcuris, plural of charchari. Charclaw, a swatch of fabric made from vegetable fibers such as linen or cotton that has been converted via pyrolysis into a slow-burning fuel of very low ignition temperature, historically used as tinder. Charteau, impure carbon obtained by destructive distillation of wood or other organic matter, that is, heating it in the absence of oxygen. Charcoal burner. A person whose job it is to make charcoal, traditionally by carbonizing wood in a charcoal clamp or a kiln. Charcoal burners. Plural of charcoal burner. Charcoal iron. A type of box iron into which heated coals are placed. Charcoal irons. Plural of charcoal iron. Charcoal rot. A plant disease caused by the fungus Macropomena faeciolina and characterized by the presence of black microsclerotia. Charcoal. Simple past and past participle of charcoal. Charcoalify. Simple past and past participle of charcoalify. Charcoalifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of charcoalify. Charcoalify. Synonym of charcoalize. Charcoalifying. Present participle and gerund of charcoalify. Charcoaling. Present participle and gerund of charcoal. Charcoalize. Alternative form of charcoalize. Charcoalize. Simple past and past participle of charcoalize. Charcoalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of charcoalize. Charcoalizing. Present participle and gerund of charcoalize. Charcoalization. Conversion into charcoal. Charcoalize. To convert into charcoal. Charcoalize. Simple past and past participle of charcoalize. Charcoalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of charcoalize. Charcoalizing. Present participle and gerund of charcoalize. Charcoals. Plural of charcoal. Charcoaly. Resembling, containing, or characteristic of charcoal. Charcanese. Alternative form of Charcanese. Charcot. A surname from French, notably held by Jean-Martin Charcot. Charcot feet. Plural of Charcot foot. Charcot foot. A foot affected by Charcot arthropathy. Charcot intermittent fever. Synonym of Charcot's fever. Charcot's fever. A recurrent fever associated with gallstones and jaundice. Charcot's intermittent fever. Synonym of Charcot's fever. Charcot's neurologic triad. A combination of nystagmus, tremor, and staccato speech associated with multiple sclerosis. Charcot-Leyden crystal. Elongated, double pyramidal crystal of eosinophils found in the sputum in bronchial asthma. Charcot-Leyden crystals. Plural of Charcot-Leyden crystal. Charcot-Marie tooth. Describes any of various genetic disorders whose primary symptom is peripheral neuropathy. Charcotien. Of or pertaining to Jean-Martin Charcot 1825-1893, French neurologist. Charcuterie. The practice of cooking and preparing ready-to-eat meat products, especially pork. Charcutaries. Plural of charcuterie. Charcuterie. A French or French-style butcher, one specializing in charcuterie. Charcuterie sauce, a French sauce consisting of a base of espagnole sauce with a flavoring of chopped gherkins, often served with pork. Charcutiers, plural of charcutier. Chard, a town and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District near the Devon border. The civil parish is named Chard Town and served by Chard Town Council. OS Grid Ref SD 3208. Chard Junction, a mainly industrial locality around a level crossing in Tatworth and Fordon Parish, South Somerset District, Somerset, England, on the boundary with Dorset. OS Grid Ref SD 3404. Chardanian, of or relating to Pierre Teilhard de Chardin 1881 1955, French idealist philosopher and Jesuit priest. Chardouille, alternative form of Chardieu. Chardon, a surname from French. Chardonnay, a green-skinned grape variety used to make a white wine. Chardonnay socialist, synonym of Champagne socialist. Chardonnay socialists, plural of Chardonnay socialists. Chardonnage, resembling or characteristic of Chardonnay wine. Chardonnays, plural of Chardonnay. Chardons, plural of chardon. Chardoon, obsolete form of cardoon. Chardoons, plural of chardoon. Chards, plural of chard. Chardstock, a village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3104. Chargeury, alternative form of cardury. Chargev, alternative form of chardu. Chardu, former name of Tuadmanabat, a city in Turkmenistan. Cher, alternative form of charturn, task, chore, worker. Character, misspelling of character. Taud, simple past and past participle of chair. Saudi, alternative form of charity. Charita, plural of charity. Charities, plural of charity. Charity, alternative form of charity. Charente, a department of Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Capital, Angoulême Code 16. Charente Maritime, a department of Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Capital, La Rochelle and Code 17. Paris, plural of chair. Charist, a surname. Charists, plural of charists. Charit, alternative spelling of charit. Charit, plural of charit. Charette, a municipality in the region of Mauricie, Quebec, Canada. Charette modification, a modification to the Simmons-Smith reaction involving the replacement of the CH2I2 with aryliazo compounds such as phenyldiazomethene. Charettes, plural of charette. Tarville, a village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref ST 7292. Chard, ellipsis of charge syndrome. Charnay, a commune of Indre-et-Loire Department, France. Chard, the amount of money levied for a service. Charge account, a type of credit facility provided by a bank or store to which goods and services purchased can be charged, allowing the customer to defer payment until a later date. Charge accounts, plural of charge account. Charge association, former name of charge syndrome. Charge card, alternative form of charge a card. Charge cards, plural of charge card. Charge carrier, a free particle carrying an electric charge. Charge carriers, plural of charge carrier. Charge d'affaires, alternative spelling of charge d'affaires. Charge d'affaires, a diplomat ranking below an ambassador who heads a diplomatic mission when no ambassador is present, either temporarily in the interim between the departure of one ambassador and the accreditation of another or for an extended time. Charge densities, plural of charge density. Charge density, the amount of electric charge per unit volume of space, unit area of a surface, or unit length of a curve. Charge description master, alternative form of charge master. Charge description masters, plural of charge description master. Charge down, to lose electrical power. Charge hand, deputy to a foreman in a factory. Charge hands, plural of charge hand. Charge like a wounded bull, to charge exorbitant prices. Charge master, alternative form of charge master. Charge masters, plural of charge master. Charge nurse, a supervisory nurse usually assigned for a shift. Charge nurses, plural of charge nurse. Charge off, a write-off. Charge offs, plural of charge off. Charge sheet, a record kept by the police, notionally on a sheet of paper stating the criminal offense S which a suspect is charged with accused of committing. Charge sheets, plural of charge sheet. Charge storage, electrical polarization in a dielectric material inside electric field which results in the increment of capacitance. Charge syndrome, a rare syndrome caused by a genetic disorder, usually involving coloboma of the eye, heart defects, atresia of the nasal choni, retardation of growth and or development, genital and or urinary abnormalities, and ear abnormalities and deafness. Charge the mound, to run towards the pitcher's mound with the intent of physically assaulting the pitcher for a perceived grievance. Charge up, to recharge, to give electrical power to something. Charge-coupled device, a device for the movement of electrical charge, usually from within the device to an area where the charge can be manipulated, for example by conversion into a digital value. Charge-coupled devices, plural of charge-coupled device. Charge density wave, a standing wave of electrons confined, typically, within the layers of a crystal. Charge density waves, plural of charge density wave. Charge hand, alternative spelling of charge hand. Charge hands, plural of charge hand. Charge master, Alternative form of charge master. Charge masters, plural of charge master. Charge off. Alternative spelling of charge off. Charge os, plural of charge off. Chargeable, able to be charged. Chargeableness, the state or quality of being chargeable. Chargeably, at great cost, expensively. Chargeant, a chargee, a person who has a charge upon something. Chargeants, plural of charging. Chargeback, a reversal of an accounting entry, especially of a disputed credit card transaction. Chargebacks, plural of chargeback. Charge a card, a card resembling a credit card used for payment, especially for some specific product or service, as with a phone card. Charge a cards, plural of charge a card. Charge, simple past and past participle of charge. Charge down, simple past and past participle of charge down. Charged off, simple past and past participle of charge off. Charged particle, any particle, especially a subatomic particle that carries an electric charge. Charged particles, plural of charged particle. Charge the mound, past of charge the mound. Charged up, simple past and past participle of charge up. Chargedness, the quality of being charged. Charged. Second person singular simple past indicative of charge. Chargee, one who is charged, the person on whom a charge is levied, who is charged with a crime, who is charged to do something, etc. Charges, plural of chargee. Chargeful, costly, expensive. Charge-a-hand, a person who is in charge of a small group of workers, a lesser foreman. Charge-a-hands, plural of charge-a-hand. Charge-a-holder, a person who holds a charge, usually as a form of debt protection. Chargehouse, a schoolass. Shardless, without charge. Shardlessness, lack of charge. Shardling, a little or young charge person in the care of another. Chargelings, plural of chargeling. Chargeman, a worker who is in charge. The leader. Charge-a-master, a comprehensive list maintained by a hospital of prices of goods and services it will bill to its patients and their respective health insurers. Charge-a-masters, plural of charge-a-master. Charge-men, plural of charge-a-men. Charge-F, alternative spelling of charge-off. Charge-Fs, plural of charge-F. Charges, burdensome. Charge-a-point, a place fitted with equipment for the recharging of electric vehicles. Charge-a-points, plural of charge-a-point. Charger, a member of the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargerless, without a battery charger. Chargers, plural of charger. Charges, plural of charge. Charges, plural of charge. Charges d'affaires, plural of charge. charge d'affaires. Charges down. Third person singular simple present indicative of charge down. Charges off. Third person singular simple present indicative of charge off. Charges up. Third person singular simple present indicative of charge up. Charge sheet. A document of accusation prepared by law enforcement to be submitted to the court. Charge sheet. Simple past and past participle of charge sheet. Charge sheeting. Present participle and gerund of charge sheet. Charge sheets. Plural of charge sheet. Chargeship. The position or office of a charge d'affaires. Chargeships. Plural of chargeship. Chariest. Second person singular simple present indicative of charge. Chariot. Third person singular simple present indicative of charge. Charging. Pronunciation spelling of charging. Charging. Present participle and gerund of charge. Charging case. A removable protective outside layer for an electronic device that contains a battery for the purpose of charging the device contained inside it. Charging cases. Plural of charging case. Charging down. Present participle and gerund of charge down. Charging off. Present participle and gerund of charge off. Charging point. A facility provided for the purpose of charging/recharging batteries of electric vehicles. Charging points. Plural of charging point. Charging station. An establishment which sells electric energy for the recharging of electric vehicles. Charging stations. Plural of charging station. Charging the mound. The act of a batter running towards the pitcher's mound with the intent of physically assaulting the pitcher for a perceived grievance. Charging up. Present participle and gerund of charge up. Chargez-vous. So as to charge or move forward swiftly and aggressively. Chargings. Plural of charging. Chargino. A hypothetical supersymmetric particle. Charginos. Plural of chargino. Chardadimensionary only used in Lake Chardagag. Manchagag Shabanagangam Chardagag Manchagagag Shabanagam. Synonym of Chabanagangam. Chardmois. A surname from French. Chardoises. Plural of Chardwa. Chargnon. The holon, a quasi-particle produced as a result of electron spin charge separation. Chargons. Plural of chargon. Charter. A person or company that owes a charge or right of security. Charters. Plural of charger. Chargrill. To grill on burning charcoal. Chargrill. Simple past and past participle of chargrill. Chargrilling. Present participle and gerund of chargrill. Chargrills. Third person singular simple present indicative of chargrill. Tyre. A river in Central Africa. The main water source for Lake Chad. Character. Pronunciation Spelling of character. Characters, plural of character. Chariclia, a female given name. Charity, conspicuous charity seen as being driven by a non-altruistic, especially self-promotional motive. Chariantism, a figure of speech wherein an insult is disguised as or softened by a jest. Comparative form of cherry, more cherry. Chaos, superlative form of cherry, most cherry. Charu, a surname. Cherily, in a cherry manner. Chariness, the condition of being chary, caution. Charing, a village and civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9549. Charing Cross, an important road junction in central London, England, which gives its name to the surrounding area and a railway terminus and is the point where distances from London are measured from OS Grid Ref TQ 3080. Charing Heath, a settlement near Charing, Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9249. Charingworth, a hamlet in Ebrington Parish, Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England, on the border with Warwickshire. OS Grid Ref SB 2039. Charinid, any arachnid in the family Charinidae. Charinids, plural of charinid. Chariot, a two-wheeled horse-drawn cart used in Bronze Age and early Iron Age warfare. Chariot, furnished with or located in a chariot. Chariotee, a light, covered, four-wheeled carriage with two seats. Charioteer, a person who drives a chariot. Charioteered, simple past and past participle of charioteer. Charioteeress, a female charioteer. Charioteeresses, plural of charioteeress. Charioteering, present participle and gerund of charioteer. Charioteers, plural of charioteer. Charioteership, the role or status of a charioteer. Chariotees, plural of chariotee. Charioter, alternative form of charioteer. Charioters, plural of charioter. Charioting, present participle and gerund of chariot. Chariot-like, resembling or characteristic of a chariot. Chariotry, the military art of using war chariots. Chariots, plural of chariot. Chariotway, a road for chariots. Chariotways, plural of chariotway. Paris, aglia, one of the Charites. Charism, a power or authority, generally of a spiritual nature, believed to be a freely given gift by the grace of God. Charissima, a female given name from ancient Greek. Charismos, devoid of charisma, uncharismatic. Charismania, enthusiasm for the Christian charismatic movement. Charissimus, plural of charisma. Charismata, plural of charism. Charismatic, a member of the charismatic movement. Charismatic megafauna, large animals with broad popular appeal, especially as used by activists to focus public opinion on environmentalist goals. Charismatic movement, a Pentecostal movement within mainstream Protestant and Catholic churches. Charismatically, in a charismatic way. Charismatics, plural of charismatic. Charismatism, the quality or condition of being charismatic. Charisms, plural of charism. Heresa, a female given name. Peristicaries, plural of peristicary. Peristicary, a person given the enjoyment of the revenues of a monastery, hospital, or benefice. Charitability, charitableness. Charitable, pertaining to charity. Charitable organization, British standard spelling of charitable organization. Charitable organization, an organization with charitable purposes only. Charitable organizations, plural of charitable organization. Charitable trusts, a trust established for charitable purposes. Charitable trusts, plural of charitable trusts. Charitableness, the quality of being charitable. Charitablenesses, plural of charitableness. Charitably, in a charitable manner. Charitarian, a person who supports charities or indulges in charitable giving. Charitarians, plural of charitarian. Charites, the goddesses of charm, beauty, nature, human creativity, and fertility, and the patronesses of amusement and festivities, the retinue of Aphrodite. Charity, archaic spelling of charity. Charities, plural of charity. Charito, a barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Charitomtrid, any crinoid in the family Charitomtridae. A barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Charitomtrid, any crinoid in the family Charitomtridae. Charitomtrids, plural of Charitomtrid. Chariton, the Chariton River in Iowa and Missouri, USA, which is a tributary of the Missouri River. Chariton County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Keatsville. Charity, a female given name from English. Charity begins at home. One should help the people closest to oneself before thinking of helping others. Charity box, a container into which people can put money to be collected by a charitable organization. Charity boxes, plural of charity box. Charity boy, a boy who attended school supported by a grant or scholarship. Charity boys. Plural of charity boy. Charity case, one who is dependent upon charity. Charity cases, plural of charity case. Charity girl, a young woman who provided companionship and intimate activity in exchange for entertainment outings, gifts, etc. Charity girls, plural of charity girl. Charity label, a label sold by charities in form of a Cinderella stamp to raise funds. Charity labels, plural of charity label. Charity mugger, a person employed by a charity or by an intermediary fundraising agency employed by the charity who stands in the street and invites passers-by to set up standing orders or direct debits to make regular donations to the charity. Charity muggers, plural of charity mugger. Charity shop, a retail establishment run by a charitable organization in order to raise funds for its causes. Charity shops, plural of charity shop. Charity stamp, a postage stamp which includes a premium for charitable causes in addition to the charge for postal service. Charity stamps, plural of charity stamp. Charity stripe, a free throw line. Charity stripes, plural of charity stripe. Charityless, devoid of charity. Charityware, software distributed in a way that benefits a charity, as by users being encouraged to donate to the charity in lieu of paying for the software. Charivari, the noisy banging of pots and pans as a mock serenade to a newly married couple or similar occasion. Charivari, relating to or characteristic of a charivari. Charivaris, plural of charivari. Charizing, conversion to or treatment as a char text character. Chardio, alternative form of chardu. Chardu, alternative form of chardu. Shadu, alternative form of chardu. Chardu, alternative form of chardu. Shark, charcoal, coke. Charka, alternative form of charka Indian spinning wheel. Chargas, plural of charka. Chark, simple past and past participle of chark. Sharker, a surname originating as an occupation in turn from Middle English. Sharkers, plural of charker. Charka, a domestic spinning wheel used mostly for spinning cotton. Charkhana, alternative form of Cherkines. Charkhanas, plural of charkhana. Chardas, plural of charka. Shartuk, synonym of yuokyang. Sharking, present participle and gerund of chark. Sharkler, yuokyang. Tarks, plural of chark. Charles, a female given name, modern feminine form of Charles. Charladies, plural of charlady. Charlady, a woman who cleans houses and offices as an occupation. Charlatan, a mountebank, someone who addresses crowds in the street, especially an itinerant seller of medicines or drugs. Charlatanery, trickery, deception, quality of being a charlatan. Charlataneries, plural of charlatanery. Charlataner, charlatanical. charlatanical, of or like a charlatan, making undue pretension, quackish. Charlatanically, in a charlatanic manner. Charlatanish, resembling or befitting a charlatan, fraudulent. Charlatanism, the state of being a charlatan. Charlatanisms, plural of charlatanism. Charlataneries, plural of charlatany. Charlatanry, the state of being a charlatan. Charlatans, plural of charlatan. Charlatanship, the state of being a charlatan, charlatanism. Charlary, a small town and civil parish with a town council in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3519. Charlecoon, a hamlet and civil parish in Bath and North East Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7567. Charlebois, a surname from French. Charleboises, plural of Charlebois. Charlie, a female given name. Charlie, a female given name, variant of Charlene. Charlie, a female given name. Charlemagne, one of the kings of the Franks from 768 to 814, crowned Holy Roman Emperor in 800 until his death in 814. Charlie, a female given name from the Germanic languages, most used in the U.S. in the 1940s. Charleroi, the largest city of Wallonia in the province of Hainaut, Belgium. Charles, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Charles Bonnet syndrome, the experience of complex visual hallucinations in patients with visual loss. Charles City, a city, the county seat of Floyd County, Iowa, United States. Charles City County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Charles City. Charles County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, La Plata. Charles Darwin's frog, a critically endangered species of Dickerbossid frog of minor variations that is endemic to the Andaman Islands, India. Charles Darwin's frogs, plural of Charles Darwin's frog. Charles de Gaulle, ellipsis of Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Charles Mix County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Lake Andes. Charles Sturt, the city of Charles Sturt, a local government area in Adelaide, South Australia, Australia. Charlestown, a city, the county seat of Jefferson County, West Virginia, United States. Charles Law, alternative form of Charles's Law. Charles Way, a bright circumpolar asterism of the northern sky, said to resemble a wagon or cart. It is part of the constellation Ursa Major and includes the 7 stars Dub, Merak, Thecla, Megrez, Alieth, Mizar, and Alcade. Charles's Law, the law stating that the density of an ideal gas is inversely proportional to its temperature at constant pressure. Charles's Wayne, alternative form of Charles Wayne. Charlesbourg, a borough of Quebec City, Canada. Charleses, plural of Charles. Charlesite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, boron, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Charleston, a surname. Charleston, a number of places in the United States. Charleston County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Charleston. Charleston, simple past and past participle of Charleston. Charlestonian, someone from the city of Charleston. Charlestonians, plural of Charlestonian. Charlestoning, present participle and gerund of Charleston. Charlestons, plural of Charleston. Charlestown, a number of places in England. Charlesworth, a surname. Charlesworths, plural of Charlesworth. Charleroi, a commune in Marne Department, Grand Est, France. Charleville-Mézières, a commune, the capital of Ardennes Department, Grand Est, France, originally two separate communities divided by the river Meuse. Charleroi, a region of Quebec, Canada. Charleroi County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Charlevoix. The county also includes Beaver Island in Lake Michigan. Charlevoix disease, synonym of Anderman syndrome. Charlotte, a surname. Charlie, a unisex given name, alternative form of Charlie. Charlie horse, a muscle cramp, usually a strong one in the thigh, leg, arm, or core. Charlie horses, plural of Charlie horse. Charlie horse, alternative spelling of Charlie horse. Charlie horses, plural of Charlie horse. Charlotte pitcher, a thimble rigger. Charlotte pitchers, plural of Charlie pitcher. Charlotte horse, alternative spelling of Charlie horse. Charlotte horses, plural of Charlotte horse. Charlies, plural of Charlie. Charlie, a female given name. Charlie, a unisex given name. Charlie bar, a vertical bar positioned in groups to break up the illumination from a light source. Charlie bars, plural of Charlie bar. Charlie Brown Christmas tree, synonym of Charlie Brown tree. Charlie Brown Christmas trees, plural of Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Charlie Brown tree, a Christmas tree considered unattractive and undesirable by normal standards, often small and sparse. Charlie Brown trees, plural of Charlie Brown tree. Charlie Brown's Christmas tree, synonym of Charlie Brown tree. Charlie Brown's Christmas trees, plural of Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. Charlie Chaplin mustache, alternative spelling of Charlie Chaplin mustache. Charlie Chaplin mustaches, plural of Charlie Chaplin mustache. Charlie Chaplin mustache, synonym of toothbrush mustache. Charlie Chaplin mustaches, plural of Charlie Chaplin mustache. Charlie Barnes, a generic or placeholder name applied, perhaps disparagingly, to someone whose actual name is unknown or unimportant. Charlie Foxtrot, clusterfuck, abbreviated to CF and expressed in the NATO phonetic alphabet. Charlie Foxtrots, plural of Charlie Foxtrot. Charlie Horse, alternative spelling of Charlie Horse. Charlie Horses, plural of Charlie Horse. Charlie McCarthy, a person under the control of another, a puppet or mouthpiece. Charlie Noble, a funnel for discharging smoke from the galley. Charlie Nobles, plural of Charlie Noble. Charlie Papa, command post. Charlie Papas, plural of Charlie Papa. Charlie Card, a stored value smart card used by passengers to pay their fares on the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. Charlie Cards, plural of Charlie Card. Charlaplex, to drive a system by means of charlaplexing. Charlaplex, simple past and past participle of charlaplex. Charlaplexes, third person singular simple present indicative of charlaplex. Charlaplexing, a technique for driving a multiplex display in which relatively few ISENO pins on a microcontroller are used to drive an array of LEDs. It is based on tristate logic. Charles, plural of Charlie. Charlie, a female given name from French, equivalent to English Charlene. Charlock, any of several yellow-flowered cruciferous weeds of grain fields, especially wild mustard Rampispermum arvens, sin. Sinapes arvensis. Charlocks, plural of Charlock. Charlotte, a female given name from French. Charlotte Amalie, the capital and the largest city of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Charlotte County, a county of New Brunswick, Canada. Charlotte Court House, a town, the county seat of Charlotte County, Virginia, United States. Charlotte Harbor, a large bay and estuary on the Gulf of Mexico in southwest Florida, United States. Charlotte Russe, a dessert of custard or whipped cream enclosed in sponge cake, often in the form of ladyfingers. Charlotte Russes, plural of Charlotte Russe. Charlatan, a native or inhabitant of Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States. Charlatans, plural of charlatan. Charlottenburg, a municipality in Rhineland district, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Charlottenburg, a neighborhood of Charlottenburg-Wilmersdorf Borough, Berlin, Germany. Charlottenburg-Wilmersdorf, a borough in Berlin, Germany, which includes the named places. Charlottes, plural of Charlotte. Charlotte's Russe, plural of Charlotte Russe. Charlotte's Russes, plural of Charlotte Ross. Charlottesville, an independent city, the county seat of Albemarle County, Virginia, United States, named after Queen Charlotte. Charlottesvillian, a native or inhabitant of Charlottesville, Virginia. Charlottesvillians, plural of Charlottesvillian. Charlottetonian, a native or inhabitant of Charlottetown, Canada. Charlottetonians, plural of Charlottetonian. Charlottetown, the capital city and county seat of Queen's County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Charlotte, a female given name. Charleson, a surname. Charlesons, plural of Charleson. Charlton, any of many place names in England, Australia, and the United States, including Charlton Adam, a village in the Charltons Parish, Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 5328. Charlton County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Folkestone. Charlton Horrythorne, a village and civil parish in South Somerset District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 6623. Charlton Kings, a large suburban village and civil parish in Cheltenham Borough, Gloucestershire, England OS Grid Ref SO 9620. Charlton Mackerel, a village in the Charltons Parish, Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 5228. Charlton Marshall, a village and civil parish in North Dorset, England OS Grid Ref SD 9003. Charlton Musgrove, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District OS Grid Ref SD 7331. Charlton St. Peter, a small village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 1156. The parish council is joint with Wilsford Parish, Pewsey Vale. Charlton on Otmore, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 5615. Charlotte, a place name. Charlotte, a unisex given name. Charlotte, a female given name. Charlie, a female given name, variant of Charlene. Charm, an object, act, or words believed to have magic power, usually carries a positive connotation. Charm a bird off a branch. Alternative form of charm the birds from the trees. Charm bracelet, a type of bracelet carrying amulets or trinkets. Charm bracelets. Plural of charm bracelet. Charm offensive, a campaign of deliberately using charm and flattery in order to achieve some goal, especially in a political or diplomatic field. Charm offensives. Plural of charm offensive. Charm pricing, synonym of psychological pricing. Charm quark, a quark having a fractional electric charge of +2/3 and a mass of about 1,150 to 1,350 MeV. Charm quarks. Plural of charm quark. Charm school, a school where lessons in etiquette and social skills are taught, often as brief courses for children. Charm schools. plural of charm school. Charm the birds from the trees. To behave in a very charming manner. Charm the birds out of the trees. Alternative form of charm the birds from the trees. Charm up. To charm someone, to seduce, persuade, or fascinate. Charm work. Alternative form of charm work. Shard. Simple past and past participle of charm. Charm work. Alternative form of charm work. Charmable. Susceptible to charm. Charming. A female given name originating as a coinage. Charmin. A surname. Charmante. A silk fabric with a crepe back. Charmerite. A mineral containing magnesium, aluminum. Oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon that near Montreal. Charmat. An inexpensive method of producing sparkling wine in which secondary fermentation takes place in tanks rather than in bottles as in the méthode champenoise. Charmat method. A technique for producing sparkling wine in which the wine is mixed in a stainless steel pressure tank with sugar and yeast. Fermentation occurs in a closed system, so carbon dioxide dissolves in the wine. When the sugar is converted into alcohol and carbon dioxide, the yeast is filtered and removed, and the wine containing the dissolved carbon dioxide is transferred from the closed reactor vessel into bottles. Charmat process. Synonym of Charmat method. Char. Obsolete spelling of charm. Shard. Of a particle having non-zero charm. Charmed a bird off a branch. Simple past and past participle of charm a bird off a branch. Charmed life. A life in which one is always lucky and safe from danger. Charmed lives. Plural of charmed life. Charmed quark. Alternative form of charm quark. Charmed quarks. Plural of charmed quark. Charmed the birds from the trees. Simple past and past participle of charm the birds from the trees. Charmed the birds out of the trees. Simple past and past participle of charm the birds out of the trees. Charmed it up. Simple past and past participle of charm up. Charmedly. In a charmed manner. Charmel. A fruitful field. Charmin. Plural of charmin. Charmer. A charming person, one who charms or seduces, a smoothie. Charmeress. A female charmer and enchantress. Charmeresses. Plural of charmeress. Charmers. Plural of charmer. Charms. A canyon in Vosges department, Grand Est, France. Charmus. Second person singular simple present indicative of charm. Charma. Third person singular simple present indicative of charm. Charmeuse. A fine semi-lustrous crepe in satin weave. Charmeuses. Plural of charmeuse. Charmbus. A film or other entertainment which is or attempts to be extremely charming. Charmvests. Plural of charmvest. Charmel. Abounding with charms, charming. charmfully, in a charmful manner. Charmfulness, the state of being charmful. Charmian, a female given name from ancient Greek. Charmin, a female given name, variant of Charmian. Charminar, a historic monument in Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Charming, pleasant, charismatic. Charming a bird off a branch. Present participle and gerund of charm a bird off a branch. Charming the birds from the trees. Present participle and gerund of charm the birds from the trees. Charming the birds out of the trees. Present participle and gerund of charm the birds out of the trees. Charming up. Present participle and gerund of charm up. Charminger, comparative form of charming, more charming. Charmingest, superlative form of charming, most charming. Charmingly, in a charming manner. Charmingness, the state or quality of being charming. Charmings, plural of charming. Charmless, unpleasant, unappealing, lacking charm. Charmlessly, in a charmless way, without charm. Charmlessness, the state or condition of being charmless, absence of charm. Charlotte, a little charm or amulet. Charmlets, plural of charmlet. Charmlike, resembling or characteristic of a charm object or act possessing magic power. Charmonia, plural of charmonium. Charmonium, any meson formed from a charm quark and its antiquark. Charmonium-like, having properties similar to those of charmonium. Charmoniums, plural of charmonium. Sharma, a coastal village and civil parish in Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SY 3693. Charms, plural of charm. Charms a bird off a branch. Third person singular simple present indicative of charm a bird off a branch. Charms the birds from the trees. Third person singular simple present indicative of charm the birds from the trees. Charms the birds out of the trees. Third person singular simple present indicative of charm the birds out of the trees. Charms up. Third person singular simple present indicative of charm up. Charmstone, a mineral specimen used in various cultural and spiritual traditions for its supposed mystical energies. Charmstones, plural of charmstone. Charmwork, a magical practice involving creating or casting magical charms. Charmine, a female given name. Charname, the player character of Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate Roman 2, Shadows of Am. Charmden, a hamlet and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 6724. Char, a female given name from? Shone, a female given name from? Charnico, a sort of sweet wine, apparently from Portugal. Charnel, a chapel attached to a mortuary. Charnel house, a vault or other building in which the bones of the dead are stored. Charnel houses, plural of charnel house. Charnel house, alternative form of charnel house. Charnel houses, plural of charnel house. Charnel house, alternative form of charnel house. Charnel houses, plural of charnel house. Charnels, plural of charnel. Charney, a surname. Charneys, plural of Charney. Charnico, alternative form of Charnico. Charnley, a surname. Charnock, a surname. Charnockite, an orthoperic scene bearing quartz feldspar rock. Charnockites, plural of charnockite. Charnockitic, containing or relating to the mineral charnock. Charnox, plural of Charnock. Charnour, a local government district with borough status in Leicestershire, England, formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Loughborough. It was named after Charnwood Forest. Chewa, a surname from Spanish. Cherwit, a rare mineral ranging in color from a light lilac to a deep purple, found in Yakutia, Russia. Cherwites, plural of cherwite. Cherolais, a breed of cattle raised primarily for beef, having a large build and a cream-colored coat. Cherod, the ferryman of Hades, who rode the shades of the dead across the river Styx. Cherond Abal, a coin placed in or on the mouth of a deceased person as a payment or bribe for Charon, the ferryman of Hades. Charon's Abals, plural of Charon's Abal. Charonian, rare form of Charonian. Charonian, of or relating to Charon. Charonians. Plural of Charonian. Charonic, of or relating to the mythological Charon. Charons, plural of Charon. Charontian, rare form of Charontian. Charontian, of or relating to Charon. Charontians, plural of Charon. Charophycean, any green alga of the class Charophyceae. Charophyceans, plural of Charophycean. Charophyte, any green alga of the division Charophyta. Charophytes, plural of charophyte. Charophytic, relating to charophytes. Charopid, any snail in the family Charopidea. Charopids, plural of charopid. Charos, plural of charo. Charos, alternative form of herosa. Charos, alternative form of herosif. Cherosa, alternative spelling of herosa. Cherosets, plural of cheroset. Sharp eye, alternative form of charpoy. Sharp eyes, plural of charpie. Sharpea, alternative form of charpoi. Sharpeas, plural of charpea. Charpentier, a surname from French. Carpenter. Charpentiers, plural of charpentier. Charber, to seek, to search. Charbard, simple past and past participle of charper. Charbering, present participle and gerund of charper. Charpering Carsi. A police station. Charpering Omi, a policeman. Charpering Omis, plural of charpering Omi. Charters, third person singular simple present indicative of charper. Sharp eye, straight threads obtained by unraveling old linen cloth used for surgical dressings. Charpies, plural of charpie. Charvet, a pit dug for charring wood, for example to make charcoal or to destroy a tree stump. Sharpets, plural of charpet. Charbete, simple past and past participle of charpet. Charpeting, present participle and gerund of charpet. Sharpwa, a traditional bedstead used in South Asia consisting of a wooden frame bordering a set of knotted ropes. Sharples, plural of charpoi. Taibe, ellipses of Charby impact test. Charby impact test, a test of the impact strength of a material used to determine its relative ductility or brittleness. Charby impact tests, plural of Charby impact test. Charby machine, a machine for performing the Charby impact test. Charby machines, plural of Charby machine. Charby tests, synonym of Charby impact test. Charby tests, plural of Charby tests. Chark, prepared as charqui or jerky. Charqui, jerky. Charquis, plural of charqui. Char, alternative spelling of charfish. Jera, an Indian. Jeras, alternative form of churus. Char, alternative form of charge measure of 36 pigs of lead. Charita, a Mexican rodeo based on the traditional working practices of charros. Charita, plural of charita. Showered, simple past and past participle of char. Charred up, simple past and past participle of char up. Shardness, the quality of each. Jera, a worker who tours the insides of barrels in which whiskey is to be aged. Jeras, plural of chera. Cars, plural of char. Chariot, a chariot. Carrots, plural of chariot. Shorath, a period of intense work, especially group work undertaken to meet a deadline. Charrettes, plural of charrette. Terre, a surname from French. Carriers, plural of chariot. Cayas, superlative form of cherry, most cherry. Shiring, present participle and gerund of char. Shiring up, present participle and gerund of char up. Shirings, plural of charring. Shiro, a type of Mexican horseman. Charro bean, a pinto bean as used in Mexican cooking, especially as used to make charro bean soup, a hearty, spicy, smoky soup flavored with bacon. Charro beans, plural of charro bean. Chera, a surname from French. Charons, plural of charon. Shiro, plural of charo. Chars, plural of char. Charua, a semi-nomadic indigenous people of the southern cone in present-day Uruguay and adjacent areas in Argentina and Brazil. Charas, alternative form of charis. Charises, plural of charis. Carry, having a flavor of charred wood. Chars, third person singular simple present indicative of char. Char up, third person singular simple present indicative of char up. Char's a bank. Plural of chara bank. Char's a banks, plural of chara bank. Charsaf, alternative form of karsaf. Charsafs, plural of charsaf. Charsaf. A character set. Charsats, plural of charset. Sharyaf, alternative form of karsaf. Sharyafs, plural of charchef. Charstring, a character string. Charstrings, plural of charstring. Chart, a map. Chart caller, a person who is responsible for systemically recording the performance of the racehorses throughout a horse race. Chart callers, plural of chart caller. Chart datum, the level below which depths are indicated and above which heights of the tides are expressed, usually mean level of low water at a spring tide. Chart music, pop music present in the music charts. Chart of accounts, a list of financial accounts set up, usually by an accountant, for an organization, and available for use by the bookkeeper for recording transactions in the organization's general ledger. Chart plotter, a device that uses GPS to maintain a normally digital chart of a ship's course. Chart plotters, plural of chart plotter. Chart table, a table below deck on which charts are placed to navigate. Chart tables, plural of chart table. Chart topper. Alternative form of chart topper. Chart toppers. Plural of chart topper. Chart caller. Alternative form of chart caller. Chart callers. Plural of chart caller. Chart topper. A recording or artist that sells the most copies during a particular time. Chart toppers. Plural of chart topper. Chart topping. That sells the most copies of a record during a particular time. Chartability. The quality or degree of being able to be represented as a chart. Chartable. Capable of being plotted on a chart. Chartaceous. Resembling paper or parchment, papery. Chartaciously. In a chartaceous manner. Chartage. Charts collectively. Chartalism. A theory of money that views money as a unit of account designated by an authority. Chartalists. A proponent of chartalism. Chartalists. Plural of chartalists. Chart book. A book of charts. Chart books. Plural of chart book. Chartbuster. A best-selling record, the artist featured on such a record. Chartbusters. Plural of chartbuster. Chartbusting. Selling extremely successfully of music etc. Having the status of chartbuster. Chartcaller. Alternative form of chart caller. Chart callers. Plural of chart caller. Charter. Containing charts. Charter. A surname. Charter change. Constitutional reform. Charter court. Synonym of constitutional court. Charter courts. Plural of charter court. Charter master. Alternative form of charter master. Charter member. An original member of an organization, a member named in an organization's charter. Charter members. Plural of charter member. Charter Oak. A census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Charter party. Alternative form of charter party. Charter pilot. A pilot available for hire to fly, typically over short routes in light aircraft. Charter pilots. Plural of charter pilot. Charter school. A school that receives government funding but operates independently of the established state school system in which it is located and in some cases is privately owned. Charter schools. Plural of charter school. Charter party. Alternative form of charter party. Charterable. Capable of being chartered. Charterage. The chartering of a vessel. Chartered. Having a charter. Chartered accountant. A member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Chartered accountants. Plural of chartered accountant. Charterer. A person who charters something. Charterers. Plural of charterer. Charter house. A Carthusian monastery. Charter houses. Plural of charter house. of or relating to a charter. Chartering, present participle and gerund of charter. Charterous, a surname. Charterless. Without a charter. Chartermaster, a contractor for working a pit or part of a pit. Chartermasters, plural of chartermaster. Charter parties, plural of charter party. Charter party, a contract between a shipowner and a merchant, under which a ship is hired for the conveyance of goods, etc. Charters, a surname. Charters Towers, a gold mining town and larger local government area. Charters Towers region in northern Queensland, Australia. Chartown, a village and civil parish in Canterbury District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 1055. Chart House, the place on a Royal Navy ship in which the course is plotted manually on charts. Chart houses, plural of chart house. Chartican, obsolete form of chitagging. Charticle, an article based around a chart or informational graphic. Charticles, plural of charticle. Tadek, a surname. Tadez, plural of chadier. Sharding, present participle and gerund of chart. Chartings, plural of charting. Chartism, a working class movement for political and social reform in the United Kingdom during the mid-19th century. Chartisms, plural of Chartism. Chartist, a supporter of the Chartism reform movement in the United Kingdom. Chartists, plural of Chartists. Chartjunk, unnecessary or distracting visual elements included in charts and graphs. Chartless, without a chart or charts. Chartlessness, absence of charts. Chartly, resembling a chart. Chartology, the art of drawing charts. Chartomancy, divination by interpreting inscriptions on writing paper. Chartomantic, of or pertaining to chartomancy. Chartometer, an instrument for measuring distances of charts or maps. Chartometers, plural of chartometer. Chartophylax, an ecclesiastical officer in charge of official documents and records in the Greek Orthodox Church in Byzantine times. Chartophylaxes, plural of chartophylax. Chartularioi, plural of chartulabios. Chartulaios, synonym of chartophylax. Chart plotter, alternative form of chart plotter. Chart plotters, plural of chart plotter. Chartrand, a surname. Charter, obsolete spelling of charter. Charters, a town the capital of Eure-et-Loir Department, Centre Val de Loire, France. Charters blue, a shade of blue created for the stained glass windows of Charters Cathedral, containing traces of red for enhancement. Charters blues, plural of Charters blue. Chartreuse, a female given name from English. Chartreuses, plural of chartreuse. Cartu, a member of a breed of large, blue, short-haired domestic cats originating in France. Chartroom, a room on a ship where charts can be consulted. Chartrooms, plural of chartroom. Charts, plural of chart. Charts of accounts, plural of chart of accounts. Chartoa, a small piece of paper for the storage of one dose of a medicinal powder. Charchely, plural of charchula. Charchularies, plural of charchulary. Charchulary, alternative form of cartulary. Chartwise, in or with regard to charts, especially those that track the popularity of songs. Chartwerk, the use of charts for navigational purposes. Charty, characteristic of chart music. Charu, a unisex given name from Sanskrit. Charukasi, the 26th Melakarta ragam in the 72 Melakarta ragam system of Carnatic music. Char, alternative form of charva. Shara, unruly youth, disobedient child or teenager. Charvas, plural of charva. Charvat, a surname. Charvats, plural of charvat. Charver, to have sex with, to fuck. Charvers, plural of charver. Charvet, a female charva. Charvets, plural of charvet. Charvi, a female given name from Sanskrit. Chars, plural of char. Charwai, a surname from Jack. Charwelton, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Ref SB 5355. Charwoman, a woman employed to do housework, traditionally coming and going on a daily basis and paid weekly wages. Charwomanly, befitting a charwoman. Charwoman, plural of charwoman. Carry, careful, cautious, shy, wary. Caribbean, of or relating to Caribbees. Caribbees, a dangerous whirlpool on the coast of Sicily opposite Scylla on the Italian coast. Caribatoxin, an oligopeptide neurotoxin from the venom of a scorpion of the genus Laurus. Caribatoxins, plural of caribatoxin. Shire, a surname. Diaz, a diminutive of the male given name Charles. Diaz, abbreviation of Charles, a male given name. Chaseable, capable of being chased, fit for hunting. Chasapico, alternative form of hasapico. Chasapicos, plural of chasapico. Des, a surname transferred from the nickname from a Middle English nickname for a hunter. Chase a rainbow, to pursue something illusory, impractical, or impossible. Chase after, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see chase. after. Chase away. To get rid of. Chase County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Cottonwood Falls, named after Salmon P. Chase. Chase down. To pursue and apprehend someone or something. Chase gun. A gun moved temporarily from its normal broadside position to fire through the chase ports in the bow or stern of a ship. Chase guns. Plural of chase gun. Chase moonbeams. To waste time in a fruitless attempt. Chase off. To drive someone or something away. Chase one's own tail. Alternative form of chase one's tail. Chase one's tail. To busily try to perform many tasks or to repeatedly revise one's plans, especially with an efficient use of one's time and limited results. Chase pennies with dollars. To expend more money or effort in gaining something, especially a cost reduction or revenue addition than it is worth. Chase plane. An aircraft that flies alongside another to advise or photograph it while experimental flights are being carried out. Chase planes. Plural of chase plane. Chase port. A hole cut in the bow of a ship through which a chase gun could fire directly ahead. Chase ports. Plural of chase port. Chase rainbows. To pursue unrealistic or fanciful goals. Chase shadows. To pursue something that is impossible to attain. Chase skirt. To philander, to womanize. Chase tail. To be on the hunt for a usually sexual partner. Chase the ace. A card game in which players try to avoid holding the lowest card. Ace is counting low. Chase the dragon. To inhale the vapor from heated morphine, heroin, oxycodone, or opium that has been placed on a piece of foil. Chase up. To follow up. So as to ensure completion. Chase vehicle. A non-competing vehicle that follows a competing vehicle to assist with repairs. Chase vehicles. Plural of chase vehicle. Chaseable. Alternative form of chaseable. Chase. Pursued. Chased a rainbow. Simple past and past participle of chase a rainbow. Chased after. Simple past and past participle of simple past and past participle of chase away. Chased down. Simple past and past participle of chase down. Chased moonbeam. Simple past and past participle of chase away. Chased down. Simple past and past participle of chase down. Chased moonbeams. Simple past and past participle of chase moonbeams. Chased off. Simple past and past participle of chase off. Chased one's tail. Simple past and past participle of chase one's tail. Chased rainbows. Simple past and past participle of chase rainbows. Chase tail. Simple past and past participle of chase tail. Chased the dragon. Simple past and past participle of chase the dragon. Chased up. Simple past and past participle of chase up. Chassis. One who is chased. Chassis. Plural of chassis. Chase sport. Alternative spelling of chase-port. Chase-ports, plural of chase-sport. Chaser. Something or someone who chases. Chassericulture. The combined industries of tea growing and silk production. Chasers, plural of chaser. Chases, plural of chase. Chases a rainbow. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase a rainbow. Chases after. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase after. Chases away. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase away. Chases down. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase down. Chases moonbeams. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase moonbeams. Chases off. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase off. Chases one's tail. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase one's tail. Chases rainbows. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase rainbows. Chases tail. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase tail. Chases the dragon. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase the dragon. Chases up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase up. Chases. Second person singular simple present indicative of chase. Chasa. Third person singular simple present indicative of chase. Chasetown. A suburban village in Burntwood Parish and Hammerwich Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK0408. Chasework. Chasing on metalwork. Casey. A surname. Chashu. Obsolete form of cashew. Chashues. Plural of chashu. Teitsu. An architectural space designed for Japanese tea ceremony gatherings, typically having shoji windows and sliding doors made of wooden lattice. Shashtana. A male given name from Scythian. Tetsu. A Japanese variant of char siu made from pork or other meat slowly braised and seasoned with soy sauce, sake, mirin, etc. Chasuble. Archaic form of chasuble. Chasubles. Plural of chasuble. Chassid. Alternative form of Hasidic. Chassidic. Alternative spelling of Hasidic. Chassidim. Plural of chassid. Chassidism. Alternative spelling of Hasidism. Chassids. Plural of chassid. Chassidus. Alternative form of chassidut. Chassel. The caterpillar form of a locust. Chassels. Plural of chassel. Chassin. Pronunciation spelling of chasing. Chasing. Present participle and gerund of chase. Chasing a rainbow. Present participle and gerund of chase. a rainbow. Chasing after. Present participle and gerund of chase after. Chasing away. Present participle and gerund of chase away. Chasing down. Present participle and gerund of chase down. Chasing moonbeams. Present participle and gerund of chase moonbeams. Chasing off. Present participle and gerund of chase off. Chasing one's tail. Present participle and gerund of chase one's tail. Chasing rainbows. Present participle and gerund of chase rainbows. Chasing tail. Present participle and gerund of chase tail. Chasing the dragon. Present participle and gerund of chase the dragon. Chasing up. Present participle and gerund of chase up. Chasings. Plural of chasing. Chasiv Yar. A city in Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Yaska. A city, the county seat of Carver County, Minnesota, United States. Yaski. A surname. Chaslin. A female given name. Hava. A deep, steep-sided rift, gap, or fissure. A gorge or abyss. Ka. A long, narrow, steep-sided depression on a planet often other than Earth and Moon, or another body in the solar system. Hazmaconatine. An antileishmanial diterpenoid alkaloid present in aconites. Calamol. Of or like a chasm. Casonine. A particular C19 orditerpenoid. Halas. Plural of chasma. Chasmata. Plural of chasma. Chasmataspidid. Any of the Chasmataspidida, an extinct group of chelicerate arthropods. Chasmataspidids. Plural of chasmataspidid. Chasmatical. Chasmal of or like a chasm. Cavant. Having large gaps or a chasm. Chasmic. Like a chasm. Chasmically. In a chasmic way. Chasm-like. Resembling or characteristic of a chasm. Chasmondolith. Any endolith that inhabits a cleft chasm in a rock. Chasmondolithic. Being or relating to a chasmondolith. Chasmondoliths. Plural of chasmondolith. Chasmogam. Any chasmogamous plant. Chasmogamic. Exhibiting or relating to chasmogamy. Chasmogamous. Exhibiting chasmogamy. Chasmogams. Plural of chasmogam. Chasmogamy. The production of flowers that open and expose the stamens and styles. Chasmolithic. That grows in crevices on a rock surface. Chasmology. The study of yawning. Chasmophyte. Chamophyte. Chasmophytes. Plural of chasmophyte. Chasmophytic. Relating to chasmophytes. Chasmosaur. Synonym of chasmosaurine. Chasmosaurine. Any ceratopsid dinosaur of the subfamily Chasmosaurinae. Chasmosaurians, plural of chasmosaurine. Chasmas, like a chasm or gulf. Chasms, plural of chasm. Chasm, of, pertaining to, or resembling a chasm. Chassin, a surname. Chassins, plural of chassin. Chassaignemont-Tricot, any of a number of white and red wines produced in the communes of Chassaignemont-Tricot and Remigny in Côte de Beaune of Burgundy, France. Chassaignemont-Tricots, plural of Chassaignemont-Tricot. Das, a surname. Dehay, a gliding movement in dance, especially ballet, with the same foot always leading. Chasse café, alternative form of chasse café. Chasse cafés, plural of chasse café, alternative form of chasse cafés. Chasse café, a small serving of spirits taken to remove the taste of coffee, tobacco, etc. Chasse café is plural of chasse café. Chasse marée, a French coasting lugger. Chasseron, a commune in Isère department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Chasse, alternative form of chassade. Chasser, simple past and past participle of chasser. Chassis, simple past and past participle of chasse. Chasser, simple past and past participle of chasser. Chassing, present participle and gerund of chasse. Chassing, present participle and gerund of chasser. Chasselas, a variety of white grape. Chasselaises, plural of chasselas. Chassenet, a wedding. Chassabat, a kind of breech-loading, center-fire rifle. Chassabats, plural of chassapat. Chassas, plural of chasse. Chalets, plural of chasse. Tower, a soldier equipped for rapid movement. Also, any of several light infantry regiments, especially in France. Towers, plural of chasseur. Yacid, alternative form of Hasidic. Hasidic, alternative spelling of Hasidic. Chassidim, plural of chassid. Chassidism, alternative spelling of Hasidism. Chassids, plural of chassid. Chassida, alternative form of chassidat. Chassa, Hasidism, Hasidic philosophy, Hasidic thought. Yassidi, a surname. Chassignite, an echandrite composed mostly of olivine. Chassignites, plural of Chassignite. Chassin, a town in St. Lucia. Tiassi, a base frame or movable railway along which the carriage of a mounted gun moves backward and forward. Chassis, alternative spelling of chassis. Chassis, having a particular type of chassis. Chassiless, without a chassis. Casts, to chasten. Shasta Costa, alternative form of Shasta Costa. Chastain, a surname from French. Chastains, plural of chastain. Chaste, synonym of pure and virtuous, particularly. Chaste tree, a shrub native to the Mediterranean region. Videx agnus gastus. Chaste trees, plural of chaste tree. Chaste berries, plural of chasteberry. Chasteberry. The shrub Videx agnus gastus. Chasted, simple past and past participle of chas. Chastine, a surname from French. Chastines, plural of chastine. Chastely, in a chaste manner, either specifically virginal or in a modest, unsexy, and unrisque manner. Chasten, to make chaste. Chastened, made chaste. Chastened, made chaste, purified, modest. Chastenedly, in a chastened manner. Chastenedness, quality of being chastened. Chastener, one who chastens. Chasteners, plural of chastener. Chasteness, the state of being chaste, chastity. Chastenesses, plural of chasteness. Chasteness, second person singular simple present indicative of chasten. Chastena, third person singular simple present indicative of chasten. Chastening, present participle and gerund of chasten. Chasteningly, in a chastening manner. Chastenings, plural of chastening. Chastement, the act of chastening. Chastens, third person singular simple present indicative of chasten. Chaster, comparative form of chaste, more chaste. Chiastis, superlative form of chaste, most chaste. Casting, present participle and gerund of chas. Chastisable, capable or deserving of chastisement, punishable. Chastise, to punish, especially by corporal punishment. Chastised, having been severely scolded or punished, have received chastisement. Chastisement, the act of chastising, rebuke, punishment. Chastisements, plural of chastisement. Chastiser, someone who chastises. Chastisers, plural of chastiser. Chastises, third person singular simple present indicative of chastise. Chastises, second person singular simple present indicative of chastise. Chastise, third person singular simple present indicative of chastise. Chastising, present participle and gerund of chastise. Chastities, plural of chastity. Chastity, a female given name from English from the virtue chastity. Chastity belt, a belt-like garment designed to be worn over the genitals and locked to prevent sexual intercourse, typically for long periods of time, to maintain chastity, prevent masturbation, or to enforce BDSM submission. Chastity belt, plural of chastity belt. Chastity cage, a hard cover typically made of plastic or metal designed to be worn over the penis and locked in order to prevent sexual intercourse, typically for long periods of time, to maintain chastity, prevent masturbation, or to enforce BDSM submission. Chastity cages, plural of chastity cage. Chastity ring, synonym of purity ring. Chastity rings, plural of chastity ring. Chastise, alternative form of chastise. Chastise, simple past and past participle of chastise. Chastisement, alternative form of chastisement. Chastisements, plural of chastisement. Chastises, third person singular simple present indicative of chastise. Chastising, present participle and gerund of chastise. Chastleton, a village and civil parish without a council in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2429. Chastely, obsolete form of chastely. Chasteness, obsolete form of chasteness. Yasts, third person singular simple present indicative of chaste. Shasteshka, a type of traditional Russian satirical or ironic folk poetry in quatrains. Shasteshkas, plural of chasteshka. Shasteki, plural of chasteshka. Shasteki, plural of chasteshka. Tasu, a Bantu language spoken in northern Tanzania by people living in the Pear Mountains. Chasuble, the outermost liturgical vestment worn by clergy for celebrating Eucharist or Mass. Chasubled, dressed in a chasuble. Chasubles, plural of chasuble. Tet, acronym of cultural historical activity theory. Chat, GBT. Chat fiction, a format of web fiction written solely in the form of text message or instant messaging conversations. Chat fictions, plural of chat fiction. Chat group, a group of people who meet and chat online, especially in a chat room. Chat groups, plural of chat group. Chat line, alternative spelling of chat line. Chat room, part of a website or other network where visitors can converse in typed messages. Chat rooms, plural of chat room. Chat shit, to talk nonsense or to lie. Chat shite, alternative form of chat shit. Chat show, synonym of talk show. Chat shows, plural of chat show. Chat site, a website where visitors can converse in typed messages. Chat sites, plural of chat site. Chat up, to talk to someone in a friendly, open, or casual manner, sometimes also in a charming or affected manner, usually to curry favor, and sometimes flirtatiously with the intention of establishing a romantic or sexual encounter or relationship with that person. Chat room, alternative form of chat room, chat tanager, any of the birds of the genus Calyptophilis. Chat tanagers, plural of chat tanager. Chat tyrant, any of the tyrant flycatchers in the South American genera Ochthoca and Silvicultrix. Chat tyrants, plural of chat tyrant. Chat up line, synonym of pickup line. Chat up lines, plural of chat up line. Shada, an Indian form of measurement equal to 45 feet. Chataka, a bird in Indian mythology, represented as having a beak on its head that waits for rains to quench its thirst, and associated with the Jacobin Cucuclamator jacobinus. Chatakas, plural of chataka. Chatan, the bridegroom. Chatanadi, a village in India on the site where Calcutta was later founded. Chatak, a unit of mass or volume, 1/16 of a siher. Chat-x, plural of chatting. Chatathan, a long period of chatting. Chatathans, plural of chatathan. Chatbot, a computer program that holds conversations through a chat room. Chatbots, plural of chatbot. Chatbox, a chat room. Chatboxes, plural of chatbox. Chatburn, a village and civil parish in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. OS grid ref SD 765,445. Chatburns, plural of chatburn. Chachka, alternative form of t-chachk. Chachkas, plural of chachka. Chatk, alternative form of t-chachk. Chatks, plural of chach. Tis, to cheat. Shava, alternative spelling of Chétau. Chétau, a French castle, fortress, manor house, or large country house. Shadow cardboard, box wine. Shadow migraine, wine or other spirits of low quality, thought to cause headache. Shadow migraine, alternative form of shadow migraine. Shadow migraine, alternative letter case form of shadow migraine. Shadow migraine, Alternative form of shadow migraine. Shadow migraines. Plural of shadow migraine. Shadow migraines. Plural of shadow migraine. Shadow migraines. Plural of shadow migraine. Shadow. A commune in Aisne department, Hauts-de-France, France. Shadow biend. A thick, juicy cut from the center of a beef tenderloin. Shadow biend. Alternative spelling of shadow biend. Shadow biends. Plural of shadow biend. Shadow Bois, an off-island suburb of Montreal, southwestern Quebec, Canada, located on both the Chateauguay River and Lac St. Louis. Shadow-like, resembling or characteristic of a shadow. Châteauneuf-du-Pape, a commune in the Vaucluse department in the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region in southeastern France. Châteauneuf-du-Papes, plural of Châteauneuf-du-Pape. Châteauroux, alternative spelling of Châteauroux in Indre department, France. Châteauroux, a commune, the capital of Indre department, Centre Val de Loire, France. Shadows, plural of shadow. Shadows, plural of chateau. Shadow. Chateau. Shadox migraine, plural of shadow migraine. Shadox migraine, plural of chateau migraine. Chate, simple past and past participle of chate. Chate-Léon-Plage, a commune and town in the Charente-Maritime department, Poitou-Charentes, region of Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Châtelaine, a surname. Châtelaine, alternative spelling of Châtelaine. Châtelaine, the mistress of a castle or large household. Châtelaine. Alternative form of châtelaine. Châtelaines, plural of châtelaine. Châtelaines, plural of châtelaine. Châtelaines, plural of châtelaine. Châtelaines, plural of châtelaine. Châtelet, a little castle. Châtelets, plural of châtelet. Châtellenies, plural of châtellenie. Châtellenie, archaic form of Castellany. Châtel-Bironian, relating to a Paleolithic flint industry located near Châtel-Perron in France. Tater, a surname. Cates, plural of chate. Chathis. Autochthist. Chathists, plural of Chatthis. Chatfield, a habitational surname from Old English. Chatfields, plural of Chatfield. Chatbait, synonym of telegram gate. ChatGPT, a popular chatbot based on a large language model. ChatGPT, simple past and past participle of ChatGPT. CatGPT, simple past and past participle of ChatGPT. ChatGPTing, Present participle of ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Simple past and past participle of ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Present participle of ChatGPT. ChatGPTs. Third person singular simple present indicative of ChatGPT. Chat group, an online community allowing users to take part in text-based conversations. Chat groups, plural of chat group. Shao, a port and town on the River Medway in Kent, England, the home of the Royal Dockyard. Chatham County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Savannah. Chatham Daylight Time, a time zone used in New Zealand, which is 13 hours and 45 minutes ahead of UTC. Chatham House Rule, a rule applied to some controversial debates and discussion panels, stating that anybody who attends is free to use information from the discussion, but cannot reveal who made any comment. Chatham House Rule, alternative letter case form of Chatham House Rule. Chatham Island, the biggest island in the Chatham Islands group off the east coast of New Zealand. Chatham Island pigeon, a pigeon of species Hemiphaga chathamensis, found on Chatham Island and endemic to New Zealand. Chatham Island pigeons, plural of Chatham Island pigeon. Chatham Islands, an archipelago in the Pacific Ocean about 680 kilometers off the east coast of New Zealand and territorially part of New Zealand. Chatham Islands penguin, Eutyps warhami, an extinct species of crested penguins which lived on the Chatham Islands. Chatham Islands penguins, plural of Chatham Islands penguin. Chatham rail, Cabalus modestus, an extinct flightless bird of the family Rallidae, endemic to the Chatham archipelago of New Zealand. Chatham rails, plural of Chatham rail. Chatham Kent, a municipality in southwestern Ontario, Canada. Chathamite, a supporter of William Pitt, 1st Earl of Chatham 1708-1778, British Whig politician. Chathamites, plural of Chathamite. Chatta, a chat room user. Chatheads, plural of Chathead. Chatto, a hamlet in Ellingham Parish, Northumberland. England OS Grid Ref NU 1826. Det, a small South American subspecies of tiger cat Leopardus pardalis mitis, native to Argentina and Paraguay. Chattagam, obsolete form of Chittagong. Chattagan, obsolete form of Chittagong. Chet, present participle and gerund of Chate. Chatino, a member of an indigenous people of southern central Mexico. Chatinos, plural of Chatino. Chatticat, the etiquette dictating how one should behave in chat rooms. Chatties, plural of chatty. Chat a macron as the a letter whenever vh. Alternative form of Chuttisker. Chatgalite, a tetragonal scalenohedral pale rose mineral containing copper, iron, sulfur, and tin. Chatkoi, alternative form of jagoi. Chatless, devoid of chat. Chatline, a telephone service in which a caller may converse with an operator on a specific subject. Chatlines, plural of chat line. Chatlog, a log of an online chat between users or between a user and one or more chat bots. Chatlards, plural of chatlog. Chatlin, a surname. Chatlins, plural of chatman. Chatmate, a friend or acquaintance through internet chat. Chatmates, plural of chatmate. Chathunt, a surname. Chatlins, plural of chatman. Chatna, archaic form of chutney Indian condiment. Chatney, a surname. Shell, a town, the county seat of Washington County, Alabama, United States. Shathan, collet, bezel around a jewel on a ring. Chattans, plural of chatten. Chatta, synonym of chakato. Chatats, plural of chatsat. Chatoyance, chatoyancy. Chatoyances, plural of chatoyance. Chatoyancies, plural of chatoyancy. Chatoyancy, the state or condition of being chatoyant. Chatoyant, having a certain optical reflectance effect, which can be likened to the sheen of a spool of silk. Chatoyance, plural of chatoyant. Chatoyant, changeableness of color as in a mineral, play of colors. Chatapata, either spicy or sour or tangy. Chatwa, synonym of umbrella or parasol, particularly ritual or ceremonial forms. Chatras, plural of chatra. Chatroom, alternative spelling of chat room. Chatrooms, plural of chatroom. Chatroulator, a user of the online chat site Chatroulette. Chatroulators, plural of chatroulator. Chats, shalom. Chatkate, third person singular simple present indicative of chatshit. Chatshite, third person singular simple present indicative of chatshite. Chats up, third person singular simple present indicative of chat up. Chateau, alternative form of chat show. Chateaus, plural of chateau. Chatrike, synonym of white-tailed shrike Laniadritis torquatus. Chatrikes, plural of chatrike. Chatsite, alternative form of chatsite. Chatsites, plural of chatsite. Chatsome, characterized or marked by chatting or chattiness, chatty. Chat space, a chat room or similar online space in which users can exchange messages. Chat spaces, plural of chat space. Chat speak, the blend of informal language, conventional abbreviations, and emoticons typical of chat rooms. Chatswang, the Sydney suburb of Chatswood, known for its large Cantonese population. Chatswood, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Chatsworth, a town near Gympie, Queensland, Australia. Chat, synonym of umbrella or parasol, particularly an Indian parasol. Chattable, able to be chatted with, talkative, chatty. Chat, alternative form of chatta. Chattahoochee, the Chattahoochee River in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, USA, which flows into the Apalachicola River. Chattahoochee County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Cussata. Chattas, plural of chatta. Chattanooga, a city, the county seat of Hamilton County, Tennessee, near the border with Georgia. Chattanoogan, of or pertaining to Chattanooga. Chattanoogans, plural of Chattanoogan. Chattas, plural of chatta. Chat, simple past and past participle of chat. Chatted shit, simple past and past participle of chat shit. Chatted shite, simple past and past participle of chat shite. Chatted up, simple past and past participle of chat up. Chatty. A clay pot for holding water. Chatties, plural of chat. Chattel, tangible, movable property. Chattel house, a small movable wooden house occupied by working class people. Chattel houses, plural of chattel house. Chattel paper, a document that demonstrates both a monetary obligation and a security interest either in certain goods or in a lease on certain goods. Chattel papers, plural of chattel paper. Chattel slaveries, plural of chattel slavery. Chattel slavery, a form of slavery where slaves are the legal property of an individual. Chattelhood, the state of being chattel, chattel slavery. Chattelize, alternative spelling of chattelize. Chattelism, the act or condition of holding chattels, slavery. Chattelization, the process of chattelizing. Chattelize, to treat as chattel, to enslave and dehumanize. Chattelize, simple past and past participle of chattelize. Chattelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chattelize. Chattelizing, present participle and gerund of chattelize. Chattels, plural of chattel. Chattelship, the condition of being a chattel. Chattenden, a village in Husant Werburg Parish, Medway Borough, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 7571. Chatter. Talk, especially meaningless or unimportant talk. Shatter mark. One of the fine undulations or ripples formed on the surface of work by a cutting tool which chatters. Shatter marks. Plural of chatter mark. Shatter ring. A toy that consists of a metal ring with beads strung on it, played by spinning the beads while keeping the ring turning. Shatter rings. Plural of chatter ring. Shatter basket. A talkative person, shatterbox. Shatter baskets. Plural of chatter basket. Chatterati. People who chat, argue, and debate. Shatteration. Shattering. Shatterations. Plural of chatteration. Chatterback. Synonym of chatterbox, talkative person. Chatterbags. Plural of chatterbag. Chatterbot. Synonym of chatbot. Chatterbots. Plural of chatterbot. Chatterbox. One who chats or talks to excess. Chatterboxes. Plural of chatterbox. Chatter. Simple past and past participle of chatter. Chatterer. A person who chatters. A chatterbox. Chatterers. Plural of chatterer. Chatteress. Second person singular simple present indicative of chatter. Chatterer. Third person singular simple present indicative of chatter. Chatterin. Pronunciation spelling of chattering. Chattering. Present participle and gerund of chatter. Chattering classes. Educated people with liberal opinions and attitudes. Chattering damsel. A component of a traditional mill which creates a vibratory motion to impel portions of grain toward the millstone. Chattering damsels. Plural of chattering damsel. Chattering lorries. Plural of chattering lorry. Chattering lorry. Loria scahulus, a forest-dwelling parrot endemic to North Maluku, Indonesia. Chatteringly. In a chattering manner. Chatterings. Plural of chattering. Chatteres. A market town and civil parish with a town council in Fenland District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS grid ref TL 3986. Chatterish. Somewhat chattery. Chatterjee. A surname from Bengali. Chatterjees. Plural of Chatterjee. Shadowy. A surname. Shadowy. A surname. Chatters. Plural of chatter. Chattersome. Characterized by chatter or chattering. Chatterton. A surname. Chattertonian. Of or relating to Thomas Chatterton 1752-1770, English poet. Chattertons. Plural of Chatterton. Chattery. Tending or inclined to chatter. Chatai. alternative form of chatty Germanic tribe. Te, an ancient Germanic tribe whose homeland was near the upper Weservicerges. Chatten, a subdivision of the Oligocene epoch. Te, alternative form of chatty Indian clay pot. Tere, comparative form of chatty, more chatty. Chattis, plural of chatty. Hetis, superlative form of chatty, most chatty. Chattily, in a chatty manner. Chatten, a surname. Chatten, pronunciation spelling of chatting. Chattiness, the state of being chatty. Chat, present participle and gerund of chat. Chatting shit, present participle and gerund of chat. Shit. Chatting shite, present participle and gerund of chat. Shite. Chatting up, present participle and gerund of chat up. Chattingly, in a chatty manner. Chattings, plural of chatting. Chattins, plural of chattin. Chatties, plural of chatty. Shatta, a surname. Shatta, a surname. Shattagram, Chittagong city in Bangladesh. Shatta, a village and civil parish in North Northumberland, England. OS grid ref NU 0528. Chattooga, the Chattooga River in North Carolina. South Carolina, and Georgia, USA. Chattanooga County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Somerville. Chatterjee, a surname from Bengali, more usually anglicized as Chatterjee. Shadows, plural of chatto. Chats, wise. Te, of a person, chatting a lot or fond of chatting. Chatty Cathies, plural of chatty Cathy. Chatty Cathy, a person who talks a lot. Catty Yue, Chat GPT. Chatrem, alternative form of chakram. Chatrems, plural of Chatram. Chaturanga, an ancient Indian game, its rules not fully known, presumed to be the ancestor of chess and similar games. Chaturdashi, the 14th day Tithai of the lunar fortnight Paksha in the Hindu calendar. Chattergrama, obsolete form of Chittagong. Chatturi, the 4th day Tithai of the lunar fortnight Paksha in the Hindu calendar. Chaturvedi, is surname from Hindi. Chaturvedis, plural of Chaturvedi. Chatwin, a surname. Chatwinian, of or relating to Bruce Chatwin, 1940-1989, English travel writer, novelist, and journalist. Chatwins, plural of Chatwin. Chatwi, a surname. Chatwus, plural of Chatwood. Chatsamanalakis, a surname from Greek. Chatsamanalakis, plural of Chatsamanalakis. Chatsos, alternative form of chatsat. Chatsat, the time exactly halfway between sunset and sunrise, midnight. Cha, a surname. Chao Doc. Chao Di Sto Platavani 1C, a city in Vietnam. Chow Min, synonym of chow mein. Chabak, alternative form of chabak. Shabaks, plural of chabak. Shabak, alternative form of chabak. Shabaks, plural of chabak. Shabanaganyamar, a small lake east of Webster, Massachusetts. Shaka, a surname. Shakas, plural of Chaka. Chaucer, a rare medieval English surname from Old French. Chaucerese, language characteristic of or in the style of Geoffrey Chaucer. Chauceresque, reminiscent of the style of Geoffrey Chaucer circa 1343-1400, major English poet of the Middle Ages. Chaucer, of or pertaining to Geoffrey Chaucer or his writings. Chauceriana, items relating to the 14th century English writer Geoffrey Chaucer. Chaucerianism, synonym of Chaucerism. Chaucerianisms, plural of Chaucerianism. Chaucerians, plural of Chaucerian. Chaucerism, a word, phrase, etc. that is characteristic of Geoffrey Chaucer or his writings. Chaucerisms, plural of Chaucerism. Shawchat, the standard light machine gun of the French army during World War I. Shawchats, plural of chawchat. Chaufroid, a type of food consisting of cooked meat or fish served cold in jelly or sauce. Chaufroids, plural of chaufroid. Show medley, synonym of chance medley. Chaufroid, alternative form of chaufroid. Chaufroids, plural of chaufroid. Johari, a surname. Joharis, plural of Shohari. Chaudhry, a surname. Chaudhries, plural of Shohari. Chaudhry, a surname. Chaudhries, plural of Chaudhry. Chaudhry, a leader or representative of a group of traders. Chaudhry, any fish in the family Chaudhry. Chaudhry is plural of Chaudhry. Chaudhurys, plural of Chaudhry. Chaudière-Appalaches, a region of Quebec, Canada. Choua, a sausage-like meat dish in the cuisine of Louisiana, made from pork, rice, vegetables, and spices sewn up and cooked in a pig's stomach. Chauvins, plural of Chauvin. Chauvet, a surname from French. Chauvins, plural of Chauvin. Chauvin, obsolete spelling of chaudron. Chaurins, plural of showrun. Showry. A surname. Showries, plural of showry. Tof, a chauffeur. Tof, alternative form of chauffe, chauffeur. Tout, simple past and past participle of chauffe. Chauffeur, a small, portable stove. Chauffeured, simple past and past participle of chauffeur. Chauffeurer, present participle and gerund of chauffeur. Chauffeurs, plural of chauffeur. Chauffeur, a brigand belonging to the bands who, around 1793, pillaged, burned, and killed in parts of France. Chauffeur driver, synonym of chauffeur. Chauffeur drivers, plural of chauffeur driver. Chauffeur, equipped with a chauffeur. Chauffeuress, a female chauffeur, a chauffeuse. Chauffeuresses, plural of chauffeuress. Chauffeuring, present participle and gerund of chauffeur. Chauffeurless, without a chauffeur. Chauffeurs, plural of chauffeur. Chauffeursche, the condition of being or employment as a chauffeur. Chauffeuse, female equivalent of chauffeur. Chauffeuses, plural of chauffeuse. Chauve, present participle and gerund of chauve. Toffs, plural of chauve. Chauvois, alternative spelling of chaufroy. Toffs, plural of chauve. Chauhan, a surname. Chauhans, plural of Chauhan. Chaucampa, a mountain massif in the Gangotri group of the Gar Himalaya. Chauki, alternative form of Chauki. Chaukidar, a watchman, a guard. Chaukidari, alternative form of Chaukidar. Chaukidaris, plural of Chaukidari. Chaukidars, plural of Chaukidar. Jockeys, plural of chalky. Chaw, a historic town in the Raigad district of Maharashtra, India. Chaldron, obsolete form of chaudhran. Chalbrans, plural of chaldron. Talk, alternative spelling of chalk. Shocked, simple past and past participle of chalk. Chalke, present participle and gerund of chalk. Kyox, third person singular simple present indicative of chalk. Shalmugra, a tree found in Southeast Asia, Hydnocarpus wycinus, which yields an oil that was formerly used as a treatment for leprosy. Shalmugras, plural of chalmugra. Chalmugrate, a salt or ester of chalmubric acid. Chalmugrates, plural of chalmugrate. Chalmugric, relating to the chalmugra tree or to chalmugric acid, obtained from its seeds. Chalmugric acid, a cyclic fatty acid, 2-cyclopentene, 1-tridecanoic acid, obtained from chalmugra seeds, used in the treatment of leprosy. Chalmugra, alternative spelling of chalmugra. Chalmugras, plural of chalmugra. Chongs, a traditional French cow's milk cheese from Périgord with a soft orange rind. Chaumont, a surname from French. Chaumont, a place in France. Chalmos, alternative spelling of Chalmos. Shaw, a gap or rift. Shaughnessy, any fish in the family Chaunicidae. Shaunicids, plural of Chaunicid. Chance, archaic spelling of chance. Chance, simple past and past participle of chance. Chancel, obsolete form of chancel. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancels, plural of chancel. Chances, plural of chance. Chances, second person singular simple present indicative of chance. Chansa, third person singular simple present indicative of chance. Chauncey, an American surname from Old French of Norman origin from a place name in France. Chancing, present participle and gerund of chance. Change, obsolete form of change. Change, simple past and past participle of change. Changes, third person singular simple present indicative of change. Changing, present participle and gerund of change. Shoik, a garnish made by frying mustard seed, asafoetida, and other whole spices in oil or ghee to release the flavors. Can be added to soups, curries, etc. at the end of cooking. Chans, plural of chan. Shot, obsolete spelling of chant. Chante, simple past and past participle of chant. Chanter, a street seller of ballads or similar songs. Chanters, plural of chanter. Chanting, present participle and gerund of chant. Chantings, plural of chanting. Chantries, plural of chantry. Chantry, obsolete form of chantry. Chaunts, plural of chaunt. Chapel, a village meeting place, typically an open terrace covered for protection against the sun and rain, the village assembly itself. Chaupala, former name of Moradabad, a city in Uttar Pradesh, India. Chaupalas, plural of chaupala. Chapels, plural of chapel. Shore, a kind of ceremonial fan used by Sikhs, made from yak hair, which is waved over the Guru Granth Sahib. Chowringhi, alternative form of chowringhi. Choraya, a member of a Brahmin caste community in India. Chorayas, plural of Chorasia. Chor, a flyoesk. Choris, a spicy pork sausage used in Creole and Cajun cuisine. Chorices, plural of choris. Choris, plural of chori. Chores, plural of chore. Chouse, alternative letter case form of chouse, obsolete spelling of chias. Chaes, plural of chouse. Chorsh, a cultivar of Vitis vinifera wine grape. Chautes, plural of chaut. Chasse, a large, short-tire, domestic cat hybrid, crossbred from a female Abyssinian and a male Felis chouse. Chasses, plural of chaussee. Chausingha, alternative form of chousingha. Chausinghas, plural of chausingha. Chaus, a surname from French. Chaussee, shoed, wearing shoes. Chaussee, shoed, wearing shoes. Chaussee, level of soil. Chaussees, plural of chaussee. Chausses, plural of chauss. Chaussen, a piece of armor for the leg and slash or foot, chiefly in the form of chainmail covering the thigh above the knee with the chauss covering the other half of the leg. Chaussons, plural of chausson. Chaussure, any footwear. Chaussures, plural of chaussure. Chautauqua, a town and lake resort community in Chautauqua County, New York. Chautauqua County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Sedan, named after the county in New York. Chautauqua System. The system of home study established in connection with the summer schools assembled at Chautauqua, New York, by the Methodist Episcopal Bishop John Hale Vincent. Chautauquan, of or relating to the traveling Chautauqua shows. Chautauquas, plural of Chautauqua. Cha, a day of mourning and prayers for the dead, the fourth day after the funeral. Chauthas, plural of chautha. Chosauris, an ornately bladed Corsac three-bladed polearm with the lateral blades often shaped like bat wings. Chauvin, a surname. Chauvinism, excessive patriotism, eagerness for national superiority, jingoism. Chauvinisms, plural of chauvinism. Chauvinesse, pertaining to chauvinism. Chauviniste, of or pertaining to chauvinism or chauvinists. Chauvinistically, in a chauvinistic manner, with excessive patriotism or unwarranted bias. Chauvinists, plural of chauvinists. Chauvins, plural of chauvin. Chau, a working class youth, especially one associated with aggression, poor education, and a perceived common taste in clothing and lifestyle. Ja, a female given name from Hebrew. Chavacano, the 6 dialects of the Philippine Creole Spanish spoken in the Philippines. Chava, a surname from Marathi. Chavana, a surname from Spanish. Chavanas, plural of Chavana. Chavans, plural of Chavan. Chavante, alternative spelling of Zavante. Chavantes, plural of Chavante. Chavani, a male given name. Chavarin, a surname. Chavarins, plural of Chavarin. Chavaria, a surname. Chavarias, plural of Chavaria. Chavari, a surname from Spanish. Chavas, a surname. Chavdom, the realm or sphere of chavs. Cheval, the jaw, especially of an animal. Cheval bone, jawbone. Cheval bones. Plural of cheval bone. Chevaled, simple past and past participle of cheval. Chevaling, present participle and gerund of cheval. Chevals, plural of cheval. Chivender, a chub fish. Chivenders, plural of chavender. Chiver, a friend or comrade, a member of a chavrusa. Chavra, a surname from Spanish. Chavaras, plural of chavara. Chavarim, any of many secular Jewish organizations. Chavo, a surname. Chaveros, plural of chavero. Cayos, a surname from Ibero-Romance. Chaves County, one of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Roswell. Chavet, a female chav. Chavets, plural of chavet. Chavez, a surname from Spanish. Chavez Pass, a mountain pass in Coconino County, Arizona, United States. Chavez Ravine, a canyon in Los Angeles, California, just north of downtown. Chaviano, a surname from Spanish. Chavianos, plural of chaviano. Chavibtal, a phenyl propanoid that is one of the primary constituents of the essential oil from the leaves of the betel plant. Chavicin, alternative form of chavicine. Chavicine, an alkaloid found in piper species such as black pepper, one of the 4 diastereomeric geometric isomers of piperine. Chavicol, the naturally occurring alphenol. Chavicil, a univalent radical derived from chavicol. Chava, a member of a pre-Columbian civilization that developed in the northern Andean highlands of Peru around 900 BCE, ending around 250 BCE. Chavans, plural of Chavan. Chavira, a surname. Chaveras, plural of Chavera. Chavas, a surname. Chavasa, a female given name. Chavizes, plural of Chavis. Chavish, in the manner of or typical of a chav. Chavism, Chavismo, the left-wing populist ideology of Venezuela's Hugo Chavez. Chavismo, a left-wing populist ideology based on the policies of Hugo Chavez, the former president of Venezuela 2002-2013, and the politics of the Bolivarian Revolution, Bolivarianism. Chavists, relating to Hugo Chavez. Chavista, a follower of Hugo Chavez or Chavism. Chavistas, plural of Chavista. Chavinus, synonym of Chavinus. Chavala, a surname from Spanish. Chavalas, plural of Chavala. Chawoya, a surname from Spanish. Chavoyas, plural of Chavoya. Chavro, the couple consisting of celebrities Chad Kroger and Avril Lavigne, together from 2012 to 2015. Chavrusa, a pair, typically yes of students, who study Talmud and other topics in Judaism together, by extension, any working pair. Chavrusas, plural of Chavrusa. Chavruta, alternative form of Chavrusa. Chavrutas, plural of Chavruta. Chavis, plural of Chav. Chataste, very much related to chavs. Chautastically, in a chautastic manner. Chavira, a small group of like-minded Jews who assemble for prayer, learning, etc. Chaviras, plural of Chavira. Chavirat, plural of Chavira. Chavirath, plural of Chavira. Chavari, the quality of being Tari. Tavi, alternative form of Chavi. Tavi, comparative form of Chavi, more Chavi. Tevist, superlative form of Chavi, most Chavi. Chaviness, the quality of being Tari. Chavish, alternative form of chavish. Chavish, of or pertaining to a chav or something that a chav might do or use. Shaw, that which is chewed. Shot up, to do for, to finish or use up. Shawadi, a surname. Shawan, an East Asian tea bowl, in which tea may be prepared and then consumed. Shawan mushi, a Japanese savory egg custard dish containing ginkgo seeds. Shawans, plural of chawan. Shawarma, alternative spelling of shawarma. Shawarmas, plural of shawarma. Shabakin, an uncultured rustic person. Shabakins, plural of chabakin. Shabun, jawbone, maxillary bone. Shabones, plural of jawbone. Shabak, alternative form of chabak. Shabakt, simple past and past participle of chabak. Shabaking, present participle and gerund of chabak. Shabaks, plural of chabak. Chaudron, the entrails of an animal, especially when used as a food ingredient, offal. Chaudrons, plural of chaudron. Shaw, obsolete spelling of chaw draw. Shaw, simple past and past participle of chaw. Shot up, simple past and past participle of chaw up. Shower, one who chaws, a chewer. Showers, plural of chower. Shot, plural of chaw. Shawing, present participle and gerund of chaw. Shawing up, present participle and gerund of chaw up. Chowki, alternative form of chowki. Chowkidar, alternative form of chowkidar. Chowkidari, alternative form of chowkidar. Chowkidaris, plural of chowkidari. Chowkidars, plural of chowkidar. Chowki, a young silkworm that has not yet reached its second molt stage. Chowkis, plural of chalky. Chalkies, plural of chalky. Shaw, a type of residential tenement building found in India, typically for poor working class people. Shala, a surname from Punjabi. Shalas, plural of chala. Shawls, plural of chawl. Shamos, the most important Kailash festival, celebrated for 2 weeks at the winter solstice. Shar, a gap, rift, or fissure. Chance, pronunciation spelling of chance. Chances, plural of chance. Shoner, a surname. Chaw, plural of chaw. Chaws up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chaw. Shaste, alternative form of chustic plant. Shaw, chaustics, plural of chaustic. Shaston, a hamlet in Boston, Chawston and Colston Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 152562. Shawthorne, a village and civil parish in East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England, southwest of Alton. OS Grid Ref SU 7037. Shawash, alternative letter case form of Chawish Chias. Chawias, plural of Chawish Chias. Jaxaptin, a lysopeptide present in an extremely tolerant strain of Streptomyces. Tet, a surname. Shea root, the plant Oldenlandia umbellata, native to India, which yields a durable red dyestuff. Shea roots, plural of Che root. Tet, a female given name from Hebrew. Shea root, alternative form of Che root. Shea roots, plural of Che root. Tet, alternative form of Chea. Chea huida, an endangered Amazonian language spoken by the native Che Huida people in the Amazon basin of north-central Peru. Chea root, alternative form of Che root. Chaos, plural of Chea. Chea, a surname. Chiaceus, plural of Chase. Chiasite, a hexagonal bihexagonal dipyramidal dark blue mineral containing iron, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Sheikha, a surname. Sheikhana, alternative form of Sheikhana. Sheikhanas, plural of Sheikhana. Shat, Sechium edule, a tropical American perennial herbaceous vine having tendrils, tuberous roots, and a green, pear-shaped fruit cooked as a vegetable. Chayotes, plural of chayote. Chair, obsolete spelling of chair. Chairs, plural of chair. Chayrut, alternative form of chayrut. Chayruts, plural of chayrut. Jazz, plural of chay. Tater, a surname originating as an occupation. Taters, plural of chater. Chayuko, a town in San Agustin Chayuco, Jamaltepec District, Oaxaca, Mexico. Geth, initialism of Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, an occupation protest and self-declared autonomous zone in Seattle, Washington in 2020. Geth, a diminutive of the male given name Charles. Shael, the sages from the time of the Second Temple and afterward through the 6th century CE. Shazan, a surname from Hebrew. Shazanik, alternative form of Hazanic. Chazanim, plural of Chazan. Chazans, plural of Chazan. Chazanut, alternative form of Chazanut. Chazanoth, alternative form of Chazanut. Chazar, alternative form of Khazar. Chazars, plural of Chazar. Chazan, a surname. Chaydarit, a symbolic bitter herb eaten at Passover, typically romaine lettuce, used in the korch sandwich. Shezbel, a surname. Shazuk, a simple Japanese dish made by pouring green tea, dashi, or hot water over cooked rice. Shazi equation. The differential equation d3y slash dx3 equals 2y d2y slash dx2 3y slash dx2. Sha, a diminutive of the male given name Charles. Shazan, alternative form of Hazan. Shazanik, alternative form of Hazanic. Shazanim, plural of Chazan. Shazans, plural of Chazan. Shazanat, Jewish liturgical music, as performed by a cantor. Shazanath, alternative form of Chazanat. Shazan, alternative form of Hazan. Shazanim, plural of Chazan. Shazans, plural of Chazan. Shadar, epithet. Shazarai, junk, trash, anything worthless. Shatters, plural of Chazar. Sayati, initialism of concrete hollow block. Sayati, abbreviation of Bachelor of Surgery degree. Sayati, a gene in the bacterium Escherichia coli that codes for acetylglyceride deacetylase. Sayati, initialism of continuing health care. Sayati, alternative form of CHCH. Sayati, alternative form of CHCH. Sayati, abbreviation of Christchurch, the largest city in the South Island of New Zealand. DAES, initialism of Composite Hospital Computer System, the duties version of the Veterans Administration Vista public domain software for running everything in a hospital. TAZ, plural of CHC. TAD, abbreviation of Ladakh, a union territory of India. CAET, abbreviation of Chambers Dictionary. TAED, initialism of congenital heart defects, dysmorphic facial features, and intellectual developmental disorder. CH Durox, Chief Director of Auxiliary, a duty officer in the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary. T. Initialism of Carnian humid episode. T. The letter chow, chow. Chi Gavarist, synonym of Gavarist. Chi Gavarists, plural of Chi Gavarist. Chi Sarah Sarah, used to express a personal philosophy of fatalism and acceptance of the future. Chi Sarah Sarah, alternative spelling of Chi Sarah Sarah. Chi Chan, alternative form of Zhejiang. Shiki, alternative form of Zhejiang. Shikai, alternative form of Zhejiang. Ki, a surname from Khmer. Chadal, a surname Cheadle Heath, a suburb of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8789. Cheadle Hulme, a suburb of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England, originally in Cheshire. OS Grid Ref SJ 8786. Cheadle's disease. The disease scurvy, especially in infants. Cheadle-Murler-Barlow syndrome. The disease scurvy, especially in infants. T. A surname from Hokkien. T. A surname. T. A surname. She. A suburban village in the borough of Sutton, Greater London, on the border with Surrey. OS Grid Ref TQ 2463. T. Low or reduced in price. Cheap and cheerful, not of bad quality or otherwise enjoyable despite being cheap. Cheap and nasty, cheap and of bad quality. Cheap as borscht, alternative form of cheap. Like borscht. Cheap as chips, very cheap, not costing much. Cheap at half the price, quite expensive. Cheap at the price, reasonably inexpensive. Cheap Charlie, cheapskate, miser. Cheap Charlies. Plural of cheap Charlie. Cheap date, a lightweight. Someone who gets drunk after a small amount of alcohol. Cheap dates. Plural of cheap date. Cheap drunk. Someone who is easily intoxicated. Cheap drunks. Plural of cheap drunk. Cheap John. A cheap dack. Cheap Johns. Plural of cheap John. Cheap like borscht. Very inexpensive. Cheap out. To be too stingy to achieve a purpose or provide a promised product/service/project. Cheap seats. The lowest priced seats in a theater or stadium, typically located on an upper balcony. Cheap shot. A deliberate, unsportsmanlike, and potentially illegal act of aggression against an opponent. Cheap shots. Plural of cheap shot. Cheapskate. Alternative form of cheapskate. Cheap skates. Plural of cheapskate. Cheap thrill. Something simple and inexpensive done for pleasure. Cheap thrills. Plural of cheap, thrill. Cheap trick. Synonym of dirty trick, often specifically and probably originally is swindle or con in the marketplace. Cheap tricks. Plural of cheap trick. Cheap tripper. A person who goes on an excursion by railway or steamer at a reduced fare. Cheap trippers. Plural of cheap tripper. Cheap arse. Alternative form of cheap ass. Cheap Arse Tuesday. The day of the week Tuesday when establishments such as cinemas, restaurants, etc. offers some of their goods and services at discounted prices. Cheap Arse Tuesdays. Plural of cheap Arse Tuesday. Cheap arses. Plural of cheap arse. Cheap as chips. Alternative form of cheap as chips. Cheap shot. Alternative spelling of cheap shot. cheap shots, plural of cheap shot, cheap shotted. Simple past and past participle of cheap shot. Cheap shotting, present participle and gerund of cheap shot. Cheap skate, alternative form of cheapskate. Cheap skates. Plural of cheapskate. Cheap ass, cheap, stingy, unwilling to spend money. Cheap asses, plural of cheap ass. Cheap date, a certain mutant strain of fruit fly Drosophila melanogaster with heightened sensitivity to ethyl alcohol ethanol, causing it to lose postural control at lower concentrations of the drug. Kate, simple past and past participle of cheap. Cheaped out, simple past and past participle of cheap out. Shaven, to decrease the value or price of, to make cheaper. Cheapen out, alternative form of cheap out. Chapened, simple past and past participle of cheapen. Cheapened out, simple past and past participle of cheapen out. Cheapener, one who cheapens. Cheapeners, plural of cheapener. Shaping it, third person singular simple present indicative of cheapen. Cheapening, present participle and gerund of cheapen. Cheapening out, present participle and gerund of cheapen out. Cheapenings, plural of cheapening. Cheapens, third person singular simple present indicative of cheapen. Cheapens out, third person singular simple present indicative of cheapen out. Cheaper, comparative form of cheap, more cheap. Cheaper by the dozen, handled more efficiently as a group rather than individually. Shapernet, the finite form of Ethernet. Chapernets, plural of cheapernet. Capus, superlative form of cheap, most cheap. Cheap fake, a fake or misleading piece of media such as a video clip or image created using conventional methods as opposed to AI deep learning algorithms. Cheap fakes, plural of cheap fake. Cheapflation, the practice of decreasing the main ingredient of a product or replacing it altogether with a less costly one, but continuing to market it at the same price and size. Shape high, cheap, inferior. Capias, plural of cheap high. Cheape, present participle and gerund of cheap. Cheaping out, present participle and gerund of cheap out. Cheapish, somewhat cheap. Shapishly, in a cheapish fashion, quite cheaply. Keepjack, a peddler, a traveling hawker. Keepjacks, plural of cheapjack. Shaplier, comparative form of cheaply, more cheaply. Capely, in a cheap manner, without spending much money. Cheapness, the state or characteristic of being cheap, whether inexpensive, poorly made, or both. Cheapness is plural of cheapness. Cheapo, inexpensive and of poor quality. cheaply, of inferior quality. Cheapos, plural of cheapo. Shapewill, a low-budget sequel. Shapewills, plural of cheapwool. Keeps, plural of cheap. Cheap out, third-person singular simple present indicative of cheap out. Sheep hit, sheep, shoddy, of inferior quality. Cheap cut, alternative spelling of cheap shot. Cheap cuts, plural of cheap shot. Cheap sigh, any of several streets in English towns and cities that were originally marketplaces. Cheapskate, someone who stingily avoids spending money. Cheapskates, plural of cheapskate. Keepstead, a marketplace. Keepsteads, plural of cheapstead. Keepster, a stingy person, a cheapskate. Cheapsters, plural of cheapster. Keedy, alternative form of cheapie. Tear, obsolete form of cheer. Tear, obsolete spelling of cheer. Tear, simple past and past participle of cheer and cheer. Tears, third person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Cheerful, archaic spelling of cheerful. Carefully, obsolete form of cheerfully. Cheerfulness, obsolete form of cheerfulness. Cheerin, present participle and gerund of cheer and cheer. Tearth, third person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Keith, plural of chi. Keister, a person who attends religious services only twice a year at Christmas and Easter. Keisters, plural of chi. Easter. It, to violate rules in order to gain or attempt to gain advantage from a situation. Sheet code, a line of text or series of commands which can be used to change a game's behavior, alter a character's looks and abilities, skip levels, or access other hidden features. Sheet codes, plural of cheat code. Sheet curl, a curl that is similar to the move used to train the biceps, except that at the point when the elbows are bent 90 degrees, the weightlifter moves the hips forward, shifting the weight of the barbell back to the biceps. Sheet curls, plural of cheat curl. Cheat day, a day on which a person on a diet or similar restriction on activities is free to disregard them. Cheat days, plural of cheat day. Cheat death, to survive a situation which would be expected to result in death. Cheat fate, synonym of cheat death. Sheet grass, downy brome, drooping brome Bromus tectorum, an annual grass native to Europe, southwestern Asia, and northern Africa. Sheet grasses, plural of cheat grass. Cheat meal, an occasional meal for which a person on a diet is free to disregard the normal restrictions on what to eat. Cheat meals, plural of cheat meal. Sheet on, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See cheat on. Cheat out. To face or turn toward the audience more than would be natural, for instance, in a staged conversation. Cheat out of. To trick someone into giving something up. To unfairly deprive someone of something. Cheat eat. A sheet of paper or a digital analog thereof containing notes used to assist with or without permission on a test, especially such a sheet used secretly and improperly. Cheat eats. Plural of cheat sheet. Cheat the hindman. To die, especially by suicide, while under sentence of death, or while guilty of a capital crime, also to kill someone else who is in such a state. Cheat the pocket. To pot a ball in the edge rather than the middle of a pocket. Cheat bread. A second-rate wheaten bread prepared with more coarsely sifted flour. Cheat. Alternative spelling of cheat sheet. Cheat. Plural of cheat sheet. Cheatability. The extent to which a pocket is cheatable. Cheatable. Capable of being cheated. Cheat code. Alternative form of cheat code. Cheat codes. Plural of cheat code. K. Having been tricked or deceived. Cheated death. Simple past and past participle of cheat death. Cheated fate. Simple past and past participle of cheat fate. Cheated on. Simple past and past participle of cheat on. Cheated out. Simple past and past participle of cheat out. Cheated out of. Simple past and past participle of cheat out of. Kitty. One who is cheated. Kitties. Plural of cheaty. Cheater. Someone who cheats. Something that cheats. Cheater 5. A form of hang 5 move, but where the surfer keeps their body and their weight well back from the front of the board and just reaches out with one leg to get 5 toes over the nose as opposed to standing properly at the front. Cheater 5s. Plural of cheater 5. Cheater, pumpkin eater. Someone who cheats. Cheater, pumpkin eaters. Plural of cheater, pumpkin eater. Cheatercock. Someone who violates rules in order to gain an advantage, a cheater. Cheatercocks. Plural of cheatercock. Cateries. Plural of cheatery. Caters. Plural of cheater. Cheaters never prosper. Synonym of cheats never prosper. Cheatery. Cheating, fraud. Atus. Second person singular simple present indicative of cheat. Keen. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheat. Cheat grass. Bromus tectorum, drooping brome, native to Europe, thought to create an ecology prone to annual fires in many U.S. areas. Cheatgrasses. Plural of cheatgrass. Cheatham. A surname. Cheatham County. One of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat. Ashland City. Cheathams. Plural of Cheatham. It. Comparative form of cheaty. More cheaty. In it. superlative form of cheaty, most cheaty. Cheatin, pronunciation spelling of cheating. Cheating, present participle and gerund of cheat. Cheating death, present participle and gerund of cheat death. Cheating fate, present participle and gerund of cheat fate. Cheating on. Present participle and gerund of cheat on. Cheating out. Present participle and gerund of cheat out. Cheating out of. Present participle and gerund of cheat out of. Cheatingly. In a cheating manner. Cheatings. Plural of cheating. Cheatless. Without a cheat or cheats. Cheatly. Resembling or characteristic of a cheat. Cheatline. In civil aviation, a decorative horizontal band of color applied to both sides of an aircraft's fuselage as part of its livery. Chaitlines. Plural of cheat line. Dates. Plural of cheat. Cheat fate. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheat fate. Cheats never prosper. One does not profit by cheating. Cheats on. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheat on. Cheats out. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheat out. Cheat out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheat out of. Kitty. Alternative spelling of cheat sheet. Kitty. Plural of cheat sheet. Cheatham. A surname. Cheathams. Plural of Cheatham. Cheatwood. A surname. Cheathoods. Plural of Cheatwood. Did. Prone to cheating. Shout. A brewer at his breast. Jabacco. A relatively small narrow-sterned boat formerly much used in the Newfoundland fisheries. Shabaccos. Plural of chabacco. Shabba. Archaic spelling of shebang, a lean-to or temporary shelter. Shabens. Plural of chebang. Shebal. Alternative form of tieable. Shadak. Alternative form of zebek. Shadaks. Plural of chebek. Shebeku. Archaic form of zebek. Shebekus. Plural of chebeku. Chebeksuri. The capital and largest city of Chuvashia, Russia. Sheboygan. A city, the county seat of Sheboygan County, Michigan, United States. Sheboygan County. One of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Sheboygan. Shebs. Plural of Cheb. Shebsey. A village and civil parish in Stafford District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8628. Shebulagic acid. A benzopyrin tannin and antioxidant with potential medical uses. Shebulanin. A particular topoisomerase inhibitor. Shebulak. of or relating to Terminalia chebula. Chebulic acid, a phenolic acid compound isolated from the ripe fruits of Terminalia chebula. Chebulic myrobalan, a tree native to southern Asia with edible fruit and which is used in traditional medicine, Terminalia chebula. Chebulic myrobalans, plural of chebulic myrobalan. Chebulinic, relating to chebulinic acid or its derivatives. Chebulinic acid, an allogenin that has some antioxidant action. Cheburek, singular of chebureki, a deep fried turnover filled with ground meat and onions, a national dish of the Crimean Tatars. Chebureki, deep fried turnovers filled with ground meat and onions, a national dish of the Crimean Tatars. Chebyshev, a surname from Russian. Chebyshev distance, a metric defined on a vector space where the distance between two vectors is the greatest of their differences along any coordinate dimension. Chebyshev distances, plural of Chebyshev distance. Chebyshev space, synonym of Haar space. Chebyshev spaces, plural of Chebyshev space. Chebyshev's bias, the phenomenon that most of the time there are more prime numbers of the form 4k plus 3 than of the form 4k plus 1 up to 10. Chebyshev's inequality, the theorem that in any data sample with finite variance, the probability of any random variable x that lies k or more standard deviations away from the mean is no more than 1/k2. I.e. assuming mean mu and standard deviation sigma, the probability is Chebyshev's theorem, the theorem that the prime counting function is of the same order of magnitude as x/ln x, i.e. for the prime counting function pi, there are positive constants c and c such that is a surname. Is plural of cheese. Shechako, alternative form of chichako. Shechakos, plural of chechako. Chechakos, plural of chechako. Chechakwo, alternative form of chichako. Chechakwoes, plural of chechakwo. Tut, a piece of clothing used commonly in hot deserts to protect oneself from the sun or sandstorms. Chechen, a member of Anak people of the Northern Caucasus and resident in the Russian Republic of Chechnya. Chechen Autonomous Oblast, Autonomous Oblast of the Soviet Union in the Russian SFSR 1922-1936. Chechen Republic, the official name of Chechnya, a republic of Russia in English. Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, a de facto state that controlled most of the former Chechen Ingush Asser from 1991 to 2000. Chechen Ingush Asser, the name for Chechnya and Ingushetia combined while under the rule of the Soviet Union 1924-1991. Chechen Ingush Autonomous Oblast, Autonomous January 1944. Chechnya, alternative spelling of Chechnya, a republic and federal subject of Russia in the Northern Caucasus. Chechenization. The process of Chechenizing, that is assimilating into Chechen language or culture. Chechenize. To render Chechen, to assimilate into Chechen language or culture. Chechenize. Simple past and past participle of Chechenize. Chechenes. The quality of being Chechen. Checheno. Chetem. Chechens. Plural of Chechen. Cheches. Plural of Chech. Chekya. Alternative form of Shashia. Shekes. Plural of Czechia. Chechnai. Alternative spelling of Chechnya. Chechnya. Alternative spelling of Chechnya. Chechnin. Alternative form of Chechenian. Chechenians. Plural of Chechenian. Chechnya. Alternative spelling of Chechnya. Chechnya. A republic and federal subject of Russia in the Northern Caucasus. Official name, Chechen Republic. Capital, Grozny. Chechenin. Of or relating to Chechnya. Chechenians. Plural of Chechenian. Tek. A surname. Check all the boxes. Synonym of tick all the boxes. Check and balance. Provide mutual oversight and limitation by independent organizations in order to prevent abuses of power. Check and mate. Synonym of checkmate chess, word called by the victor. Check at the door. Synonym of leave at the door. Check bill. Check bill at a restaurant. Check bills. Plural of check bill. Check box. Alternative form of checkbox. Check boxes. Plural of check box. Check clerk. A clerk who checks accounts, etc. Check clerks. Plural of check clerk. Check cop. An adhesive used by cheats to steal chips or coins from a stack using the palm of the hand. Check digit. A single digit checksum. Check digits. Plural of check digit. Check hook. A hook on the saddle of a harness over which a check ring is looped. Check hooks. Plural of check hook. Check-in. To announce or record one's own arrival at a hotel, airport, etc. Check-in with oneself. To analyze one's thoughts and emotions with a view to self-improvement. Check-into. To formally announce one's arrival at a location or event, usually a hotel, to a proprietor or employee of that location or event in order to secure admission, accommodations, or other services. Check is in the mail. A common excuse used by debtors to put off creditors. Check key. A latchkey. Check keys. Plural of check key. Check mark. A mark made to indicate agreement, correctness, or acknowledgement. Check marks. Plural of check mark. Check minus. A grade indicating work that is acceptable but could be better. Check minuses. Plural of check minus. Check nut. A secondary nut, screwing down upon the primary nut to secure it. Check nuts, plural of check nut. Check off. To mark items on a list with a check mark or by crossing them out that have been chosen for keeping or removal or that have been dealt with, for example, completed or verified as correct or satisfactory. Check on. To personally verify that someone or something is safe, copacetic, appropriate, or satisfactory. Check one's eyelids for leaks. To sleep, to take a nap. Check out. To record the departure or withdrawal of someone or something such as guests, employees, books, etc. Check over. To read and look for errors or problems. Check plus. A grade indicating work that is more than satisfactory. Check pluses. Plural of check plus. Check rail. A rail laid parallel to a running rail to guide wheels through points, rail crossings, and round curves to reduce wear and the risk of derailments such as those due to flange climb. Check rails. Plural of check rail. Czech Republic. Misspelling of Czech Republic. Check scale. A scale used in a filling operation to indicate the proper filling level has been reached. Check scales. Plural of check scale. Check sheet. A document used to collect data in real time at the location where the data is generated, used in quality control processes. Check sheets. Plural of check sheet. Check side. A side spin of the cue ball which makes it bounce off the cush or off another ball at a shallower angle than normal. Check sides. Plural of check side. Check swing. A checked halted, partial swing of the bat. Check swings. Plural of check swing. Check the math. To verify the source or accuracy of something. Check through. To permit someone to continue onward, for example through a security checkpoint, after verifying their identity, tickets, etc. Check up. To verify through brief investigation or a visit for assurance that there are no problems. Check up on. To examine or inspect something in order to determine its condition, to check out. Check upstairs. To invoke the decision review system. Check valve. A valve in a pipeline which allows the liquid or gas to flow in one direction only. Check valves. Plural of check valve. Check viewer. A viewer employed by the lessor to see that the provisions of the lease are duly observed. Check viewers. Plural of check viewer. Check washing. The process of erasing details from a check to allow it to be rewritten, usually for criminal purposes such as fraudulent withdrawal from the victim's bank account. Check wear. A form of dynamic scale that weighs products as they come off a production line. Check wares. Plural of check ware. Check you out. Synonym of see you later. Check your privilege. Used to urge someone to examine their own speech and actions for bias or presumption due to social privilege and to curb or check any such bias or presumption. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Consider the consequences of your actions before you end up in trouble. Check paw. To check and then call a bet by another player in the same betting round. Check called. Simple past and past participle of check call. Check calling. Present participle and gerund of check call. Check calls. Third person singular simple present indicative of check call. Check fold. To check and then fold to a bet by another player in the same betting round. Check folds. Plural of check fold. Check-in. The act of checking in at a hotel, airport, etc. Check-in time. The time during which a registered guest is expected to arrive at a lodging. Check-in times. Plural of check-in time. Check-ins. Plural of check-in. Check-out. Alternative form of check-out. Check-out time. The time of day by which one must check out of a hotel, campground, hospital, parking garage, etc. Check-out times. Plural of check-out time. Check-outs. Plural of check-out. Check-rail. Alternative spelling of check-rail. Check-rails. Plural of check-rail. Check-raise. To check and then raise a bet by another player in the same betting round. Check-raise. Simple past and past participle of check-raise. Check-raises. Third person singular simple present indicative of check-raise. Check-raising. Present participle and gerund of check-raise. Check-rain. Alternative form of check-rain. Check-rain. Plural of check-rain. Check-swing. A swing in which a batter starts to swing for a ball but stops the swing shortly before the ball reaches home plate. Check-swings. Plural of check-swing. Check-taker. A person employed to collect admission tickets at a theater or on a train, etc. Check-takers. Plural of check-taker. Check-up. Alternative form of check-up. Check-ups. Plural of check-up. Checkability. The quality of being checkable. Checkable. Able to be checked or verified. Kjkj. The act of marking with a check mark. Checkages. Plural of checkage. Checkback. A play of a designated card as a prompt to one's partner to respond with a play indicating the kinds of card he/she holds. Check-by. An interocclusal record made by placing a plastic material that subsequently hardens between the upper and lower teeth. Check-bites. Plural of check-bite. Checkboard. Alternative form of checkerboard design. Checkboards. Plural of checkboard. Checkbook. Alternative form of checkbook. Checkbook diplomacy. A foreign policy which openly uses foreign aid and investment between countries to curry diplomatic favor. Checkbook journalism. The practice of journalists of paying a person or organization for the receipt of a news story. Checkbook money. Demand bank deposits which are subject to verification. Checkbooks, plural of checkbook. Checkbox, a space on a paper form that can be optionally filled with a check mark. Checkbox compliance, compliance with a list of standards without regard for their spirit. Checkboxes, plural of check box. Check digit, alternative form of check digit. Check digits, plural of check digit. Check down, a short pass to a running back or tight end made due to the primary receivers being covered. Check downs, plural of check down. Depth, having a pattern of checks, checker. Checked and balance. Simple past and past participle of check and balance. Checked build, a special version of a software program that can provide advanced debug information in the event of a fault. Checked builds, plural of checked build. Checked exception, an exception that has to be declared in the signature of the method that may raise it. Checked exceptions, plural of checked exception. Checked in, simple past and past participle of check in. Checked in with oneself, simple past and past participle of check in with oneself. Checked into, simple past and past participle of check into. Checked off, simple past and past participle of check off. Checked on, simple past and past participle of check on. Checked one's eyelids for leaks. Simple past and past participle of check one's eyelids for leaks. Checked out. Simple past and past participle of check out. Checked over. Simple past and past participle of check over. Checked the math. Simple past and past participle of check the math. Checked through. Simple past and past participle of check through. Checked tone. Synonym of entering tone. Checked tones. Plural of checked tone. Checked up. Simple past and past participle of check up. Checked up on. Simple past and past participle of check up on. Checked upstairs. Simple past and past participle of check upstairs. Checky. Someone or something that is checked. Checkies. Plural of checky. Checker. One who or that which checks or verifies something. Checkerbark juniper. Synonym of alligator juniper. Checkerbark junipers. Plural of checkerbark juniper. Checkerberries. Plural of checkerberry. Checkerberry. The teaberry, Gaultheria procumbens. Checkerbloom. Any of the flowering plants in the genus Siddelcia. Checkerblooms. Plural of checkerbloom. Checkerboard. A pattern of squares of alternating colors. Checkerboard rendering. A rasterization optimization technique where on every pass only a part of the final resolution is rendered, sometimes in a checkerboard pattern to then be interpolated spatially and / or temporally, usually in order to increase performance. Checkerboard. Simple past and past participle of checkerboard. Checkerboardedness. The presence in a matrix of a checkerboard pattern. Checkerboarding. Present participle and gerund of checkerboard. Checkerboards. Plural of checkerboard. Checker. Divided into a grid of squares of alternating colors or shades, or into light and dark patches. Checkered flag. Alternative spelling of checkered flag. Checkered flags. Plural of checkered flag. Checkering. Present participle and gerund of checker. Checkerings. Plural of checkering. Checkerist. One who plays the game of checkers. Checkerists. Plural of checkerist. Checkermallow. Synonym of checkerbloom. Checkermallows. Plural of checkermallow. Checkers. Plural of checker. Checker spot. Any of a group of butterflies of the subfamily Nymphalini whose wings bear a checkered, spotted pattern. Checker spots. Checkerwise. Alternative spelling of checkerwise. Checkerwork. Synonym of checkwork. Checkerworks. Plural of checkerwork. Checkus. Second person singular simple present indicative of check. Checka. Third person singular simple present indicative of check. Checkin. Pronunciation spelling of checking. Checking. Present participle and gerund of check. Checking account. A current account, a bank account from which money can easily be transferred by check US, check UK, or other means. Checking accounts. Plural of checking account. Checking and balancing. Present participle and gerund of check and balance. Checking in. Present participle and gerund of check in. Checking in with oneself. Present participle and gerund of check in with oneself. Checking into. Present participle and gerund of check into. Checking off. Present participle and gerund of check off. Checking on. Present participle and gerund of check on. Checking one's eyelids for leaks. Present participle and gerund of check one's eyelids for leaks. Checking out. Present participle and gerund of check out. Checking over. Present participle and gerund of check over. Checking the math. Present participle of check the math. Checking through. Present participle and gerund of check through. Checking up. Present participle and gerund of check up. Checking up on. Present participle and gerund of check up on. Checking upstairs. Present participle and gerund of check upstairs. Checkings. Plural of checking. Checkitis. The state of nervousness and anxiety and loss of self-confidence that a person whose knowledge or performance is being evaluated or observed may sink into, resulting in tunnel vision, false starts, and a high likelihood of serious errors. Checkleton. Alternative form of cyclotown. Checkless. That cannot be checked or restrained. Checklessness. Absence of checks. Financial instruments. Checkly. a hamlet in Doddington and District Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England, previously in Sheckley-cum-Rhinehill Parish OS Grid Ref SJ 7346. Sheckley-cum-Rhinehill, a former civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England, merged into Doddington and District Civil Parish in 2023. Checklist, a list of tasks to be completed, names to be consulted, conditions to be verified, and similar. Checklisted, simple past and past participle of checklists. Checklister, a person who creates or uses checklists. Checklisters, plural of checklister. Checklisting, present participle and gerund of checklists. Checklists, plural of checklists. Checkman, a man employed to operate a check valve. Check mark, alternative form of check mark. Check mark, simple past and past participle of check mark. Check marking, present participle and gerund of check mark. Check marks, plural of check mark. Checkmate, word called out by the victor when making a move that wins the game. Checkmate, having a king in check with no possible move to escape check, thus losing the game. Checkmater, one who checkmates. Checkmaters, plural of checkmater. Checkmates, plural of checkmate. Checkmating, present participle and gerund of checkmate. Checkman, plural of checkman. Checkoff, the collection of union dues or other fees from employees via deductions from their wages. Checkoffs, plural of checkoff. Check out, the process of checking out of a hotel, or the latest time to vacate a room in one. Checkout chick, a supermarket cashier. Checkout chicks, plural of checkout. Out check. Checkout counter, alternative form of cash desk. Checkout counters, plural of checkout counter. Checkout desk, alternative form of cash desk. Checkout desks, plural of checkout desk. Checkout divider, a plastic bar that separates the groceries of one customer from another's at a supermarket checkout. Checkout dividers, plural of checkout divider. Checkouts, plural of checkout. Checkpoint, a point or place where a check is performed, especially a point along a road or on a frontier where travelers are stopped for inspection. Checkpoint protein, a protein that halts a cellular process until certain other processes are complete. Checkpoint proteins, plural of checkpoint protein. Checkpointed, simple past and past participle of checkpoint. Checkpointing, present participle and gerund of checkpoint. Checkpointless, without a checkpoint, without checkpoints. Checkpoints, plural of checkpoint. Checkpost, a checkpoint for the official inspection of goods being transported. Checkposts, plural of checkposts. Checkrail, alternative spelling of check rail. Check rails, Plural of checkrail. Checkreen, a strap used to keep horses' heads high, fashionable in Victorian England but painful and damaging to horses' necks. Checkreens, plural of checkreen. Chakrai, a practical test in which the candidate flies an aircraft while accompanied by an examiner. Checkrides, plural of checkride. Checkrow, a list of servants in a household or slaves on a plantation. Checkrolls, plural of checkroll. Checkroom, a room where outdoor clothing or luggage may be temporarily stored. Checkrooms, plural of checkroom. Checkrow, to plant seeds at the intersections of a crisscross pattern previously marked out on the ground. Checkrowed, simple past and past participle of checkrow. Checkrower, a device for checkrowing. Checkrowers, plural of checkrower. Checkrowing, present participle and gerund of checkrow. Checkrows, third person singular simple present indicative of checkrow. Checks, plural of check. Checks and balances, a system for multiple branches of government wherein each has some control over the actions of each of the others. Checks in, third person singular simple present indicative of check in. Checks in with oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of check in with oneself. Checks into, third person singular simple present indicative of check into. Checks notes, used to express confusion about two or more pieces of contradictory or nonsensical information. Checks off, third person singular simple present indicative of check off. Checks on, third person singular simple present indicative of check on. Checks one's eyelids for leaks, third person singular simple present indicative of check one's eyelids for leaks. Checks out, third person singular simple present indicative of check out. Checks over, third person singular simple present indicative of check over. Checks play. In blackjack, an announcement made by the dealer when a player bets more than some fixed amount, or when a player suddenly changes their bet size. Checks the math. Third person singular simple present indicative of check the math. Checks through. Third person singular simple present indicative of check through. Checks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of check up. Checks up on, third person singular simple present indicative of check up on. Checks upstairs, third person singular simple present indicative of check upstairs. Checks field, ascertain. Check sheet, alternative form of check sheet. Check sheets, plural of check sheet. Check side, alternative form of check side. Check side punt. Banana kick. Check side punts, plural of check side punt. Check sides, plural of check side. Check stand, a point of sale in an establishment that sells goods or services, the location at which payment for goods is made. Check stands. plural of checkstand. Checkstay, a stay, typically adjustable, attached to the mast below the primary backstay, used to control mast bend and stabilize the midsection of the mast, preventing unwanted movement or pumping. Checkstays, plural of checkstay. Checkstones, a children's game similar to knuckle bones but using pebbles. Checkstop, a check valve with override control to stop the flow regardless of its direction or pressure. Checkstops, plural of checkstop. Checkstring, a cord used by a passenger in a carriage to signal to the driver to slow down or go faster. Of checkstring. Checksum, a number derived by applying a suitable algorithm to some data used to check whether errors have occurred in transmission, storage, or data entry. Checksum, simple past and past participle of checksum. Checksummer, an algorithm that computes a checksum. Checksummers, plural of checksummer. Checksumming, present participle and gerund of checksum. Checksums, plural of checksum. Deft, simple past and past participle of check. Checkup, a routine visit to the doctor, dentist, or the like. Checkup from the neck up, the analysis of one's own thoughts or beliefs with a view to reforming oneself. Checkups, plural of checkup. Checkups from the neck up, plural of checkup from the neck up. Check user, a tool that allows someone to view the IP addresses of wiki users so as to identify sock puppets, etc., or the authority to use that tool. Check user, a user who is granted access to view the IP addresses of wiki users so as to identify sock puppets, etc. Check users, plural of check user. Check users, plural of check user. Checkware, alternative form of checkware. Checkware. Plural of checkware. Checkwayman, a person elected by miners whose task is to check what the mine owner's weighman states has been the amount of coal that has been mined, used especially if the miner's wages are related to production. Checkwayman, plural of checkwayman. Checkwork, a pattern of alternate squares like those of a checkerboard. Checkwriter, one who writes checks. Checkwriters, plural of checkwriter. Check, alternative form of check. Chico, a surname. Chicos, plural of Chico. Shakwi, alternative form of Chekwi. Chet, acronym of Commission on Higher Education. Chedambaram, obsolete form of Chidambaram. Chedaram, plural of cheddar. Jeddah, alternative spelling of cheddar cash, money. Cheddar, a large village and civil parish, previously in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England, famous for its cheese, and also for its gorge, caves, and remains of early man found in them OS Grid Ref SD 4553. Cheddar cheese, a variety of hard, pale yellow cheese originally produced in the region around Cheddar in Somerset, England. Cheddar cheeses, plural of cheddar cheese. Cheddar Gorge, a limestone gorge near the Somerset village of Cheddar. Cheddar Man, a Mesolithic man, the skeleton of which was found in a cave in Cheddar Gorge, Somerset. Cheddar Pink, Dianthus gratianapolitanus, an evergreen perennial plant with pink flowers. Cheddar Pinks, plural of cheddar pink. Cheddar, simple past and past participle of cheddar. Cheddar, a Wisconsinite. Cheddarheads, plural of cheddarhead. Cheddaring, alternative letter case form of cheddaring. Cheddarlie, resembling cheddar cheese. Cheddars, plural of cheddar. Cheddary, resembling cheddar cheese in taste, texture, etc. Ted, a locality with a railway station in Passy Commune, Haute-Savoie Department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Cheddington, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 9217. Cheddite, any of a class of explosives containing inorganic chlorates and organic nitro compounds. Cheddites, plural of cheddite. Cheddleston, a village and civil parish in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 9752. Cheddar, an elementary school for Jewish children teaching basic Judaism and Hebrew. Cheddarum, plural of cheddar. Cheddars, plural of cheddar. Jetty, an ancient Indian kingdom whose capital city was Suktamati. Kjkjkjcfvbcyc anomalies, plural of kjkjkjcfvbcyc anomaly. Kjkjkjcfvbcyc anomaly. Synonym of Shediak-Higashi syndrome. Shediak-Higashi syndrome, a rare autosomal recessive disorder that arises from a defect in lysosomes, leading to a decrease in phagocytosis, causing recurrent pyogenic infections, partial albinism, and peripheral neuropathy. Shadaipt, a witch vampire in the folklore of the Koya people, most of whom live near the Godavari River in Andhra Pradesh, India. Chedipes, plural of chedipe. Cheddies, plural of cheddi. Chedai, alternative form of chedite. Shejoba, an island in the Bay of Bengal close to Ramri Island, belonging to Myanmar. Shedworth, a village and civil parish in Gloucestershire, England, known for its ancient Roman villa. He, a surname. Chibai, alternative form of Chibaikant. Chibai, alternative form of Chibaikant. T, a breast tit. T, cheese, breasts, tits, tit is plural of chi-chi. Chi-ching fun, a variant of ching fun where the noodle is tightly rolled, plain and without filling. Chi-ko-pek, alternative form of chico-pek. Chi-ko-peks, plural of chi-ko-pek. Chi-kofta, alternative form of sig-koft. Chi-kofta, alternative form of sig-koft. TT, alternative spelling of chi-chi. TTs, plural of chi-chi. Ch. Marijuana. Chibai. Vagina, cunt. Chibai. Alternative form of chibai cunt. It. Christchurch, New Zealand. Kit. Alternative form of chicha fermented beverage. Chichaco. Alternative form of chichaco. Chichacos. Plural of chichaco. Chichacos. Plural of chichaco. Chichaker. Alternative form of chichaco. Chichakers. Plural of chichaker. Chichaco. Someone new to Alaska or the Yukon, originally a gold rush newcomer. Chichacos. Plural of chichaco. Chichacos. Plural of chichaco. Chichas. Plural of chicha. Ki. A pre-Norman surname. Cheek bone. Alternative spelling of cheekbone. Cheek bones. Plural of cheekbone. Cheek by jowl. In very close physical proximity, crowded together. Cheek gar. Synonym of cheek plate. Cheek guards. Plural of cheek guard. Sheeken out. To brazen out or get through a situation. Cheek it through. To endure with an air of unearned confidence. Cheek plate. A piece of a helmet which protects the cheek. Cheek plates. Plural of cheek plate. Cheek pouch. A pouch in the cheek of some animals, usually used to carry food. Cheek pouches. Plural of cheek pouch. Cheek teeth. Plural of cheek tooth. Cheek to cheek. Close together. Especially when dancing. Cheek to jowl. Alternative form of cheek by jowl. Cheek tooth. A hinder or molar tooth. Cheek up. To act disrespectfully toward someone. Cheek up to. To act disrespectfully toward someone. Cheekbone. Alternative spelling of cheekbone. Cheekbones. Plural of cheekbone. Cheek by jowl. Alternative form of cheek by jowl. Cheek to jowl. Alternative form of cheek by jowl. Cheekbone. The small prominent bone of the cheek. Cheekvent. Having a specific type of cheekbone. Cheekbones. Plural of cheekbone. Cheekthony. Having prominent cheekbones. Geek. Obsolete spelling of cheek. Gate. Having some specific type of cheek. Cheek it out. Simple past and past participle of cheek it out. Cheeked it through. Simple past and past participle of cheek it through. Cheeked up. Having large buttocks. Cheeked up to. Simple past and past participle of cheek up to. Gigi. Alternative form of chicky. Gigis. Plural of cheeky. Caker. A rubber ring that holds the bit high in the horse's mouth. Cakers. Plural of cheeker. Cheeks, plural of cheek. Cheekful, a partial mouthful, enough to fill one's cheek. Shakefuls, plural of cheekful. Cheek guard, alternative form of cheek guard. Cheek guards, plural of cheek guard. Cheeky, the cheek skin on side of the face. Ade, comparative form of cheeky, more cheeky. Cheekies, plural of cheeky. Ayet, superlative form of cheeky, most cheeky. Shakily, in a cheeky or impudent manner. Shakiness, the state of being cheeky. Shakinesses, plural of cheekiness. Cheeking, present participle and gerund of cheek. Cheeking it out, present participle and gerund of cheek it out. Cheeking it through, present participle and gerund of cheek it through. Cheeking up, present participle and gerund of cheek up. Cheeking up to, present participle and gerund of cheek up to. Cheeking, a style of women's briefs covering only part of the buttocks. Cheekines, plural of cheekini. Cheeky, synonym of cheeky, impudent, impertinent. Cheekfus, without cheeks. Chico, alternative form of chico, the fruit of the sapodilla. Chicope, alternative form of chicopec. Chicopes, plural of chicope. Chicopec, a dirty old man, a pervert. Chicopex, plural of chicopec. Chicopec, alternative form of chicopec. Chicopex, plural of chicopec. Chicope, alternative form of chicopec. Chicopes, plural of chicope. Chicopec, alternative form of chicopec. Chicopex, plural of chicopec. Chicos, plural of chico. Cheekpiece, a piece of armor or the bridle of a horse that protects the cheek. Cheekpieces, plural of cheekpiece. Cheek plate, alternative form of cheek plate. Cheek plates, plural of cheek plate. Cheek pouch, alternative form of cheek pouch. Cheek pouches, plural of cheek pouch. Cheeks, plural of cheek. Cheeks it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheek it out. Cheeks it through. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheek it through. Cheeks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheek up. Cheeks up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheek up to. Cheeksful, plural of cheekful. Cheekty, plural of cheektooth. Cheektooth, alternative form of cheektooth. Cheeky, impudent, impertinent, impertinently bold, often in a way that is regarded as endearing or amusing. Cheeky, chatty, a cheeky, likable man or boy. Cheeky chap is plural of cheeky chappy. Cheeky chaps, an impudent person. Cheeky monkey, an impudent person, usually a child. Cheeky monkeys, plural of cheeky monkey. Cheeky vento, an alcoholic cocktail made with ruby port and blue WKD vodka. Cheeky vintos, plural of cheeky vinto. Cheeky yam, synonym of air potato. Cheeky yams, plural of cheeky yam. T, a girl. Sh, a kind of North Indian pancake. Sheila, an earthen bowl in which tobacco is kept and smoked through its hollow neck. Shelems, plural of chilem. Sheas, plural of chila. Kayli, a surname from German. Alias, plural of chili. Shiv, deep, profound, complex. Shiva, a surname from Punjabi. Shamus, plural of Chima. Shemanology, alternative form of Chimanology. Shemology, alternative form of Chimanology. Kina, a mainland Chinese person. Chinar, alternative form of Chinar. Chinars, plural of Chinar. Chenas, plural of China. Ki, of a small bird to make short, high-pitched sounds. Kate, simple past and past participle of cheap. Keeper, an immature bird. Keepers, plural of cheaper. Ave, comparative form of cheapy, more cheapy. Apiest, superlative form of cheapy, most cheapy. Cheape, present participle and gerund of cheap. Sheepings, plural of cheaping. Heaps, plural of cheap. Yeepy, resembling or characteristic of a cheaping sound. Tear, a cheerful attitude, happiness, a good, happy, or positive mood. Cheer ah, to cheer and support a team or individual, to barrack, to root for. Sheer pheasant, a species of pheasant Catrias wallacei of the western Himalayas. Sheer pheasants, plural of cheer pheasant. Cheer ship, to salute a passing ship with cheers from sailors stationed in the rigging. Cheer squad, a team of cheerleaders. Cheer squads, plural of cheer squad. Cheer to the echo, synonym of applaud to the echo. Cheer up, to become happier or less downcast. Cheer, simple past and past participle of cheer. Cheer off, a cheerleading competition. Cheer offs, plural of cheer off. Cheerable, able to be cheered up. Cheer. Obsolete spelling of cheer. Cheer. Simple past and past participle of cheer. Cheered on. Simple past and past participle of cheer on. Cheered up. Simple past and past participle of cheer up. Cheerful. Obsolete spelling of cheerful. Cheerer. A person who, or a thing that cheers. Cheerer-upper. Someone or something that cheers people up. Cheer-uppers. Plural of cheerer-upper. Cheerers. Plural of cheerer. Cheers. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Iris. Second person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Kira. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Cheerful. Noticeably happy and optimistic. Cheerfiller. Comparative form of cheerful, more cheerful. Cheerfulness. Superlative form of cheerful, most cheerful. Cheerful eyes. To make cheerful. Cheerful eyes. Simple past and past participle of cheerful eyes. Cheerfulizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheerfulize. Cheerfulizing. Present participle and gerund of cheerfulize. Cheerful. Archaic form of cheerful. Cheerfuler. Comparative form of cheerful, more cheerful. Cheerfulest. Superlative form of cheerful, most cheerful. Cheerfully. Comparative form of cheerfully, more cheerfully. Cheerfully. In a cheerful manner. Cheerfulness. The state of being cheerful, joy. Cheerfulnesses. Plural of cheerfulness. Cheerfulsome. Cheerful. Cheery by. Alternative form of cheery by. Comparative form of cheery, more cheery. Is. Superlative form of cheery, most cheery. Cheerily. In a cheerful manner with a cheery demeanor. Cheer. Pronunciation. Spelling of cheering. Cheeriness. The state of being cheery. Cheerinesses. Plural of cheeriness. Cheering. Present participle and gerund of cheer. Cheering on. Present participle and gerund of cheer on. Cheering up. Present participle and gerund of cheer up. Cheeringly. In a way that cheers, hearteningly, encouragingly. Cheerings. Plural of cheering. Tia. An individual piece of a Cheerios breakfast cereal. Cheer effect. Alternative spelling of Cheerios effect. Tia. Alternative form of Cheerio. Cheerios. A toroidal toasted oat cereal made by General Mills. Cheer's effect. The tendency for objects floating on a liquid surface to clump together. Cheer. Cheerful. Cheerishness. Cheerfulness. Cheer. Cheerly. To participate in cheerleading. Cheerlead. Simple past and past participle participle of cheerlead. Cheerleader. A person, usually a young, attractive female, who encourages applause and cheers at a sports event and wearing a specially designed uniform in the official colors of the team he/she cheers for. Cheerleader effect. A form of cognitive bias that causes individuals to appear more attractive to an observer when they are in a group. Cheerleaderish. Resembling or characteristic of a cheerleader. Cheerleader-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cheerleader. Cheerleaders. Plural of cheerleader. Cheerleadership. The role or actions of a cheerleader, enthusiastic encouragement. Cheerleading. A physical activity in which cheerleaders organize elements of dance, gymnastics, and tumbling for judgment or to cheer on a team. Cheerleads. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheerlead. Theo. Simple past and past participle of cheerlead. Kieras. Devoid of cheer, gloomy. Cheerlessly. In a cheerless manner. Cheerlessness. The state or characteristic of being cheerless. Hell. Comparative form of cheerly, more cheerly. Teoi. Cheerful, gay, not gloomy. Cheermaster. One who leads a group, such as scouts or sports fans, in cheering. Cheermasters. Plural of cheermaster. Cheer. A friendly greeting. Here. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheer. Cheers, my dears. Alternative form of cheers toast to drinking. Cheers on. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheer on. Cheer up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheer up. Cheers. Big ears. Synonym of cheers, thank you, or a drinking toast. Ears. Simple past and past participle of cheers. Jersas. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheers. Cheers. Present participle and gerund of cheers. Cheer song. Characterized or marked by cheer. Cheer. In a good mood, happy, cheerful. Cheery. Bye. Goodbye. Cheer. Plural of chi. Cheese and chaws. This sounds made in Italianate pronunciation. Of Latin. Chasable. Of a level, obstacle, opponent, etc. able to be defeated or overcome by cheesing. Cheer. A surname. Cheese and bread. Food that is simple or plain, a type of food that is necessary for subsistence. Cheese and rice. Euphemism or minced oath for Jesus Christ. Chase antenna. A type of microwave frequency parabolic antenna used in certain types of radar. Chase antennae. Plural of cheese antenna. Chase antennas. Plural of cheese antenna. Cheese ball. Alternative spelling of cheese ball. Cheese balls. Plural of cheese ball. Alternative form of cheese balls. Cheese box. Alternative form of cheese box container for cheese. Cheese boxes. Plural of cheese box. Cheese bus. A yellow school bus, especially the smaller sized versions that are used to transport students with special needs. Cheese buses. Plural of cheese bus. Cheese buses. Plural of cheese bus. Cheesebotten. A side dish of German origin made with cottage cheese, flour, and eggs, topped with sauteed onions. Cheese buttons. Plural of cheese button. Cheese canai. A Kenai Island hot dog served with Cincinnati chili and cheddar cheese. Cheese canais. Plural of cheese canai. Cheese crisp. A snack made by putting cheese on a tortilla and baking. Cheese crisps. Plural of cheese crisp. Cheese crystal. A whitish, slightly crunchy or gritty crystalline spot that can form on cheese and most often consists of calcium lactate. Cheese crystals. Plural of cheese crystal. Cheese curl. A puffed corn snack coated with a mixture of cheese or cheese-flavored powders. Cheese curls. Plural of cheese curl. Cheese cotter. A kind of cap with a large square peak. Cheese cotters. Plural of cheese cutter. Cheese dar. A hot dog with processed cheese spread on it. Cheese dogs. Plural of cheese dog. Cheese doodle. A puffed corn snack coated with a mixture of cheese or cheese-flavored powders. Cheese doodles. Plural of cheese doodle. Cheese down. To coil the tail of a rope on deck so as to present a neat appearance. Cheese dream. An open-faced grilled cheese sandwich. Cheese dreams. Plural of cheese dream. Cheese eater. A rat, an informer who betrays colleagues. Cheese eaters. Plural of cheese eater. Cheese eating. The act of ratting on or informing. Cheese flies. Plural of cheese fly. Cheese fly. Piaphilicaceae, a small fly whose larvae infest cheese and other foods. Cheese food. Processed cheese. Cheese fries. French fries covered or cooked in cheese, especially when grated or melted, or cheese sauce, and sometimes loaded with other ingredients. Cheese grater. A kitchen implement used for grating food products such as cheese and carrots. Cheese graters. Plural of cheese grater. Cheese in a can. Synonym of canned cheese. Gia. An imperative used as a warning to stop, hide, or flee. Cheese kettle. A large metal container used to make cheese. Cheese kettles. Plural of cheese kettle. Cheese knife. A type of knife used for cutting cheese, typically with a wide, curved blade with two prongs. Cheese knives. Plural of cheese knife. Cheese mite. Any of several species of mite that thrive on the surface of cheese and feed on it. They are used on purpose in production of some types of cheese to give the cheese a distinct flavor. Cheese mites. Plural of cheese mite. Cheese monkey. A French person Cheese monkeys, plural of cheese monkey. Cheese off, to annoy. Cheese on toast, a snack made by placing cheese on a slice of bread or toast and melting the cheese under a grill. Cheese it out, to make something cheesy overdramatic, trite, to make something less cool, especially by making it more mainstream. Cheese paper, a waxed paper used to wrap cheese to keep it fresh. Cheese pizza, child pornography. Cheese pizzas, plural of cheese pizza. Cheese puff, a puffed corn snack coated with cheese-flavored powder. Cheese puffs, plural of cheese puff. Cheese pull, the stretchy chain of melted cheese that appears when it is pulled apart. Cheese pulls, plural of cheese pull. Cheese rennet. Bedstraw gallium verum. Cheese roll, a snack food common in Otago, Southland, New Zealand, similar to Welsh rarebit, created by covering a slice of bread in a prepared filling consisting mainly of grated or sliced cheese and then rolling it into a tube shape before toasting. Cheese rolling, an ancient British sport in which competitors race downhill after a rolling round of cheese. Cheese rolls, plural of cheese roll. Cheese sauce, a sauce based on melted cheese. Cheese sauces, plural of cheese sauce. Cheese scoop, a pointed, spoon-like implement used to take small, rounded portions of cheese. Cheese scoops, plural of cheese scoop. Cheese single, a prepackaged, individual slice of processed cheese. Cheese singles, plural of cheese single. Cheese skipper, the larva of the cheese fly. Cheese skippers, plural of cheese skipper. Cheese slaw, a salad made of grated cheese, grated carrot, and a mayonnaise dressing. Cheese slicer, a kitchen instrument used for slicing cheese. Cheese slicers, plural of cheese slicer. Cheese spread, any spreadable food product made from cheese. Cheese spreads. Plural of cheese spread. Cheese stick, a short, cylindrical, usually individually wrapped serving of string cheese or, less commonly, other non-string cheeses. Cheese sticks, plural of cheese stick. Cheese straw, a long, thin cheese-flavored pastry. Cheese straws, plural of cheese straw. Cheese syndrome, a hypertensive crisis caused by the ingestion of foods high in tyramine such as some cheeses, while the monoamine metabolism is compromised by the use of monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Cheese tax, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see cheese tax. Cheese taxes, plural of cheese tax. Cheese tea, an Asian drink of tea topped with frothy cream cheese. Cheese teas, plural of cheese tea. Cheese toasty, synonym of grilled cheese. Cheese toasties, plural of cheese toasty. Cheese trier, a tool that is designed to test the quality of cheese without cutting it open. Cheese triers, plural of cheese trier. Sheath up, to add cheese to, make cheesy or cheesier. Cheese week, synonym of Maslenitsa Slavic festival. Cheese wiener, a hot dog, Frankfurter, or wiener topped with cheese. Cheese wieners, plural of cheese wiener. Cheese wire, a wire which is sufficiently strong, yet fine enough to cut through cheese easily, normally with either a wooden handle at each end or fixed to a board at one end with a wooden handle at the other. Cheese wires, plural of cheese wire. Cheese with that wine, offered to somebody who is perceived to be complaining too much. Cheese with your wine, alternative form of cheese with that wine. Cheese box, alternative form of cheese box. Cheese boxes, plural of cheese box. Cheese eater, alternative form of cheese eater. Cheese eaters, plural of cheese eater. Cheese eating, alternative form of cheese eating. Cheese eating surrender monkey, a French person. Cheese eating surrender monkeys, plural of cheese eating surrender monkey. Cheesehead, alternative form of cheesehead. Cheeseheads, plural of cheesehead. Cheesable. Alternative spelling of cheesable. Cheese ball, a spherical mass of cheese or cream cheese, often including nuts or other additions and served as en hors d'oeuvre or finger food, usually with bread or crackers. Cheese balls, plural of cheese ball. Cheese boards, plural of cheese board. Cheeseborough, a surname. Cheeseboroughs, plural of cheeseborough. Cheeseborough, a surname. Cheeseboroughs, plural of cheeseborough. Cheesebox, a box for holding cheese. Cheese boxes, plural of cheese box. Cheeseba, a surname. Cheesebruffs, plural of cheesebra. Cheeseburger, a hamburger containing cheese, usually one or more slices of processed cheese. Cheeseburgers, plural of cheeseburger. Cheeseburgery, resembling or characteristic of a cheeseburger. Cheesecake, a pie made of sweetened and flavored cottage cheese or cream cheese, eggs, and milk on a crunchy base. Cheesecakes, plural of cheesecake. Cheesecakey, resembling or characteristic of cheesecake pie. Cheesecakey, alternative form of cheesecakey. Cheeseploix, a loosely woven cotton gauze, originally used to wrap cheese, but now used for various culinary tasks and by farmers to shade crops and keep birds off. Cheesecloth, covered in cheesecloth. Cheesecloths, plural of cheesecloth. Cheese spinner, alternative form of cheese cutter. Cheese betters, plural of cheese scooter. Gaze, upset, annoyed, angry. Cheesed down, simple past and past participle of cheese down. Cheesed off, annoyed, upset, angry. Cheesed out, simple past and past participle of cheese out. Cheesed up, simple past and past participle of cheese up. Kjkjcjcfvbcyc, a rude, annoying, or obnoxious person, usually a man. Kjkjcjcjcfvbcyc, plural of cheesedick. Cheese there. In the Christian Orthodox churches, the day before the Lenten fast, traditionally the last day on which cheese and other animal products may be eaten until Pascha Easter. Cheese this. A work or event that is very cheesy. Cheese this. Plural of cheese this. Cheese grater. Alternative spelling of cheese grater. Cheese graters. Plural of cheese grater. Cheese hamburger. Synonym of cheeseburger. Cheese hamburgers. Plural of cheese hamburger. Cheesed. A German, Dutch, or Scandinavian person. Cheeseds. Plural of cheesehead. Cheeslot. The dried stomach of a calf, used for curdling milk for cheese. Cheeselips. Plural of cheeselip. Cheelos. Without cheese. Cheelessness. Absence of cheese. Cheelit. A small, usually roundish lump of cheese, a baby cheese, specifically a particular type made with sheep's milk in Malta. Cheelits. Plural of cheeselit. Cheelicious. Delicious in a way that involves cheese. Keel-like. Resembling cheese. Cheeselip. Alternative form of cheeselip. Cheeselips. Plural of cheeselip. Cheeslaw. A woodlass. Cheeselogs. Plural of cheeslaw. Cheesebaker. A person skilled in the art of making cheese. Cheesemakers. Plural of cheesemaker. Cheesemaking. The production of cheese. Shaleman. An English surname originating as an occupation for someone who made cheese. Cheesemeister. A purveyor of cheesy melodramatic or cliché material. Cheesemeisters. Plural of cheesemeister. Cheeseman. Plural of cheeseman. Cheesite. Alternative form of cheesemite. Cheesemites. Plural of cheesemite. Cheesemonger. Someone who sells cheese. Cheesemongeress. A female cheesemonger. Cheesemongeresses. Plural of cheesemongeress. Cheesemongeries. Plural of cheesemongery. Cheesemongering. The trade of a cheesemonger, selling cheese. Cheesemongers. The Lifeguards British Army Regiment. Cheesemongery. Cheese and anch or butter sold by a cheesemonger. Cheesemongeress. Alternative form of cheesemongeress. Cheesemingresses, plural of cheesemingress. Chien, plural of cheese. Cheesebear. To pinch pennies, to be stingy or miserly. Cheesebeard. Simple past and past participle of cheesebear. Cheesebearer. Someone who cheesebears, a miser. Cheesebearers, plural of cheesebearer. Cheesebears, third person singular simple present indicative of cheesebear. Cheesebearing, present participle and gerund of cheesebear. Cheesebearings, plural of cheesebearing. Cheese press, alternative form of cheese press. Cheese presses, plural of cheese press. Jailer, someone who makes or sells cheese. Cheeseries, plural of cheesery. Jailers, plural of cheeser. Jailer, a bakery, cooking house, plant, or other factory that specializes in making cheese. Cheese, plural of cheese. Cheese is down. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheese down. Cheese is off. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheese off. Cheese is out. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheese out. Cheese is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of cheese up. Cheese steak, a Philadelphia snack food consisting of chopped steak and melted cheese in a bread roll. Cheese steaks, plural of cheese steak. Cheese tasty, incredibly cheesy, over dramatic or cliched. Cheesat, a vat in which cheese is made. Cheesats, plural of cheesevat. Shareware, exceptionally low quality software. Sharewi, Malva parviflora, an annual or perennial herb native to northern Africa, Europe, and Asia. Cheeseweeds, plural of cheeseweed. Cheewish, a cheese sandwich. Cheesewitches, plural of cheesewitch. Cheesewire, alternative form of cheese wire. Cheesewires, plural of cheese wire. Cheesewoman, a woman who makes cheese. Cheesewoman, plural of cheesewoman. Cheesewood, any plant of various species. Cheesewoods, plural of cheesewood. Cheesewise, a surname. Cheerites, plural of cheese rice. Tea, alternative spelling of cheesy. Ede, comparative form of cheesy. More cheesy. Ede, superlative form of cheesy, most cheesy. Easily, in a cheesy manner. Cheesiness, the quality, condition, or state of being cheesy. Cheesy, present participle and gerund of cheese. Cheesing down. Present participle and gerund of cheese down. Cheesing off. Present participle and gerund of cheese off. Cheesing out. Present participle and gerund of cheese out. Cheesing up. Present participle and gerund of cheese up. Either. Pronunciation, spelling of cheese it. Shisaw. Alternative form of cheese slaw. Cheeseman. An English occupational surname, a variant of cheeseman. Cheesemans. Plural of cheesemen. Cheesology. The study of cheese. Cheesy. Of or relating to cheese. Cheesy chips. Alternative form of cheese fries. Cheesy puff. A puffed corn snack coated with a mixture of cheese or cheese-flavored powders. Plural of cheesy puff. Cheese. Delicious. Delicious in a way that involves cheese. Cheesemite scroll. A snack consisting of a spiral of baked bread with Vegemite and cheese. Cheese scroll. Cheetah. Archaic form of cheetah. Cheetah. A distinctive member Synonyx of the cat family, slightly smaller than the leopard, but with proportionately longer limbs and a smaller head, native to Africa and Southeast Asia where it is nearly extinct, and also credited with being the fastest terrestrial animal. Cheetah-like, resembling a cheetah. Genus, plural of cheetah. Cheetah. Alternative form of chittle. Cheetles, plural of cheetle. Genus, plural of cheetah. Cheeto. A surname. Cheetham Hill, a suburb of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England, north of the city centre of West Grid Ref SD 8400. Cheems, plural of Cheetham. Cheetah, singular of Cheetos. Cheetah. A domestic cat of a breed with distinctive spots and rosette patterning. Cheetos, plural of Cheeto. Cheetolini. Donald Trump. Cheetos. A snack made from pieces of crunchy, cheese-flavored extruded cornmeal, originally from the U.S., now distributed globally. Cheeto. Alternative form of chittle. Cheetles, plural of cheetle. Q. Alternative form of chivo. Chewer, a surname. Chavers, a surname. Shiv, an achievement award for meeting an objective. Chavos, plural of chivo. Chewink, alternative form of chewink. Cheewinks, plural of chewink. K. Composition. Cheeseburger. I dialect spelling of cheeseburger. Cheeseburgers, plural of cheeseburger. K. A vegan substitute for cheese. K is alternative form of cheese. Cheese, plural of cheese. D. A cheese puff. K is plural of cheesy. Jeff, the presiding cook in the kitchen of a large household. Chef d'oeuvre, alternative form of chef d'oeuvre. A masterpiece. Chef d'oeuvre, a piece of work that has been given much critical praise, especially one considered the greatest work of a person's career. Chef de cuisine, the main or executive chef in a restaurant. Chef de mission, head of a sports delegation, especially to an international games. Chef de partie, a chef in charge of a particular area of production in the kitchen, such as fish or roast meats. Chef de rang, to an international games. Chef de partie, a chef in charge of a particular area of production in the kitchen, such as fish or roast meats. Chef de rang, a waiter responsible for a certain section within a restaurant. Chef mic, alternative form of chef mic. Chef mic, a microwave oven. Chef salad, a salad of hard-boiled eggs, meat, tomatoes, cucumbers, cheese often shredded or crumbled, and sometimes anchovies, all placed on a bed of tossed lettuce or other leaf vegetables. Chef salads, plural of chef salad. Chef watcher, a person who watches TV programs featuring celebrity chefs. Chef watchers, plural of chef watcher. Chef's kiss, a gesture in which the fingers and thumb of one hand are pinched together, kissed, and then blown away, signifying that something is delicious or exquisite. Chef's kisses, plural of chef's kiss. Chef's knife, a type of general-purpose kitchen knife used for food preparation, typically measuring 8 inches by 1.5 inches. Chef's knives, plural of chef's knife. Chef's pan, synonym of saucier bowl-shaped pan. Chef's salad, alternative form of chef's salad. Chef's table, a table located in the kitchen of a restaurant, reserved for special guests and allowing them to see the chef at work and sometimes to be served a tasting menu. Chef d'oeuvre, alternative form of chef d'oeuvre. Chef, a surname. Chef Chayayuan, a city in the region of Tangier Al Hoceima, Morocco. Chefdom, collectively, all chefs. It, simple past and past participle of chef. Cheffery, alternative form of cheffery, culinary skill. Chefess, a female chef. Chefesses, plural of chefess. Gat, simple past and past participle of chef. Chevor, knife. Chavers, plural of chaffer. Chavery, the work or art of a chef, culinary skill. Tathi, comparative form of chefi, more chefy. Adiest, superlative form of chefy, most chefy. Chefe, present participle and gerund of chef. Cheffonier, a tall, elegant chest of drawers, often with a mirror attached. Chiffoniers, plural of chiffonier. Yet, a food, elaborate and complex, like that prepared by an expert chef. Kid, present participle and gerund of chef. Chefless, without a chef. Chef-like, resembling or befitting a chef, culinary. Chefling, a young, little, or subordinate chef. Cheflings, plural of chefling. Cheffly, pertaining to, similar to, or about chefs or cooks. Chefmanship, the culinary skill of a chef. Chefu, dated form of Jifu, dated synonym of Yantai. Chef Warnak, a city in Alaska, United States. Chefs, plural of chef. Chefs d'oeuvre, plural of chef d'oeuvre. Chefs d'oeuvre, plural of chef d'oeuvre. Chefs de cuisine, plural of chef de cuisine. Chefs de mission, plural of chef de mission. Chefs de partie, plural of chef de partie. Chefs de rang, plural of chef de rang. Chef's knives, plural of chef's knife. Chef's d'oeuvre, plural of chef d'oeuvre. Chefender, a short order chef who also acts as a bartender. Chefenders, plural of chefender. Chefware, high-end cooking supplies such as knives, pans, and utensils. Chef watcher, alternative form of chef watcher. Chef watchers, plural of chef watcher. Chefwear, clothing to be worn by chefs. Control Russia's nuclear forces. Shaggers, Keith Chagwin, 1957-2017, English actor and TV presenter. Shed, a conker horse chestnut used in a game. Shadas, plural of chagi. Shigo, dated form of chigo. Chigos, plural of chigo. Shagger, dated form of chigo. Shaggers, plural of chagger. Shagwin, a surname from Cornish. Shagwins, plural of chegwin. Shahalem berries, plural of chahalem berry. Chahalem berry, a Himalayan blackberry and Sancham berry hybrid berry plant and its fruit. Chahalem blackberries, plural of chahalem blackberry. Chahalem blackberry, a chahalem berry. Cha'alis, a Native American people of western Washington state. Cheddar, alternative spelling of cheddar. Cheddars, plural of cheddar. Taith, obsolete spelling of chief. Shake, alternative form of shake. Shakes, plural of shake. Shalanthipholine, an isoquinoline alkaloid 6,6-A11,14 tetrahydro 8-methoxy 12H-benzo-O13-benzodioxylo-4,5-G quinolism 9-all present in Corydales. Shalanthoid, any fern of the subfamily Chalanthoidae. Chalanthoids, plural of chalanthoid. Chalectomies, plural of chalectomy. Chalectomy, a surgical procedure that removes bone spurs from the base of the big toe. Chalion, the corner of the mouth as used in cephalometry. Chalions, plural of chalion. Chalitides, plural of chalitis. Chalitis, inflammation of the lips. Shala, Chalosrad. Any emanate in a family Chalosradidae. Chalosradids. Plural of Chalosrada. Chalocystidia. Plural of Chalocystidium. Chalocystidial. Relating to the Chalocystidium. Chalocystidium. A relatively large cell found on the gill edge of a basidiomycete. Chalodactylid. Any fish in the family Chalodactylidae, the morwongs. Chalodactylids, plural of Chalodactylid. Chalodermis, synonym of Craspidodromus. Chalognatha. Palatoschises, plural of Chalognatha palatoschises. Chalognatha palatoschises, a developmental anomaly characterized by a cleft in the palate's upper jaw and lip. Chalognathouranischises, plural of Chalognathouranischises. Chalognathouranischises, a cleavage of the lip, alveolar ridge and palate. Chalophagia, excessive biting of the lips. Chaloplastic, relating to chaloplasty. Chaloplasties, plural of chaloplasty. Chaloplasty, lip surgery, especially as a form of reconstructive or cosmetic surgery. Chaloproclitic, having an erotic attraction to a person's lips. Chalorhinoplasties, plural of chalorhinoplasty. Chalorhinoplasty, surgery of the lips and nose. As chalophy, a suture of the lip, typically to repair a congenital cleft lip. Chaloschises, cleft lip. Chaloscopy, the typically forensic examination of traces left by lips. Chalosis, inflammation of one or both of the corners of the mouth. Chalostom, the lip cavity of a stoma. Chalostomal, relating to chalostome. Chalostomatal, relating to bryozoans of the order Chalostomata. Chalostomatin, any member of the Chalostomatida order of bryozoans. Chalostomate, any bryozoan of the order Chalostomata. Chalostomates, plural of chalostomate. Chalostomatus, relating to the chalostomates. Chalostome, any bryozoan of the order Chalostomata. Chalostomes, plural of chalostome. Chalostomus, alternative form of chalostomatus. Chalostomes, plural of chalostom. Chalotomies, plural of chalotomy. Chalotomonon, any marine gastropod in the genus Chalotomona. Chalotomonans, plural of chalotomonon. Chalotomy, incision into the lip. Alternative spelling of Cairo. Characanthid, any shark-like early fish of the family Characanthidae. Characanthids, plural of Characantha. Chiralgia, alternative form of chiralgia. Chiralgia paresthetica, synonym of Wharton Berg's syndrome. Sharanthosai, a particular steroid glycoside. Sharadaba, the New Year festival of the May-Day traditional lunar calendar. Sharim, alternative form of charim. Sharims, plural of charim. Shara, alternative spelling of Cairo. Charadontine, any fish of the subfamily Charadontini. Charadontines. Plural of Charadontine. Charagalid, any lemur in the family Charagalidae. Charagalids, plural of Charagalid. Charagalid, alternative form of Charagalid. Charagalids, plural of Charagalid. Charakinesthesia, the sensation that one's hands are moving. Charakinesthetic, relating to charakinesthesia. Chalpidiation, any extinct conifer of the family Chalpidiaceae. Charalpidiations, plural of charalpidiation. Charalpidiaceous, or relating to the family Charalpidiaceae of extinct coniferous plants. Charology, the representation of words or letters by use of the fingers. Chiromancer, alternative form of chiromancer. Chiromancers, plural of chiromancer, alternative form of chiromancers. Chiromancy, alternative form of chiromancy. Chiromantests, a chiromancer. Chiromantests, plural of chiromantests. Chirombuli, alternative form of chirombuli. Chironomic, alternative spelling of chironomic. Chironym, an unofficial, unpublished name of an organism. Chironyms, plural of chironym. Chiropodist, archaic form of chiropodist. Chiropodists, plural of chiropodists. Chiropody, archaic form of chiropody. Chiropomphylix, Pomphylix affecting the hand. Chiropter, bat any of the Chiroptera. Chiropterus, belonging to the bat family formerly classified as Chiroptera. Chiropters, plural of Chiropter. Chiropterygia, plural of Chiropterygium. Chiropterygial, relating to the Chiropterygium. Chiropterygium, the typical pentadactyloid limb of the higher vertebrates. Characi, a particular steroid glycoside. Chirosophists, alternative form of chirosophist. Chirosophists, plural of chirosophists. Chirosophy, alternative form of chirosophy. Cheirospasm, any spasm of the muscles of the hand. Cheirospasms, plural of cheirospasm. Cheirospore, a multicellular conidium that somewhat resembles a hand. Cheirospores, plural of cheirospore. Cheirothurian, alternative form of chirothurian. Cheirotoxin, a particular steroid glycoside. Cherotoxol, a particular steroid glycoside. Cherurid, any trilobite in the family Cheridae. Cherurids, plural of cherurid. Shedu, dated spelling of Jeju. Chek, a Hong Kong foot. Chekchu, synonym of Stanley, a coastal town and area in Southern District. Hong Kong. Chekchu, synonym of Stanley, a coastal town and area in Southern District, Hong Kong. Chekham, dated form of chicken. Cheka, the first of a succession of Soviet state security organizations created in 1917. Chechen, alternative form of chicken Indian cotton embroidery. Chechens, plural of Chechen. Chekas, plural of Cheka. Chechenian, a surname from Armenian. Chechenians, plural of Chechenian. Chekhov, a surname from Russian. Chekhov's gun, a dramatic principle that states that every element in a story must be necessary and irrelevant elements should be removed. Chekhova, female equivalent of Chekhov. Chekhovian, of or pertaining to Anton Chekhov. 1860–1904 or his writings. Kjkjkjcfvbcyc, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing bismuth, iron, lead, oxygen, and tellurium. Shakhovo, a number of places in Russia. Jek, a unit of weight equal to 200 kg 441 pounds. Sheker, alternative form of Zhejiang. Shakyamjis, alternative form of Zhejiangjis of, from, or pertaining to the province or people of Zhejiang, Chekiang, China. Chekis, plural of Cheki. Chekis, an agent of the Cheka. Chekist, plural of Chekis. Chekha, a Turkish fabric of silk and cotton with gold thread interwoven. Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovakia. Czechs, plural of Czech. Chel, a supporter of the English football club Chelsea FC. Chel, a pincer-like claw of a crustacean or arachnid. Chele, plural of chela. Chela, obsolete form of chela disciple. Chelas, plural of chela. Chelom, alternative form of chillum pie. Chelums, plural of chelum. Chelum, a city in Chelan County, Washington, United States. Chelan County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Wenatchee. Chelandian, a Byzantine bireme used primarily for cargo transport. Chelandians, plural of Chelandian. Chelas, plural of Chela. Chelaship, the role or status of Chela pupil or disciple. Chelatable, suitable for chelation. Chelatase, any enzyme that catalyzes chelation, especially that of a specified metal ion. Chalitaceae, plural of chalitace. Chalate, having chaly, or in the form of a cella from 19th C. Chalate complex, a complex where a metal ion is bound to two or more atoms of the chelate. Chelate complexes, plural of chelate complex. Chelate compound, a cyclic compound in which a metal atom is bonded to at least two other atoms. Chelate compound, plural of chelate compound. Chelate, bound with one or more chelates. Chelator, alternative form of chelator. Chelators, plural of chelator. Chelates, plural of chelate. Chelating, having the ability to undergo chelation. Chelating agent, any compound that reacts with a metal ion to produce a chelate. Chelating agents, plural of chelating agent. Chelation, the formation of a polydentate chelate compound from a metal salt. Chelations, plural of chelation. Chelative, relating to or producing chelation. Chelatometric, describing any titration in which the titrant forms a chelate compound with the material being analyzed. Chelator, a chelating agent. Chelators, plural of chelator. Shelter, children. Plural of chela. Chelum, synonym of slam. Chelums, plural of chelum. Chelenk, a military decoration of the Ottoman Empire, a jeweled aigrette consisting of a central flower with leaves and buds and upward-facing rays. Chalex, plural of chelenk. Chaloriferine, a benzophenanthridine alkaloid extracted from the greater celandine Chelidonium majus. Chaloriferi, misspelling of chalorifrine. Chalifrine, misspelling of chalorifrine. Chelotropic, describing a paracyclic addition reaction across the terminal atoms of a fully conjugated system in which two new single bonds are formed with a single atom of the reactant. Chelat, a surname. Chelets, plural of chelet. Shella, certain animal fats that the Torah prohibits Jews and Israelites from eating. Shalex, a resin used in ion exchange chromatography. Shalex, purified using Chelex. Chalf, a surname. Sheltham, a hamlet in Bratton Fleming Parish, North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 6135. Shelfie, a selfie self-taken photograph taken in a changing room, especially of a person trying on clothes. Chalfies, plural of Chelfie. Chelfer, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8174. Shelves, plural of shelf. Chali, plaw, shalla. Chelicera, either of the prehensile claws found on the proboscis of chelicerates, horseshoe crabs, sea spiders, and arachnids. Chelicerae, Plural of Chelicera. Chelicera, relating to the Chelicera. Chelicerate, of or relating to the Chelicerata subphylum of arachnids, horseshoe crabs, etc. Chelicerates, plural of chelicerate. Chelid, any turtle in the family Chelidae. Chelidamic, of or pertaining to chelidamic acid or its derivatives. Chelidamic acid, the compound for hydroxypyridine 2,6-decarboxylic acid that shows antiviral activity. Chelidin, synonym of elbow pit. Chelidonic acid, a heterocyclic organic acid with a purine skeleton. Chelidonine, a benzophenanthidine alkaloid found in the Iceland poppy. Chelidonius, a stone supposed to be taken from the stomach of a swallow with purported magical or medicinal properties. Chelidins, plural of chelidin. Chelidostatin, a phytocystatin that is a cystine protease inhibitor. Chelids, plural of chelid. Chelifer, pseudoscorpion. Cheliferoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Cheliferous, having cheliform claws. Chelivers, plural of chelifer. Cheliferal, relating to a chelifor. Chelifor, the first appendage of a pair on the head of a sea spider. Cheliforms, plural of chelifor. Cheliform, having the form of a chela. Chelite, a leg bearing a chela or pincer-like claw. Chelites, plural of chelite. Chelipi, misspelling of chelite. Chelerubine, a positive organic ion with chemical formula CH having 6 interlinked carbon rings including 3 aromatic benzene rings, commonly formed in combination with a negative halide ion such as chelerubine chloride. Chelisacid, any ewig in the family Chelisacidae. Chelisacids, plural of chelisacid. Chelinus, misspelling of cheilitis. Chalcori, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing boron, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Tau, a surname. Chalaston, a suburban village in city of Derby District, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 3730. Chellan, synonym of Abbevillean. Chellington, a village in Carlton and Chellington Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref SB 9555. Chaliz, a female given name. Cello, misspelling of cello. Chelm, a city in Poland, known for the Jewish stories about its mythical stupid residents. Chelmarsh, a village and civil parish south of Bridgenorth, Shropshire, England. OS grid ref so 7287. Chelwer, a river in Essex, England, which flows through Chelmsford to the River Blackwater. Chelmanar, alternative spelling of Chilmanar, the ruins of Persepolis. Chelmondistan, a village and civil parish in Baberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2037. Chelmsford, a city in and the county town of Essex, England, granted city status in 2012. Chelmsfordian, a native or inhabitant of Chelmsford, United Kingdom. Chelmsley Wood, a suburban area and civil parish with a town council in the Metropolitan Borough of Solihull, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1886. Chelidid, Enyet of the family Chelididae of extinct mollusks. Chelidid, plural of Chelidid. Chalai, dated form of Kelai. Chalail, dated form of Kelidal. Chalides, plural of Chelai. Chelinophobia, the fear of turtles including tortoises. Chelone, a woman who became the tortoise as punishment for disobeying a summons from the gods. Chalones, plural of Chalone. Chelonian, of relating to or belonging to the order Chelonia testudines, which includes the turtles and tortoises. Chelonians, plural of Chelonian. Chalone, any member of the family Cheloniae of sea turtles. Chalonids, plural of Chelonid. Chelonia, any sea turtle in the family Cheloniidae. Chelone is, plural of Chelon. Chelothioi, any sea turtle of the superfamily Chelonioidea. Chelothioids, plural of Chelodioid. Chelonidic schism, a form of seafood poisoning caused by eating turtles. Chelonia. Chelonotry, sea dispersal by turtles or tortoises. Chelonology, study of chelonians or tortoises. Chelosoria lovely, the mal Hamalfa. Chelotropic, synonym of chelotropic. Chela, a type of steamed rice from Persian cuisine. Chelp, to gossip, particularly in a forthright manner. Chelped, simple past and past participle of chel. Chelping. Present participle and gerund of chel. Chelps, third person singular simple present indicative of chel. Chelf, plural of chal. Chelsea, an urban area in West London on the north bank of the River Thames in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, Greater London. Chelsea boot, a close-fitting ankle boot with elastic side panels. Chelsea boots, plural of Chelsea boot. Chelsea boy, a waxed, toned, bronzed, and buff gay ideal. Chelsea boys, plural of Chelsea boy. Chelsea bun, a spiral-shaped currant bun, spiced and coated with sugar. Chelsea buns, plural of Chelsea bun. Chelsea chop, the practice of pruning herbaceous plants around the end of May. Chelsea chops. Plural of Chelsea chop. Chelsea cut, synonym of Chelsea haircut. Chelsea cuts, plural of Chelsea cut. Chelsea grin, a Glasgow smile. Chelsea grins, plural of Chelsea grin. Chelsea haircut, a women's punk hairstyle, cut very short except for the fringe and sideburns, which remain long. Chelsea haircuts, plural of Chelsea haircut. Chelsea pensioner, any of the retired British Army officers now resident in Royal Hospital Chelsea, noted for their ceremonial scarlet coats and tricorn hats. Chelsea pensioners, plural of Chelsea pensioner. Chelsea smile, a Glasgow smile. Chelsea smiles, plural of Chelsea smile. Chelsea tractor, an SUV or 4x4 vehicle which is chiefly driven on urban or suburban roads for light duties, such as taking children to school. Chelsea tractors, plural of Chelsea tractor. Chelsea booted, wearing Chelsea boots. Chelsea on Sea, the village of Burnham Market in Norfolk. Chelsea, a female given name transferred from the place name, variant of Chelsea. Chelsfield, a suburb and separate village in the borough of Bromley on the outskirts of Greater London, England. OS Grid Refs TQ 4664 suburb, TQ 4864 village. Chelsea, a female given name. Chelsea, the English football club Chelsea FC after its takeover by Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. Charleston, a suburb of Torquay, Torbay Borough. Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9064. Chalsworth, a village and civil parish without a council in Babberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9847. Chelsea, a female given name transferred from the place name. Cheltenham, a town and borough in Gloucestershire, England, famous for its racecourse. Cheltonian, a pupil of Cheltenham College in Gloucestershire, England. Cheltonians, plural of Cheltonian. Chelry, any amphipod in the family. Chelridy. Chelrids, plural of Chelrid. Cheluvation, alluviation caused by the chelating action of acids in the environment. Chelveston, a village in Chelveston-cum Caldecott Parish, Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in East Northamptonshire District. OS Grid Ref SK 9969. Chelveston-cum Caldecott, a civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in East Northamptonshire District. Chelvey, a village in Brockley, Somerset, England. Shalwood, a small village and civil parish in Bath and North East Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 6361. Chele, a female given name. Chelyabinsk, an oblast of Russia, near the Ural Mountains. Chelyabinsk, an orthorhombic white mineral containing calcium, carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sulfur. Chalider, a fetid water snake. Chaliders, plural of chalider. Chalidrid, any turtle in the family Chalidridae. Chalidrids, plural of chalidrid. Chelid, alternative form of chelid. Chalids, plural of cheliad. Chelishevsky, a rural locality in Galishchinskoye, Novoninsky district, Volgograd Oblast, Russia. Now, clipping of chemistry branch of natural science, usually referring to the subject or the department. Chemisut, clipping of chemical suit. Chemisuits, plural of chemsuit. The alternative form of chemo. Before a vowel. Abbreviation of chemical. Chemicum, a Native American people of the northeastern portion of the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state. Chematotrophic, alternative form of chemototrophic. Chem, abbreviation of chemistry, and Kara, an instrument on board the Curiosity rover. Kamiui, an indigenous people of the Great Basin, the southernmost branch of southern Paiute. Cameroon, a chemoattractant protein that promotes calcium mobilization and chemotaxis of immature dendritic cells and macrophages. Cameroonse, a village, the administrative center of Cameroonse Starostinski Aka Perimisliini Urban Hamada Lviv Rayon Lviv Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in 1389. Chemesthesis, any sensation produced when a chemical compound activates a particular receptor. Chemesthetic, relating to chemesthesis. Chemistry, misspelling of chemistry. Chemexfoliation, exfoliation of the skin using a chemical agent. Alternative form of chemo. Pendate, relating to chemistry, iatrochemical. Hebaist, iatrochemist. Chemiatists, plural of chemiatrist. Temeri, iatrochemistry. Practicing chemistry or, earlier, alchemy pertaining to these sciences. Chemical, of or relating to chemistry. Chemical abortion, a medical, rather than surgical, abortion induced by a drug. Chemical abortions, plural of chemical abortion. Chemical affinities, plural of chemical affinity. Chemical affinity, all the various attractions between elements and compounds that lead to their reaction. Chemical agent, any noxious substance intended for use in military or police operations. Chemical agents, plural of chemical agent. Chemical beam epitaxy, a form of molecular beam epitaxy that uses a gaseous source. Chemical biology, a field of study that embraces both chemistry and biology. Chemical bomb, any explosive device that releases a noxious chemical compound such as chlorine upon detonation. Chemical bombs, plural of chemical bomb. Chemical bond, any of several attractive forces that serve to bind atoms together to form molecules. Chemical bond, plural of chemical bond. Chemical car, a railroad car designed or used to carry bulk liquid or dry chemicals in tanks or covered hoppers. Chemical cars, plural of chemical car. Chemical castration, a medical treatment using an aphrodisiacal hormonal drug to inhibit the function of a man's testes, intended to have the same effect on the sex drive as surgical castration. It is typically used on sex offenders as a punishment and/or preventative measure, or on people wishing to undergo male-to-female transsexualism. Chemical castrations, plural of chemical castration. Chemical cell, a voltaic cell consisting of two metal electrodes connected by an electrolyte. Chemical cells, plural of chemical cell. Chemical change, any process in which reactants are changed into products by the breaking or creation of chemical bonds. Chemical changes, plural of chemical change. Chemical clock, any mixture of compounds whose relative concentrations oscillate, and in which such change is marked by a visible rhythmic change in color. Chemical clocks, plural of chemical clock. Chemical composition, the identities and relative numbers of the elements that make up any particular compound. Chemical compositions. Plural of chemical composition. Chemical compound, any substance formed by the union of two or more chemical elements in a fixed ratio, the union being a chemical bond. Chemical compounds, plural of chemical compound. Chemical cosh, the sedation of a person with chemicals or medication, especially where sedation is unnecessary. Chemical koshes, plural of chemical kosh. Chemical decomposition, the fragmentation of any compound into elements or smaller compounds. Chemical decompositions, plural of chemical decomposition. Chemical defense, all the methods and procedures involved in defending against attack by chemical agents. Decomposition. Chemical defense, all the methods and procedures involved in defending against attack by chemical agents. Chemical defenses, plural of chemical defense. Chemical dependencies, plural of chemical dependency. Chemical dependency, physical and psychological dependency on an addictive drug. Chemical dermatitis, any symptom such as erythema, edema, and vesiculation caused by exposure of the skin to a chemical compound. Chemical ecology, the study of the effects of chemical compounds on the interactions of living organisms. Chemical element, any one of the types of atom distinguished by having a certain number of protons in its nucleus. Chemical elements, plural of chemical element. Chemical energies, plural of chemical energy. Chemical energy, the net potential energy liberated or absorbed during the course of a chemical reaction. Chemical engine, a large cart-mounted fire extinguisher using caustic chemical extinguishing chemicals. Chemical engineer, a person who practices chemical engineering. Chemical engineering, the branch of engineering that deals with the design, construction, and operation of industrial process plants and the physical, chemical, and biological processes to create substances or energy in a useful and economic form. Chemical engineers, plural of chemical engineer. Chemical engines, plural of chemical engine. Chemical equation, a symbolic representation of a chemical reaction. Reactants are represented on the left and products on the right. Chemical equations, plural of chemical equation. Chemical equilibria, plural of chemical equilibrium. Chemical equilibrium, the state of a reversible reaction in which the rates of the forward and reverse reactions are the same. Chemical fingerprint, the unique combination of analytical results from a number of techniques that identifies a particular compound in a sample. Chemical fingerprints, plural of chemical fingerprint. Chemical flux, the amount of substance per unit volume per unit time transformed in a reaction. Chemical fluxes, plural of chemical flux. Chemical formula, synonym of molecular formula. Chemical formulae, plural of chemical formula. Chemical formulas, plural of chemical formula. Chemical genomics, a research method using small molecule inhibitors known to target specific proteins to examine the role of those specific proteins in biological, typically biochemical processes. Chemical hazard, any hazard that results from the accidental, deliberate, or potential release of a noxious substance into the environment. Chemical hazards, plural of chemical hazard. Chemical hood, a fume hood. Chemical hoods, plural of chemical hood. Chemical horn, a horn on a floating mine which, upon contact, releases an electrolyte that makes an electrical connection and initiates the explosion. Chemical horns, plural of chemical horn. Chemical imbalance, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See chemical imbalance. Chemical imbalances, plural of chemical imbalance. Chemical indicator, any substance used to classify another, often by changing color. Chemical indicators, plural of chemical indicator. Chemical kinetics, the study of the rates of chemical reactions, especially as a means of elucidating reaction pathways or mechanisms. Chemical laser, any laser that obtains its energy from a chemical reaction. Chemical lasers, plural of chemical laser. Chemical law, any of the laws of nature that are relevant to chemistry. Chemical laws, plural of chemical law. Chemical lithosphere, the chemical boundary layer between the surface of the Earth and the aesthetosphere that contains the material differentiated or extracted from the mantle. Chemical lithospheres, plural of chemical lithosphere. Chemical messenger, any compound that serves to transmit a message. Chemical messengers, plural of chemical messenger. Chemical nomenclature, the system for naming chemical compounds. There are two systems of chemical nomenclature. Chemical Oceanography. The chemistry of the oceans. Chemical oxygen generator. A metal canister containing a superoxide, perchlorate, or similar compound that releases oxygen when ignited. Chemical oxygen generators. Plural of chemical oxygen generator. Chemical pathology. Clinical chemistry. Chemical peel. The application of a mild caustic substance to the skin in order to remove blemishes. Chemical peels. Plural of chemical peel. Chemical peritonitis. Peritonitis which results from the escape of the contents of the digestive tract into the peritoneum. Chemical physics. The science that studies chemical processes and phenomena from the point of view of physics. Chemical plant. An industrial facility used to manufacture chemical compounds.
Oh, I think I see it.
Chemical plants.
Can you see it? Wait, what? Wait, where?
Yeah, it's right there. It's right. Look at the screen.
Oh, yeah, it's at the start.
Plural of chemical plant.
Yeah.
Chemical pregnancies. Plural of
Let's beat this with a coin now.
Okay. Black bite.
chemical pregnancy.
It's definitely after
Chemical pregnancy. A very early miscarriage
I'll say it's before mother.
before reaching the stage of an embryo detectable by ultrasound. Chemical properties. Plural of chemical property. Chemical
Bill, what are you playing? I mean, like,
Can you not?
property. Any of the material's properties that becomes evident during a chemical reaction. Chemical proteomics. A scientific discipline devoted to elucidating protein function in a native biological setting using small molecule chemical tools.
I'm gonna mute those two.
like, all right, Harmony of the Earth. I've heard
Harmony of the
some of
Earth.
this.
This was my best level when I made it.
Chemical reaction. A process typically involving the breaking or making of interatomic bonds in which one or more substances are changed into others. Chemical reactions.
Hey, I like this.
Plural of chemical reaction.
It was
Chemical reactor. Any vessel designed to hold the compounds involved in a chemical reaction. A reaction vessel.
Kind of cool looking.
Chemical reactors. Plural of chemical reactor.
Do I mute?
Chemical restraint. A pharmacologic agent administered to a person to prevent them from moving, as alternative for physical restraints such as belts, straitjackets, etc. Chemical restraints. Plural of chemical restraint. Chemical rocket. A rocket that uses a chemical reaction of its propellants to generate its gaseous exhaust. Chemical rockets. Plural of chemical rocket.
That was really easy. I'm just like looking at notes.
Chemical sensitivities. Plural of chemical sensitivity. Chemical sensitivity.
Okay,
An extreme sensitivity or allergic reaction.
let's get 10%. Actually, no. I mean, this is fairly short. Oh, wait. I'm wasting a lot.
Why do you buffer those ones?
Reaction to any of various chemical compounds present in the normal environment.
You're supposed to go under the
Chemical series. Any group of chemical elements whose chemical and physical properties have similarities and that vary progressively through the series, evident within the periodic table.
I know, but
Chemical shift. The change in the nuclear magnetic resonance frequency of a nucleus depending on its electronic environment, used in NMR spectroscopy to determine the structure of molecules. Chemical shifts. Plural of chemical shift. Chemical space. The set of all possible stable molecules.
The original version of this didn't have the indicators, but then I added
Chemical
them.
spaces.
wait, I didn't even know.
Plural of chemical space. Chemical species. An ensemble of chemically identical molecular entities that can explore the same set of molecular energy levels on the time scale of
I remember you texting me trying to talking about how you're trying to verify this like well, it was like 3 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
And I had like schoolwork, but I was just focused on your verification journey.
This wave was actually, it's so hard.
The experiment. Chemical structure. The arrangement of chemical bonds between atoms in a molecule or in an ion or radical with multiple atoms, specifically which atoms are chemically bonded to what other atoms with what kind of chemical bond, together with any information on the geometric shape of the molecule needed to uniquely identify the type of molecule. Chemical structures. Plural of chemical structure. Chemical substance. A material with a specific chemical composition. Chemical substances. Plural of chemical substance. Chemical suit. A suit covering the entire body intended to protect against chemical hazards. Chemical suits. Plural of chemical suit. Chemical symbol. The 1 to 3 letter international code for a chemical element. It is the same in all languages. Thus, gold always has the chemical symbol O regardless what people call it in their language. Chemical symbols. Plural of chemical symbol. Chemical toilet. A toilet or chamber pot which treats waste in place with chemical disinfectants and deodorizers as in airplane lavatories. Chemical toilets. Plural of chemical toilet. Chemical warfare. The use of toxic properties of chemical substances as weapons of war through the intentional exposure of enemy forces to such substances. Chemical weapon. A noxious substance contained in some form of delivery system such as a shell or missile. Chemical weapons. Plural of chemical weapon. Chemical-free. Not involving the use of artificial chemicals in farming, such as insecticides or fertilizers. Chemicales. The jargon associated with chemistry. Chemicalize. Alternative form of chemicalize. Chemicalize. Simple past and past participle of chemicalize. Chemicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of chemicalize. Chemicalizing.
This looks more like a
Gameplay at the end.
no.
Present participle and gerund of chemicalize. Chemicalization. The process of making something chemical or adapting it to use chemical methods. Chemicalize. To make chemical, to impregnate with chemicals. Chemicalized. Simple past and past participle of
Hitting the green harvest into black
I think that the one
chemicalize. Chemicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of chemicalize. Chemicalizing. Present participle and gerund of chemicalize. Chemicali. Resembling or characteristic of a chemical. Chemically. Using a chemical
This was made after plasma circles, by the way.
I can tell.
reaction, process, or operation.
Can you tell?
Chemically imbalanced.
That actually felt really
Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See chemically imbalanced. Chemically impaired. Under the influence, intoxicated. Chemically inconvenience. Intoxicated by alcohol or
Wait, what's the
Wait,
thing in
have
gameplay?
focus or PC? Just check.
recreational drugs.
Yeah.
Chemically peculiar star. A main sequence star with an unusually high abundance of metal. Chemically peculiar stars. Plural of chemically peculiar star.
What?
Chemicals. Plural of chemical. Chemic. Obsolete form of chemic. Chemic. Simple past and past participle of chemic. Chemic. Present participle and gerund of chemic. Chemics. Plural of chemic. Chemiclave. A form of autoclave used to sterilize surgical instruments that incorporates steam, alcohol, and formaldehyde under pressure. Chemiclaved. Simple past and past participle of chemiclave. Chemiclaves. Plural of chemiclave. Chemiclaving. Present participle and gerund of chemically. Chemico, chemical, chemico-technological, chemical and technological, chemico-biologic, biochemical, chemico-biological, biochemical, chemico-ecological, chemical and ecological, chemicogenomic, alternative form of chemogenomic, chemicoluminescent, chemiluminescent, chemicomineralogical, relating to chemistry and mineralogy, chemicoparasitic, relating to the formation of caries by a combination of chemical decalcification and attack by microorganisms, chemicopharmaceutical, relating to chemistry and pharmacy, chemicophysical, synonym of physics-chemical, chemicophysiological, physiochemical, chemico-technological, alternative form of chemico-technological, chemicotherapeutic, relating to chemicotherapy, chemicotherapy, chemical therapy, chemotherapy, chemicovital, both chemical and vital, biochemical, chemex, plural of chemic, chemidependency, dependency on alcohol or drugs, chemexcitation, the generation of an electronically excited molecule by a chemical reaction of reactants in their ground state, chemexcitations, plural of chemexcitation, chemexcited, having undergone chemexcitation, chemofluorescence, fluorescence that results from a chemical reaction, hemofluorescent, relating to or exhibiting chemofluorescence, chemofluorescence, misspelling of chemofluorescence, chemiflux, chemical flux, chemifluxes, plural of chemiflux, chemigation, the application of a pesticide or fertilizer through an irrigation system, chemigational, relating to chemigation, chemigations, plural of chemigation, chemigenetic, alternative form of chemogenetic, chemigenomics, alternative form of chemogenomics, chemiglyphic, engraved by chemical etching, chemigram, a form of experimental artwork made by painting with chemicals on photographic paper or similar, chemigrams, plural of chemigram, chemigraphic, relating to chemigraphy, chemigraphy, any mechanical engraving process depending upon chemical action, specifically a process of zinc etching non-employing photography, chemigroundwood, wood that undergoes a chemical treatment before being mechanically ground up, chemigroundwoods, plural of chemigroundwood, chemiloon, a garment for women consisting of chemise and drawers united in one, chemiloons, plural of chemiloon, chemiluminescence, the emission of light as the result of a chemical reaction, chemiluminescences, plural of chemiluminescence, chemiluminescent, of, pertaining to or employing chemiluminescence, chemiluminescently, in a chemiluminescent manner, Chemiluminescence. Misspelling of chemiluminescence. Chemiluminogenic. Chemically luminogenic. Chemiluminol. A chemiluminescent reagent used in luminometry. Chemiluminometer. An instrument used in chemiluminometry to measure chemiluminescence. Chemiluminometers. Plural of chemiluminometer. Chemiluminometric. Relating to chemilumin.
Yes, and I got a better practical chem cal from A1.
What?
Yes.
We were racing on that. I don't think you remember.
Luminometry.
I don't remember.
Chemiluminometry.
I love
Chemical luminometry. Chi-Min. Abbreviation of chemistry and mineralogy, an instrument on board the Curiosity rover at Mars. Chemin de Fer. A card game, a variation of Baccarat. Chemin de Ron. A raised protected walkway behind a castle battlement. Chemin de Fer. Alternative spelling of Chemin de Fer. Cheminformatic.
I have a recording of me doing this ball part in my
Relating to cheminformatics.
ended up having
Cheminformatics.
every single
Any of many applications of information technology to chemistry. Cheminster.
Dude, what a path. That's not correct. You're not correct.
Duran. Plural of chemin durand.
Do you think the bottom path
Chemioidostrophic. Whose carbon source is inorganic and whose energy source derives from chemical
Yeah, I take the top one. I'm a thought.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
reactions.
I am a minor.
Chemioluminescence. Alternative form of chemoluminescence. Chemioluminescent. Alternative form of chemoluminescent. Chemopreventive. Alternative form of chemopreventive. Chemiosmosis. Plural of chemiosmosis. Chemiosmosis. Any chemical reaction that occurs through an intervening semipermeable membrane, especially through a membrane in a biological cell. Chemiosmotic. Of or pertaining to chemiosmosis. Chemiostatic. Alternative form of chemostatic. Catiactic. Dated form of chemotactic. Catiatactically. Dated form of chemotactically. Catiataxis. Dated form of chemotaxis. Pimiprotomic. Misspelling of chemoprotomic. Pimiprotomics. Misspelling of chemoprotomics. Chemiosistive. Characteristic of or based
I played it, yeah. Haley used to go for more records on one kid.
on a chemiosistor. Chemiosistor. A resistor whose resistance depends on its chemical environment. Chemiosistors. Plural of chemiosistor. Dermis. A loose shirt-like undergarment. Especially for women. Chemise cagoule. A heavy form of woman's nightwear with a hole to allow for sexual intercourse with the minimum of physical contact. Chemise cagoules. Plural of chemise cagoule. Chemise lifter. A lesbienne. Chemise lifters. Plural of chemise lifter. Chemise. Dressed in a chemise. Chemises. Plural of chemise.
You can't say that.
Tremendous favorite was my favorite in class level of all time.
Camisette. An item of women's clothing, popular in the 1860s and 1870s, worn to fill in the front and neckline of any garment. Camiseted. Having or wearing a camisette. Camisettes. Plural of camisette. Chemesm. Chemical attraction. Chemesms. Plural of chemism.
Did you credit?
Chemisor. To adsorb a substance on the surface or another by chemical bonding. Chemisorbed. Simple past and past participle of chemisaur. Chemisorbing. Present participle and gerund of chemisaur. Chemisorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of chemisaur. Chemisorption. The process in which a substance is absorbed on the surface of another by means of chemical rather than physical bonding. Chemisorptions. Plural of chemisorption. Chemisorptive. Relating to chemisorption. Chemis. A person who specializes in the science of chemistry, especially at a professional level. Chemist shop. Synonym of pharmacy, especially when run as a small standalone general store. Chemist shops. Plural of chemist shop. Chemists. Synonym of pharmacy, especially when run as a small standalone general store. Chemist's shop. Synonym of pharmacy, especially when run as a small standalone general store. Chemist's shops. Plural of chemist's shop. Chemistical. Chemical. Chemistries. Plural of chemistry. Chemistry. The branch of natural science that deals with the composition and constitution of substances and the changes that they undergo as a consequence of alterations in the constitution of their molecules. Chemistry re. An audition in which a pair of actors attempt to demonstrate mutual chemistry, i.e. rapport. Chemistry reads. Plural of chemistry read. Chemists. Plural of chemists. Chemotype. Any of a number of processes by which an impression from an engraved plate is obtained in relief, to be used for printing on an ordinary printing press. Chemotypes. Plural of chemotype. Chemotypic. Relating to chemotypy. Chemotypy. A process for obtaining casts in relief from an engraved zinc plate. A fusible metal is heated so that it melts and fills the hollows of the engraving, which is then destroyed using hydrochloric acid. Hemk syndrome. Synonym of Walker-Warburg syndrome. A chemical, especially a recreational drug. Chemis. Plural of chemi. The card game called Chemin de Fer. Chemnitz, an independent city in Saxony, Germany. Chemo, clipping of chemotherapy. Chemobrain, alternative form of chemobrain. Chemo, relating to or using chemicals or chemistry. Chemoablated, obtained by means of chemoablation. Chemoablation, the ablation of cells using a chemical substance, such as ethanol. Chemoactivation, activation achieved chemically. Chemoactivations, plural of chemoactivation. Chemoadjuvant, chemically adjuvant. Chemoadjuvants. Plural of chemoadjuvant. Chemoafferent, carried by means of a chemical concentration gradient. Chemoaffinity, chemical affinity. Chemoagent, a chemotherapeutic agent. Chemoagents, plural of chemoagent. Chemoantiviral, relating to antiviral chemotherapy. Chemoarchitectonic, relating to chemoarchitectonics. Chemoarchitectonically, in a chemoarchitectonic manner. Chemoarchitectonic relating to chemoarchitecture. Chemoarchitecture. The pattern of neurotransmitters and similar compounds in the brain. Relating to chemoarchitecture. Chemoarchitecture. The pattern of neurotransmitters and similar compounds in the brain. Chemoarchitectures. Plural of chemoarchitecture. Chemoattachment. Attachment by chemical bonds. Chemoattract. To operate as a chemoattractant. Chemoattractant. The thing attracted by a chemoattractant. Chemoattractants. Plural of chemoattractant. Chemoattractant. A substance inducing positive chemotaxis in motile cells. Chemoattractant. Plural of chemoattractant. Chemoattracted. Simple past and past participle of chemoattract. Chemoattracting. Present participle and gerund of chemoattract. Chemoattraction. The action of a chemoattractant. Chemoattractions. Plural of chemoattraction. Chemoattractive. That functions as a chemoattractant. Chemoattractivity. Alternative form of chemoattraction. Chemoattractor. Synonym of chemoattractant. Chemoattractors. Plural of chemoattractor. Chemoattracts. Third person singular simple present indicative of chemoattract. Chemoautolithotroph. Any chemolithotrophic autotroph. Chemoautolithotroph.
Also, there's going to be an effect in the later section, in the blue section, that is literally just a stolen, or not stolen, it's from my level, it's from
Plural of chemoautolithotroph. Chemoautotroph. A simple microorganism, such as a prokaryote bacteria and archaea that derives.
You'll see that in the...
Wait, that's actually a cool effect. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like rainbow caterpillars.
Yeah, this would actually be right in 2.0.
Its energy from chemical processes rather than photosynthesis.
It's not a 2.0 level.
Chemoautotrophic.
Well, like,
Obtaining its nutrition through the oxidation of non-organic compounds or other chemical processes as opposed to the process of photosynthesis. Chemoautotrophically. By chemoautotrophic means. Chemoautotrophs. Plural of chemoautotroph. Chemoautotrophy. A mode of growth in which CO2 is the exclusive source of assimilated carbon, and energy is derived from chemical processes rather than light. Chemoaversion. Movement away from a chemical stimulus. Chemoaversions. Plural of chemoaversion. Chemoavoidance. Avoidance of chemical stimulant, typically by means of chemotaxis.
objects for low objects.
Chemobiokinetic. Relating to chemobiokinetics. Chemobiokinetics. The study of how the body uptakes chemical substances. Chemobiological. Of or relating to chemobiology.
15,
47. Okay.
30. Gee, not
Unknown.
30
What is
objects.
unknown? Is this another low object level?
Chemobiology. The study of the influence of chemical compounds on biological systems. Chemobiosis. A cryptobiotic response to high levels of environmental toxins.
26.
Chemobiotic.
But why would you
Of
use
or
26?
pertaining to chemobiosis.
It's the number of letters in the alphabet.
Why would you?
Chemobrain resulting from chemotherapy. Chemocatalysis. Chemical rather than biological or physical catalysis. Chemocatalytic.
33.
Relating to or by means of chemocatalysis. Chemocatalytically. In a chemocatalytic manner. Chemocautery. Cauterization
Okay, haunted. This looks like 24 objects.
by means of a caustic chemical. Chemocentric. That concentrates on the chemical causes of a disease, especially of cancers. Chemoception, chemoreception, chemoceptor, chemoreceptor, chemoceptors, plural of chemoceptor. Hemochrome, a chemical pigment. Chemochromes, plural of chemochrome. Hemochrome, whose color depends on
Oh, okay.
50.
I got Blake Boys and Contraste.
its chemical environment.
I'm not doing it.
Hemocline, the boundary layer between the mixolymian and monomolymian in a meromictic lake. Hemoclines,
Yes. Now we should be moving forward.
plural of chemocline.
I don't know what that is.
Chemocommunication, communication between organisms by means of chemical signals. Chemocommunications, plural of chemocommunication.
That's so close to the
Chemocommunicative,
Let's see.
That is like the last robot like multiple times.
relating to communication via chemical signals. Chemocompetent, optimized for the introduction of DNA by treating with a salt solution. Chemoconvulsant, a chemical convulsant. Chemoconvulsants, plural of chemoconvulsant. Chemoconvulsive,
Oh wait, yeah.
chemically convulsive. Chemocyanin, a plantocyanin extracted from the stigma of the lily that induces pollen tube guidance.
I was gonna ask earlier if you were using
Chemocytokine, synonym of chemokine. Chemocytokines, plural of chemocytokine. Chemodictoma, a paraganglioma. Chemodictomas, plural of chemodictoma. Chemodectomata, plural of chemodictoma. Chemodegradation, the decomposition of any material by chemical processes. Chemodegradative, of, pertaining to, or causing chemodegradation. Chemodenervate, to chemically denervate. Chemodenervated, simple past and past participle of chemodenervate. Chemodenervation, chemical or biochemical denervation. Chemodenervations, plural of chemodenervation. Chemodenitrification, chemical or biochemical denitrification, typically via reactions of nitrate. Chemodenitrifications, plural of chemodenitrification. Chemodensity, chemical density / concentration. Chemodetection, detection of an organism, typically a host or parasite, by identification of a characteristic chemical compound. Chemodetections, plural of chemodetection. Chemodifferentiation, an early stage in the differentiation of embryonic cells caused by differences in the chemical constituents of cells. Chemodisruptive, chemically disruptive, especially of a pesticide that disrupts a pest's metabolism. Chemodiversity, chemical diversity. Especially of natural products. Chemodosimeter, a form of dosimeter that measures exposure to chemical hazards. Chemodosimeters, plural of chemodosimeter. Chemodosimetric, measured by a chemodosimeter. Chemodrug, chemotherapy drug. Chemodrugs, plural of chemodrug. Chemodynamical, of or pertaining to chemodynamics.
You'll know why later on, but
12 demons.
you don't know that.
Chemodynamics, the study of the dynamics of chemical reactions.
I remember when
Chemoecological, relating to chemoecology. Chemoecologists, an ecologist whose speciality is chemoecology. Chemoecologists, plural of chemoecologists. Chemoecology, the chemical aspects of ecology. Chemode,
It's on the spreadsheet.
simple past and past participle of chemo. Chemofactor, any structure that is responsible for chemotaxis. Chemofactors, plural of chemofactor. Chemoelectric, alternative form of chemoelectrical. Chemoelectrical, describing any process in which chemical energy is converted to electrical energy. Chemoembolization, alternative form of chemoembolization.
Yeah, that level's beautiful, but it's like it's beautiful, but it's just like dog shit to play.
Chemoembolizations, plural of chemoembolization. Chemoembolization, a form of chemotherapy in which the drug is injected directly into the blood vessels which feed the tumor. Chemoembolizations, plural of chemoembolization. Chemometer, a device designed to mimic the emission of chemical signals pheromones by insects. Chemoemitters, plural of chemoemitter. Chemoenzymatic, describing the use of enzymes to aid the synthesis or analysis of organic compounds. Chemoenzymatically, by chemoenzymatic means. Chemoexposure, exposure to the action of chemicals. Chemoexpulsion, expulsion from a cell by chemotaxis. Chemoexpulsions, plural of chemoexpulsion. Chemofilter, a chemical filter. Chemofilters, plural of chemofilter. FAR, cognitive impairment resulting from chemotherapy. Chemofossil, a fossil that consists only of chemicals remaining from the decomposition of a living organism. Chemofossils, plural of chemofossil. Chemogenetic, generated by chemical means. Chemogenetically, in a chemogenetic manner. Chemogenetics, a variant of optogenetics that uses chemically engineered molecules instead of light. Chemogenomic, of or pertaining to chemogenomics. Chemogenomics, the study of the genomic effect of chemical compounds, especially drugs. Chemogradient, a gradient in the concentration of a chemical compound. Chemogradients. Plural of chemogradient. Chemogram, alternative form of chemigram. Chemograms, plural of chemogram. Chemographic, relating to a graphical representation of the bulk chemical composition of rocks. Chemography, autoradiography caused by chemicals in the specimen altering the photographic emulsion. Chemoguidance, the control mechanism of chemotaxis. Chemoheterotroph, a chemotrophic heterotroph, one that must ingest organic building blocks that it is incapable of creating itself. Chemoheterotrophic, of or relating to chemoheterotrophy. Chemoheterotrophically, by means of chemoheterotrophy. Chemoheterotrophs. Plural of chemoheterotroph. Chemoheterotrophy. Chemotrophic heterotrophy. Chemohormonal.
Like top 1,252,008. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually archiving all of it.
Relating to chemotherapy in which hormones are also used.
Wait,
Chemohyperthermia. Hyperthermia as a result of chemotherapy. Chemohyperthermias. Plural of chemohyperthermia. Chemoimmune. Immune as a result of chemotherapy. Chemoimmunity. The condition of being chemoimmune. Chemoimmunose. A chemical and immunological assay. Chemoimmunoassays.
I feel like another level that falls inside the description is static.
Plural of chemoimmunoassay. Chemoimmunology. Chemical aspects of immunology. Chemoimmunotherapeutic of or relating to chemoimmunotherapy. Chemoimmunotherapies. Plural of chemoimmunotherapy. Chemoimmunotherapy. Any combination of chemotherapy and immunotherapy. Chemoinformatic. Of or pertaining to chemoinformatics. Chemoinformatically. By means of chemoinformatics. Chemoinformatics. Alternative. Form of cheminformatics. Chemoinfusion. Chemotherapy by means of infusion. Chemoinfusions. Plural of chemoinfusion. Chemoing. Present participle and gerund of chemo. Chemoinhibition. Inhibition of a biochemical process.
I can't even blame Doug, bro.
Chemoinhibitions. Plural of chemoinhibition. Chemoinsensitivity. Insensitivity to chemotherapy. Chemoinvasion. Chemotaxis of cells across basement membranes. Chemoinvasive. Chemically invasive. Chemoradiation. Alternative form of chemoradiation. Chemoirritant. Any irritant chemical, especially one used in chemotherapy. Chemoirritants. Plural. Alternative form of chemoradiation. Chemoirritant. Any irritant chemical, especially one used in chemotherapy. Chemoirritant. Plural of chemoirritant. Chemokinase. Alternative form of chemokine. Chemokinases. Plural of chemokinase. Chemokine. Any of various chemotactic cytokines produced during inflammation that organize the leukocytes. Chemokinemia. The normal presence of chemokines in the blood. Chemokines. Plural of chemokine. Chemokinesis. The motile response of an organism to chemical compounds, especially at a cellular level. Chemokinetic. Of, pertaining to, or provoking chemokinesis. Chemokinetically. By means of chemokinesis. Chemokinetics. Synonym of chemokinesis. Chemokine. Alternative spelling of chemokine. Chemokines. Plural of chemokine. Chemolithogeutatroph. A chemoautotroph or lithogeutatroph. Chemolithogeutatrophic. Chemoautotrophic. Chemolithogeutatropically. In a chemolithogeutatrophic manner. Chemolithogeutatrophes. Plural of chemolithogeutatroph. Chemolithogeutatrophy. The condition of being chemolithogeutatrophic. Chemolithoheterotroph. An chemolithoheterotrophic organism. Chemolithoheterotrophic. Both chemolithotrophic and heterotrophic. Chemolithoheterotrophically. In a chemolithoheterotrophic manner. Chemolithoheterotrophs. Plural of chemolithoheterotroph. Chemolithoheterotrophy. The condition of being chemolithoheterotrophic. Chemolitholysis. Chemical litholysis. Chemolith organotrophic. Chemolithotrophic and organotrophic.
Yeah, I remember this is the one. There was a level that used this song that used to be extreme.
Chemolithotroph. Chemolototroph. Chemolithotrophic. Describing an organism that derives its energy from the oxidation of inorganic materials. Chemolithotrophically. In a chemolithotrophic manner. Chemolithotrophs. Plural of
I'm stream and I can't be here.
chemolithotroph. Chemolithotrophy. The property of being chemolithotrophic. Chemolithotropic. Misspelling of chemolithotrophic. Chemoluminescence. The emission of light as the result of a chemical reaction. Chemoluminescences. Plural of chemoluminescent. Chemoluminescent. Exhibiting chemoluminescence. Chemoluminescently. Alternative form of chemoluminescently. Chemoluminescent. Misspelling of chemoluminescent. Chemolysis. Plural of chemolysis. Chemolysis. The decomposition of organic substance into more simple bodies by the use of chemical agents. Chemolytic. Of or relating to chemolysis. Chemomarker. A compound that is only present in the presence of a particular species. Chemomarkers. Plural of chemomarker. Chemomechanical. Mechanochemical. Chemomechanically. In a chemomechanical manner. Chemomechanics. An area of the physical chemistry of polymers concerned with the reversible conversion of chemical energy into mechanical energy. Chemometric. Of or pertaining to chemometrics. Chemometrical. Alternative form of chemometric. Chemometrically. By means of chemometrics. Chemometrician. A scientist or statistician who specializes in chemometrics. Chemometricians. Plural of chemometrician. Chemometrics. The use of mathematical statistics in the design of experiments and the evaluation of the resulting data. Chemomigration. Migration typically of cells in a chemical gradient. Chemomigrations. Plural of chemomigration. Chemomodulation. Modulation of a biochemical pathway, typically by a drug. Chemonaive. Who have had little or no experience with chemotherapy. Chemonaive. Alternative form of chemonaive. Chemonastic. Of or relating to chemonesty. Chemonesty. A nastic response to a change in chemicals or nutrients. Chemonocysption. Chemical nocysption. Chemonocysptive. Relating to chemonocysption. Chemonocysptor. A nocysptor that responds to a chemical stimulus. Chemonocysptors. Plural of chemonocysptor. Chemonucleolysis. The injection of chymopapine to treat herniated lower lumbar discs in the spine. Chemorganoheterotroph. Any Chemoorganoheterotrophic organism. Chemoorganoheterotrophic, that employs organic compounds as an external source of energy. Chemoorganoheterotrophically, in a chemoorganoheterotrophic manner. Chemoorganoheterotrophs, plural of chemoorganoheterotroph. Chemoorganoheterotrophy, the state of being chemoorganoheterotrophic. Chemoorganotroph, any chemoorganotrophic organism. Chemoorganotrophic, of bacteria, organotrophic, and also requiring organic compounds for growth. Chemoorganotrophically, in a chemoorganotrophic manner. Chemoorganotrophs, plural of chemoorganotroph. Chemoorganotrophy, the property of being chemoorganotrophic. Chemopalidectomies, plural of chemopalidectomy. Chemopalidectomy, a palidectomy that uses a chemical to destroy the globus pallidus. Chemoperception, a specific response by an organism to the presence of a specific chemical compound or class of compounds. Chemoperceptions, plural of chemoperception. Chemoperfusate, the material used during chemoperfusion. Chemoperfusates, plural of chemoperfusate. Chemoperfusion, the introduction of a warm solution of typically anti-cancer drugs into the abdominal cavity for an hour or so. Chemoperfusions, plural of chemoperfusion. Chemophobe, one who has an irrational fear of chemicals. Chemophobes, plural of chemophobe. Chemophobia, an irrational fear of chemicals. Chemophobic, having an unreasonable fear of chemicals in one's environment. Chemophobics, plural of chemophobic. Chemophore, the molecular framework responsible for a compound's biological activity. Chemophores, plural of chemophore. Chemophoresis, the movement of molecules in a chemical gradient. Chemophoretic, relating to chemophoresis. Chemoprophylaxis, misspelling of chemoprophylaxis. Chemophysical, relating to chemistry and physics. Chemopotentiating, that enhances the potency of a drug or other chemical. Chemopotentiation, enhancement of the potency of a drug by means of another chemical, typically another drug. Chemopreservation, a technique for preserving the body of an organism by means of a chemical fixative. Chemopreventable, preventable by means of chemotherapy. Chemopreventative, of, pertaining to, or providing chemoprevention. Chemoprevention, the prevention of disease by the use of food, supplements, drugs, etc. Chemopreventions, plural of chemoprevention. Chemopreventive, of, or relating to chemoprevention. Chemopreventives, plural of chemopreventive. Chemoprophylactic, of or pertaining to chemoprophylaxis. Chemoprophylactics, plural of chemoprophylactic. Chemoprophylaxis, chemoprevention, the prevention of disease using food, supplements, or drugs. Chemoprotect, To employ chemoprotection. Chemoprotectant. Any chemoprotective material. Chemoprotectants. Plural of chemoprotectant. Chemoprotected. Simple past and past participle of chemoprotect. Chemoprotection. The protection of healthy tissue from the toxic effects of chemotherapy. Chemoprotective. That protects patients from the toxic effects of anti-cancer drugs. Chemoprotector. Any material that provides chemoprotection. Chemoprotectors. Plural of chemoprotector. Chemoprotomic. Relating to chemoprotomics. Chemoprotomics. A biochemical adjunct to protomics. Chemopsychiatry. Relating to chemopsychiatry. Chemoradiation. A combination of chemotherapy and radiation. Chemoradioimmunotherapy. A combination of chemotherapy and radioimmunotherapy. Chemoradioresistance. Resistance to damage by chemicals or by ionizing radiation. Chemoradioresistant. That exhibits chemoradioresistance. Chemoradioselect. To practice chemoradioselection. Chemoradioselected. Simple past and past participle of chemoradioselect. Chemoradioselecting. Present participle and gerund of chemoradioselect. Chemoradioselection. Selection of a patient to receive chemoradiotherapy. Chemoradioselections. Plural of chemoradioselection. Chemoradioselects. Third person singular simple present indicative of chemoradioselect. Chemoradiosensitize. Alternative form of chemoradiosensitize. Chemoradiosensitizer. A chemoradiosensitive material. Chemoradiosensitizers. Plural of chemoradiosensitizer. Chemoradiosensitive. Relating to chemoradiosensitivity. Chemoradiosensitivities. Plural of chemoradiosensitivity. Chemoradiosensitivity. Sensitivity to damage by chemicals or by ionizing radiation. Chemoradiosensitize. To make something chemoradiosensitive. Chemoradiotherapeutic. Chemotherapeutic and radiotherapeutic. Chemoradiotherapies. Plural of chemoradiotherapy. Chemoradiotherapy. A combination of chemotherapy and radiotherapy used to treat some cancers. Chemoreception. The physiological sensory response of a sense organ to a chemical stimulus. Chemoreceptions. Plural of chemoreception. Chemoreceptive. Able to respond to a chemical stimulus. Chemoreceptivity. The ability of a sense organ to respond to a chemical stimulus. Chemoreceptor. A sense organ or one of its cells such as those for the sense of taste or smell that can respond to a chemical stimulus, a chemosensor. Chemoreceptor triggerosome. an area of the medulla oblongata located in the area postrema that receives inputs from blood-borne drugs or hormones and communicates with other structures in the vomiting center to initiate vomiting. Chemoreceptorio, of or pertaining to chemoreceptors. Chemoreceptors, plural of chemoreceptor. Chemoreduction, chemotherapy used to reduce the size of a tumor before radiation treatment or surgery. Chemoreductions, plural of chemoreduction. Chemoreflex, a reflex in response to a chemical stimulus. Chemoreflexes, plural of chemoreflex. Chemorefractive, synonym of chemorefractory. Chemorefractory, that does not respond to chemotherapy. Chemoregimen, a chemotherapeutic regimen. Chemoregimens, plural of chemoregimen. Chemoregulation, chemical regulation, typically of respiration, via chemoreceptors. Chemorepellent, alternative form of chemorepellent. Chemorepellents, plural of chemorepellent. Chemorepellent, any substance that produces negative chemotaxis. Chemorepellents. Plural of chemorepellent. Chemorepulsant, a substance inducing negative chemotaxis in motile cells. Chemorepulsants, plural of chemorepulsant. Chemorepuls. To cause or to undergo chemorepulsion. Chemorepulse, simple past and past participle of chemorepuls. Chemorepulsion, the action of a chemorepulsant, negative chemotaxis. Chemorepulsive, that functions as a chemorepulsant. Chemoresistance, the resistance of a cell to the actions of a chemical compound. Chemoresistances, plural of chemoresistance. Chemoresistant, describing resistance of a cell to the actions of a chemical compound. Chemoresponse, the response of a patient to chemotherapy or to a chemical stimulus. Chemoresponses, plural of chemoresponse. Chemoresponsive, responsive to chemotherapy. Chemoresponsiveness, the condition of being chemoresponsive. Chemoorganotrophic, alternative form of chemoorganotrophic. Chemoheological, relating to chemoheology. Chemoheology, the effect of chemical change on the heology of a material. Chemorobotic, describing any robotic application to chemistry. Chemos, plural of chemo. Chemosaturated, treated by chemosaturation. Chemosaturation, saturation of an individual organ with a chemotherapy while it is sealed from the rest of the body. Chemosaturations, plural of chemosaturation. Chemoselection, the selection of a reagent, etc. on the basis of chemoselectivity. Chemoselective, of, pertaining to, or promoting chemoselectivity. Chemoselectively, by means of, or in terms of chemoselection. Chemoselectivities, plural of chemoselectivity. Chemoselectivity, the preferential reaction of a chemical reagent with one of two or more different functional groups. Chemosensation, the sensing of chemical stimuli. Chemosensations, plural of chemosensation. Chemosense, a chemosensory sense. Chemosenses, plural of chemosense. Chemosensibility, sensibility to specific classes of chemicals. Chemosensilla, plural of chemosensillum. Chemosensily, plural of chemosensillum. Chemosensilar, of or relating to a chemosensillum. Chemosensillum, a chemosensitive sensillum. Chemosensillums, plural of chemosensillum. Chemosensing, the generation of a response to the presence of a chemical stimulus. Chemosensitization, alternative form of chemosensitization. Chemosensitizer, alternative form of chemosensitizer. Chemosensitizers, plural of chemosensitizer. Chemosensitive, that is sensitive to changes in its chemical environment. Chemosensitivities, plural of chemosensitivity. Chemosensitivity, a measure of the sensitivity of a tumor to the effects of an anti-cancer drug. Chemosensitization, treatment of a tumor with a medication in order to make it more susceptible to radiation treatment. Chemosensitize, to sensitize chemically. Chemosensitize, simple past and past participle of chemosensitize. Chemosensitizer, any material that makes cells sensitive to chemotherapeutic agents, often by inhibiting the action of a glycoprotein. Chemosensitizers, plural of chemosensitizer. Chemosensitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chemosensitize. Chemosensitizing, that is used in chemosensitization. Chemosensor, a cell in a sense organ that can convert a chemical stimulus into some form of action. Chemosensorily, in a chemosensory manner. Chemosensors, plural of chemosensor. Chemosensory, of or relating to a chemosensor or to the perception of chemical signals by the senses, especially of the perception of taste and smell. Chemoses, plural of chemoses. Chemosexual, chemical and sexual, relating to the chemical compounds involved in sexual attraction. Chemosh, the god of the ancient Moabites. Chemosignal, a pheromone. Chemosignaling, signaling with pheromones. Chemosignaling, alternative form of chemosignaling. Chemosignals, plural of chemosignal. Chemoses, swelling and slash or especially edema of the conjunctiva of the eye. Chemosmosis, alternative form of chemiosmosis. Chemosmotic, alternative form of chemiosmotic. Chemosomatosensory, relating to the perception of chemical sensory stimuli. Chemosor, to chemosor. Chemosored, simple past and past participle of chemosor. Chemosorbing, present participle and gerund of chemosor. Chemosorbs, third person singular simple present indicative of chemosor. Chemospecific, describes a reaction or process that targets, with precision and selectivity, on a molecular level a specific functional group or site within a molecule. Chemospecifically describes a reaction or process that targets, with precision and selectivity on a molecular level, a specific functional group or site within a molecule. Chemospecificities, plural of chemospecificity. Chemospecificity, chemoselectivity. Chemosphere, the region of the Earth's atmosphere from 20 to 120 miles above the surface in which photochemical reactions take place. Chemospheres, plural of chemosphere. Chemostabilities, plural of chemostability. Chemostability. Chemical stability. Chemostable, chemically stable. Chemostasis, the continuous cultivation of cells, especially of microorganisms, in a chemostat. Chemostat, an apparatus for the continuous culture of microorganisms in a steady state. Chemostatic, relating to chemostasis. Chemostatographic, of or pertaining to chemostratigraphy. Chemostats, plural of chemostat. Chemostated, simple past and past participle of chemostat. Chemostat, present participle and gerund of chemostat. Chemosterilant, a chemical that controls pests by preventing reproduction, thereby causing the population to collapse. Chemosterilants, plural of chemosterilant. Chemosterilization, chemical sterilization. Chemosterilizations, plural of chemosterilization. Chemosterilize, to chemically sterilize. Chemosterilize, simple past and past participle of chemosterilize. Chemosterilizer, any substance used to cause sterility in insects, rodents, or other animals, a chemosterilant. Chemosterilizers, plural of chemosterilizer. Chemostimulant, a chemical stimulant. Chemostimulants, plural of chemostimulant. Chemostimuli, plural of chemostimulus. Chemostimulus, a chemical stimulus. Chemostratigraphic, relating to chemostratigraphy. Chemostratigraphical, alternative form of chemostratigraphic. Chemostratigraphy, the study and dating of sedimentary strata by the analysis of trace elements and isotopic ratios. Chemosurgery, the selective destruction of diseased or malignant tissue by means of chemical substances, used especially in the treatment of the skin. Chemosurgical, of or pertaining to chemosurgery. Chemosusceptibilities, plural of chemosusceptibility. Chemosusceptibility, the susceptibility of a microorganism to the chemical action of an antibiotic. Chemosymbiont, an organism involved in chemosymbiosis. Chemosymbionts, plural of chemosymbiont. Chemosymbiosis, plural of chemosymbiosis. Chemosymbiosis, a form of symbiosis in which a bacterium provides chemically derived energy and nutrients, often via the oxidation of hydrogen sulfide to a higher organism. Chemosymbiotic, that utilizes chemosymbiosis. Chemosymbiotropic, chemotrophic and symbiotropic. Chemosynapse, a chemokine receptor. Chemosynapses, plural of chemosynapse. Chemosyndrome, the set of metabolites produced by a species. Chemosyndromes, plural of chemosyndrome. Chemosyntheses, plural of chemosynthesis. Chemosynthesis, the production of carbohydrates and other compounds from simple compounds such as carbon dioxide, using the oxidation of chemical nutrients as a source of energy rather than sunlight. It is limited to certain bacteria and fungi. Chemosynthesize, produced by chemosynthesis. Chemosynthetic, using or relating to chemosynthesis. Chemosynthetically, by means of chemosynthesis. Chemosystematic, relating to chemosystematics. Chemosystematics, chemotaxonomy, the classification of organisms based on their biochemistry. Chemotactin, synonym of chemotactic. Chemotactic, relating to or exhibiting chemotaxis. Chemotactical, alternative form of chemotactic. Chemotactically, by chemotaxis. Chemotacticity, the condition of being chemotactic. Chemotactile, that can sense changes to its chemical environment. Chemotactism, alternative form of chemotaxis. Chemotax, to move by means of chemotaxis. Chemotax, simple past and past participle of chemotax. Chemotaxis, plural of chemotaxis. Chemotaxic, alternative form of chemotactic. Chemotaxin, any substance that stimulates chemotaxis. Chemotaxing, present participle and gerund of chemotax. Chemotaxins, plural of chemotaxin. Chemotaxis, the movement of a cell or an organism in response to a chemical stimulant. Chemotaxonomic, of or pertaining to chemotaxonomy. Chemotaxonomical, synonym of chemotaxonomic. Chemotaxonomically, in terms of or by means of chemotaxonomy. Chemotaxonomies, plural of chemotaxonomy. Chemotaxonomists. One who studies chemotaxonomy. Chemotaxonomists. Plural of chemotaxonomists. Chemotaxonomy, the classification or taxonomy of organisms based on differences and similarities in biochemistry, especially on differences in amino acid sequence in proteins that the organisms have in common. Chemotaxy, alternative form of chemotaxis. Chemothalamectomies, plural of chemothalamectomy. Chemothalamectomy, a thalamectomy that uses a chemical to destroy a portion of the thalamus. Chemotherapeutant, a therapeutic chemical. Chemotherapeutants, plural of chemotherapeutant. Chemotherapeutic. Of or having to do with chemotherapy. Chemotherapeutical. Synonym of chemotherapeutic. Chemotherapeutically. By means of chemotherapy. Chemotherapeuticals. Plural of chemotherapeutical. Chemotherapeutics. Plural of chemotherapeutic. Chemotherapic. Alternative form of chemotherapeutic. Chemotherapies. Plural of chemotherapy. Chemotherapists. One who administers chemotherapy. Chemotherapists. Plural of chemotherapists. Chemotherapy. Any chemical treatment intended to be therapeutic with respect to a disease state. Chemothermal. Chemical and thermal, but especially related to heat gained or lost in a chemical reaction. Chemotic. Relating to chemoses. Chemoton. A fundamental unit of life, a computational abstraction of a protocell having the properties of metabolism and self-replication in a bilipid membrane. Chemotins. Plural of chemotin. Chemotopic. Relating to, or by means of chemotopy. Chemotopically. In a chemotopic manner. Chemotopy. The study of the orderly spatial arrangement of olfactory glomeruli. Chemotoxic. Relating to chemotoxicity or to a chemotoxin. Chemotoxicities. Plural of chemotoxicity. Chemotoxicity. Toxicity due to chemical effects, especially to the effects of chemotherapy or a chemotoxin. Chemotoxin. A toxin derived from a chemokine. Chemotoxins. Plural of chemotoxin. Chemotract. Alternative form of chemoattract. Chemotractant. Alternative form of chemoattractant. Chemotractants. Plural of chemotractant. Chemotracted. Simple past and past participle of chemotract. Chemotransduction. Chemical transduction of energy. Chemotransductions. Plural of chemotransduction. Chemotransmitter. Chemical transmitter. Chemotransmitters. Plural of chemotransmitter. Chemotransport. The transport of chemical species through an organism. Chemotrigger zone. Synonym of chemoreceptor trigger zone. Chemotroph. An organism that obtains energy by the oxidation of electron-donating molecules in the environment. Chemotrophic. Of or relating to chemotrophism. Chemotrophically. In a chemotropic way. Chemotrophs. Plural of chemotroph. Chemotrophy. The synthesis of an organism's energy by the oxidation of electron-donating molecules in the environment. Chemotropic. Of, related to, or in response to chemotropism. Chemotropically. In a chemotropic manner. Chemotropism. The movement or growth of an organism in response to a chemical stimulus. Chemotropisms. Plural of chemotropism. Chemotrypsin. Misspelling of chymotrypsin. Chemotype. A chemically distinct entity in a plant or microorganism with differences in the composition of the secondary metabolites. Chemotypes. Plural of chemotype. Chemotypic. Relating to a chemotype. Chemotypical. Alternative form of chemotypic. Typically, in a chemotypic manner. Chemotyping. The separation and identification of chemotypes. Chemovar. Synonym of chemotype. Chemovars. Plural of chemovar. Tempedac. Alternative form of Kempedac. Tempedac. A tree of species Artocarpus indiger of Southeast Asia, domesticated is Oceania. Tempedacs. Plural of Kempedac. Pemphobic. Alternative form of chemophobic. Plural of chem. Chemax. Sexual intercourse under the influence of recreational drugs. Chemsaxer. One who takes part in chemsex. Chemsaxers. Plural of chemsaxer. Hamsut. Alternative form of chemsuit. Hamsuts. Plural of chemsuit. Chemtrail. A contrail consisting of chemicals or biological agents deliberately sprayed at high altitudes, according to certain conspiracy theories. Chemtrail. Simple past and past participle of chemtrail. Chemtrailing. Present participle and gerund of chemtrail. Chemtrails. Plural of chemtrail. Pemalpo. Obsolete form of Incheon, a major city in South Korea. Kama, a river in New York and Pennsylvania, United States, flowing from the confluence of the Tioga and Cohocton rivers at Painted Post, New York into the Susquehanna at Sayre, Pennsylvania. Cameron County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Elmira. Chemergic, relating to chemergy. Chemergical, relating to chemergy. Chemergically, in terms of or by means of chemergy. Chemergies, plural of chemergy. Chemerdis, one who studies chemergy. Chemergists, plural of chemergists. Chemergy, a branch of applied chemistry that is concerned with preparing industrial products from agricultural raw materials. Alchemy, chemistry prior to their being properly distinguished. Chem-ime, a kind of synthetic molecule specialized in producing a certain three-dimensional form. Chem-imes, plural of chem-sign. Shen, a Chinese person whose name is not known to the speaker. Shen Pao, ellipsis of Chen Pao Island, alternative form of Zhenbao. Shen Pao Island, alternative form of Zhenbao Island. Shen prime, any prime number p such that p plus 2 is either a semiprime or another prime. Shen primes, plural of Chen prime. Shen's theorem, a theorem stating that every sufficiently large even number can be written as the sum of either two primes or a prime and a semiprime. Shenxiang, alternative form of Zhenjiang. Tina, a river in Alaska. Shenau, a river in Punjab, Pakistan, and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the state of Himachal Pradesh in India. Chenab Valley, a mountainous and culturally diverse region in the Jammu division of the Indian-administered Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, comprising the districts of Doda, Kishwar, and Ramban. The valley is named after the Chenab River, which flows through it. Shenabi, a person from the Chenab Valley, Jammu and Kashmir, India. Shenango, a town in Broome County, New York, United States. Shenango County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Norwich. Shenangos, plural of Chenango. Shenangos, plural of Chenango. Shenar, alternative form of Chinar. Shenaran, a village in Daulatabad district, Ravensar, Kermanshah province, Iran. Shenar, a surname from French. Chenards, plural of Chenard. Chenars, plural of Chenar. Chenault, a surname from French. Chenaults, plural of Chenault. Chengtem, a district of Beiji, Shaanxi, China. Shenshalak, alternative form of Sinkalak. Shenko, alternative form of Chunky. Chenda, a unisex given name from Khmer. Chental, alternative form of Sendal. Chenery, a surname from Norman. Cheneries, plural of Chenery. Che, fire dog, and ire. Chenet, plural of Chenet. Chenevert, a surname. Cheneverts, plural of Chenevert. Chenevixite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Cheney, a surname. Cheney Longville, a small village in Westminster Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Refso 4284. Cheney syndrome, synonym of Hodge-Cheney syndrome. Cheneys, plural of Cheney. Cheneyville, an unincorporated community in Vermilion County, Illinois, USA. Che, a Chinese surname from Mandarin. Shang TNT, synonym of Qingbo Lun type of cold dessert soup. Shada, a county of Handan, Hebei, China. Shangqiu, alternative form of Zhangjiu. Shangnopatu, a town and the headquarters of Chengalpattu district of the state of Tamil Nadu, India. Chengalpat, obsolete form of Chengalpattu. Shenbei, a district of Xining, Qinghai, China. Shenchang, a county of Huainan, Shaanxi, China. Chenchao, dated form of Zhangjiu. Shaanxing Lake, a lake in Jiaosong District, Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Shen, a prefecture-level city of Hebei, China. Shendate, an isometric hexahedral steel black mineral containing iridium and iron. Shandong, a district of Xining, Qinghai, China. Chengdu, a sub-provincial city, the provincial capital of Sichuan in southwestern China. Chengfei, a Chinese name. Shangfei's, plural of Chengfei. Shanggu, a county of Hanjiang, Shaanxi, China. Shangyuan, a district of Lhasa, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Shangyuans, plural of Chengyuan. Shanghai, a district of Shantou, Guangdong, China, a former county of Guangdong, China. Chenji, alternative form of Jinji. Tendegia, a sub-district of Changning, Shanghai. Shankou, a county of Jianging, China. Shanglai, one of the 7 clans of the Meidei people. Chiangmai, a county of Hainan, China. Shan's, plural of Chang. Chente, dated form of Changed. A district of Xining, Qinghai, China. Shangsang, a district of Pushan, Fujian, China. Shedi, alternative form of Jinji. He, a surname of Chinese, a district of Pushan, Fujian, China. Shedi, alternative form of Jinji. He, a surname of Chinese ancestry, also used in English language transliterations. Shangyang, a district of Liuzhou, Guangxi, China. Chenises, plural of Chenix. Shedi, a surname. Teye, alternative form of Chenier. Teyes, plural of Chenier. Cheniers, plural of Chenier. Cheno, an extremely soft and bunchy fabric often used to make sweaters. Chenel plant, a Caliva hispida, a shrub with colorful furry flowers. Chenel plants, plural of Chenel plant. Chenels, plural of Cheno. Chenite, a particular kind of sky blue mineral found on galena and chalcopyrite with the chemical formula Pb4Cu-SO-OH. Chenix, alternative form of Chonix. Chenixos, plural of Chenix. Chenti, alternative form of Jinji. Chendading, a town in Xian Shui, Yincheng, Jiangsu, China. Shenkong, synonym of Zhenjiang. Shadow, alternative spelling of Tina. Chennai, the capital and largest city of Tamil Nadu, India, formerly known as Madras. Che, a native or resident of Chennai in India. Chennaites, plural of Chennai. Chenault, a surname. Chenault, plural of Chenault. Tide, a surname. Chenodoxycholate, any salt of chenodoxycholic acid. Chenodoxycholates, plural of chenodoxycholate. Chenodoxycholic, relating to the bile acid chenodoxycholic acid or its derivatives. Chenodoxycholic acid, a bile acid that is synthesized in the liver from cholesterol. Chenodoxychol-taurine, chenodoxycholic acid. Chenodoxyglycocholate, any salt or ester of chenodoxyglycocolic acid. Chenodoxyglycocolates, plural of chenodoxyglycocolates. Chenodoxyglycocolic acid, the bile acid 2,4,3-R7-R10s 13-R3,7-I-hydroxy 10,13-9-phyl 2,3,4,5,6,7,8,9,11,12,14,15,16,17 tetrahydro 1-H-cyclopentaphenanthrin 17-L-pentanoylaminoacetic acid. Chenodoxycholic acid, chenodoxycholic acid. Chenodal, chenodoxycholic acid. Chenonceau, a commune and town in Indre-et-Loire department, Centre-Val de Loire, France. Chenopie, any member of the subfamily Chenopodioidae, the main part of the sometime family Chenopodiaceae, the gooselets. Chenopodidaceous, or relating to the family Chenopodiaceae gooselets, now subfamily Chenopodioidae. Chenopodium, any member of the flowering plant genus Chenopodium. Chenopodiums, plural of Chenopodium. Chenopods, plural of Chenopod. Chenopody, a goose hut. Chenois, the indigenous peoples living in and around Antilles. Chenoa, a surname from Cornish. Chenoths, plural of Chenoth. Chenoi, a surname. Shenpao, alternative form of Zhen. Bao. Chens, plural of Chen. Changsanite, a black rhombohedral mineral with the chemical formula Al-Mn11O16OH9. Chengdu, a prefecture-level city in Hunan Province, China. HI, acronym of Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. TI, a surname. El, a Korean robe, equivalent of the Mongol turle. A surname from Korean. Tunem, a city in South Chungcheong Province, South Korea. Shintoism, a 20th century Korean religion incorporating elements of shamanism based on the 19th century Donghak movement founded by Kjkjcfvbcyc and codified under Sun Pyonhai. Shintoist, a follower of the Shintoism religion. Shintoists, plural of Shintoists. Tud, a surname from Chinese. Xingfan, a Cantonese form of steamed rice noodle roll. Cheongdukjeong, a fermented soybean paste used in Korean cuisine. Chengdu, the provincial capital, the largest city in North Chungcheong Province, South Korea. Chenhus, plural of Ching. Shengsab, a tight-fitting Chinese formal woman's dress, usually brightly colored, patterned and sewn or embroidered, with a split at the thigh. Chengsams, plural of Chengsam. And plural of Chin. Shensat, alternative form of Giants. Heths, initialism of C characterizing exoplanets satellite, a pan-European space telescope for the study of the formation of extrasolar planets. Eths, a pharaoh of Egypt who ruled in the first half of the Old Kingdom period 26th century BC and is renowned as the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Shepahit, a village and census-designated place in Gloucester, Rhode Island, United States. Shepa, an ethnic group native to Nepal. Shepika, a city in Chile. Shepika, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Cheryape, Cyrillic letter 456 acute Gea Chepia. Shepa, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Cheryape, Cyrillic letter 456 acute Gea Chepia. Shepping Wycombe, a civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in Wycombe District. Chepstow, a town and community with a town council in Monmouthshire, Wales, on the border with England but separated by the River Wye West Grid Ref SD 5393. Sheftadje, a surname from Kalenjin. Checkable, on which checks can be drawn. Tuk, a written order directing a bank to pay money to a person or entity. Checkbook, alternative spelling of checkbook. Checkbooks, plural of checkbook. Check card, a small plastic card issued by a bank or similar which is a guarantee of payment of checks written by the cardholder up to a specified maximum amount. Check cards, plural of check card. Check, please, used after making an embarrassment statement suggesting it's time to leave. Checkbook, a folder or booklet containing preprinted checks for use by the holder of a bank account. Checkbook diplomacies, plural of checkbook diplomacy. Checkbook diplomacy, alternative spelling of checkbook diplomacy. Checkbook journalism, alternative spelling of checkbook journalism. Checkbooks, plural of checkbook. Checkwi, alternative form of checky. Checkween, a gold coin formerly used in Italy and Turkey, is sequin. Shackweens, plural of checkween. Shackwees, plural of checkwe. Shackless, without checks financial instruments. Shecker, a surname. Shecker tree, a tree with edible fruit, Sorbus terminalis, native to Central and Southern Europe and neighboring parts of Asia and Africa. Checker trees, plural of checker tree. Checkerbrat, a kind of cross-barred pinafore. Checkerbrats, plural of checkerbrat. Shackcorbant, a locality east of Weston, Metropolitan Borough of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England at the A6/A58 junction OS Grid Ref SD 6706. Checkerboard, alternative spelling of checkerboard. Checkerboard, simple past and past participle of checkerboard. Checkerboarding, present participle and gerund of checkerboard. Checkerboards, plural of checkerboard. Checker, simple past and past participle of checker. Checkered flag. A black and white checkered flag which signifies the end of a race. Checkered flags. Plural of checkered flag. Checkered skipper. A brown and orange checkered butterfly, Carterosphalus palaemon of the family Hesperiidae. Checkered skippers. Plural of checkered skipper. Checkerness. The quality of being checker. Checkering. Present participle and gerund of checker. Checkerings. Plural of checkering. Chequers. A 16th century manor house in Buckinghamshire, England, serving as the country house of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Chequers Agreement. A white paper published in July 2018 outlining the relationship the UK was seeking with the European Union after Brexit. Chequers Plan. Synonym of Chequers Agreement. Checkerwise. Arranged in staggered rows like the squares of a checkerboard. Checkerwork. Alternative form of checkerwork. Checkerworks. Plural of checkerwork. Checks. Plural of check. Checkwriter. Alternative form of checkwriter. Checkwriters. Plural of checkwriter. Checkwi. Alternative form of checkwi. Checkwi. Alternative form of checky. Checkwium. Obsolete spelling of Zhejiang. Checkway. Archaic form of zecchino, old gold coin of Italy. Checkwai. Archaic form of zecchino, old gold coin of Italy. Checkwines. Plural of checkwine. Checking. Alternative spelling of checking. Checking account. Alternative spelling of checking account. Checking accounts. Plural of checking account. Checkwins. Plural of checkwin. Checkwiz. Plural of checkwi. Checkwi. Checkered, divided into small squares checkers by transverse vertical and horizontal lines. Kew. A department of Centre Val de Loire, France. Capital, Bourges. Share effect. A vocal effect produced when the entire lyrics of a song are processed through an auto-tune system. Sharelite. Any of a range of yellowish-brown to green minerals that are mixed phosphates of primarily calcium and thorium, associated with uraniferous deposits. Charolites. Plural of charolite. Cheremi. A surname. Cheremis. Plural of Cheremi. Churrasco. A commune of Cuneo, Piedmont, Italy. Cherbourg. A coastal town in Manche Department, Normandy, France. Tut. To scrounge, to obtain in an unintended fashion, to scrape together. Tut. Simple past and past participle of church. Churchal. A city in Tepeza, Algeria. Shurjan. Alternative form of Karkan. Shirkanese. A kind of cotton cloth from India. Sharalas. A surname from French. Charolases. Plural of charolus. Shara. Alternative form of hirm. Sharim. a basic unit of a sign language equivalent to a phoneme. Cherems, plural of cherem. Cheremic, of or relating to a cherem, signed. Cherempova, a town in Irkutsk Oblast, Russia. Chermikhai, an orthorhombic greenish-yellow mineral containing lead, oxygen, tellurium, vanadium, and zinc. Cherems, plural of cherem. Cherenkov effect, alternative form of Cherenkov effect. Cherenkov effects, plural of Cherenkov effect. Cherenkov radiation, alternative form of Cherenkov radiation. Cherepanovite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic and rhodium. Cherepovets, a city in Vologda Oblast, Russia. Cherevim, the Cherethites. Cheriite, a member of an ethnic group in the Levant, mentioned in the Bible. Cherethites, plural of Cherethite. Chereta, alternative form of Kyreta. Cherui, alternative form of Sharkey. Sherrill, a village and civil parish east of County, Wiltshire, England. OS grid ref as SU 0370. Derry, a female given name originating as a coinage. Tida, a surname. Is, plural of Chuyang. Sherwin, former name of Sirban, Java, Indonesia. Terry, a female given name originating as a coinage. K8, a 2002 controversy over the purchase of 2 flats in Bristol by Cherie Blair with the alleged assistance of Peter Foster, a convicted Australian conman and boyfriend of Blair's friend Carol Kaplan, who negotiated a discount for Blair. Sherilyn, a female given name. Cherimoya, a subtropical tree of species Annona cherimola, native to mountainous areas of South America. Cherimoyas, plural of Cherimoya. Cherimoyer, archaic form of Cherimoya. Cherimoyers, plural of Cherimoyer. Cherry, a female given name from Persian. Sharinghi, alternative form of Charinghi. Sherrington, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref SD 9098. Cherish, a female given name. Cherish a snake in one's bosom. Synonym of nourish a viper in one's bosom. Cherishable, capable of or suitable for being cherished. Cherishably, in a cherishable manner. Cherished, highly valued, having a high personal value. Cherisher, someone who cherishes something. Cherishers, plural of cherisher. Cherishes, third person singular simple present indicative of cherish. Cherisheth, third person singular simple present indicative of cherish. Cherishing, present participle and gerund of cherish. Cherishingly, in a cherishing manner. Cherishings, plural of cherishing. Cherishment, the act of cherishing. Cherish cherishments, plural of cherishment. Terisht, simple past and past participle of cherish. Sheraton, a hamlet in Brendan and Countisbury Parish, North Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 7346. Sheraton Bishop, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 7793. Sheraton Fitzbane, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SS 8606. Cherkasy, a port city, administrative center, and reign of Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine on the Dnipro/Dnieper. Cherkass, a Circassian. Cherkass Autonomous Oblast. Autonomous Oblast of the Soviet Union in the Russian SFSR established in 1943. Cherkasses, plural of Cherkass. Cherkassk, the capital city of Kjkjkjcfvbcyc, Russia. Chermak, a surname from Czech. Chermaks, plural of Chermak. Cherms, archaic form of kerms. Chermicid, any hemipteran insect in the former family Chermicidae. Like the equivalent name Chermid, it has historically referred to the equivalent of more than one modern family. Chermicids, plural of Chermicid. Chermid, any hemipteran insect in the former family Chermidae, which has historically referred to equivalents of more than one modern family. Chermids, plural of chermid. Chermoula, a marinade used in Algerian, Moroccan, and Tunisian cooking, made with herbs, oil, lemons, garlic, cumin, and salt. Chermoulas, plural of chermoula. Chern class, any of a group of characteristic classes associated with complex vector bundles with applications in physics, string theory, etc. Chern classes, plural of Chern class. Chern-Simons theory, a three-dimensional topological quantum field theory of Schwarz type with applications in condensed matter physics and quantum computing. Chernikov, a surname. Chernikovs, plural of Chernikov. Chernitid, any pseudoscorpion in the family Chernitidae. Chernitids, plural of Chernitid. Cherny, a surname. Chernies, plural of Cherny. Cherniak, a surname from Ukrainian. Chernigau, alternative form of Chernio. Chernio, a port city, the administrative center of Chernihiv Raion, Chernihiv Oblast, in northern Ukraine, on the Desna River. Chernikovite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal light yellow mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Chernivtsi, a city, administrative center, and rayon of Chernivtsi Oblast in the Bukovina region, Ukraine, on the Prut River. Chernobyl, a partially abandoned city and ghost town in northern Ukraine, known as the site of a nuclear disaster. Chernobyl syndrome, a group of disorders associated with radiation from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Chernobylian, relating to or resembling the city of Chernobyl or the 19 1986 nuclear accident that occurred there. Chernobylic, of or like the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster or its aftermath. Chernobylite, a survivor of the Chernobyl disaster. Chernobyls, plural of Chernobyl. Chernov, a surname. Chernovs, plural of Chernov. Chermosum, alternative form of Chernozem. Chernozemic, alternative form of Chernozemic. Chernosomes, plural of Chernosum. Chernow, a surname from Russian. Chernovs, plural of Chernov. Chernov, alternative form of Chernivtsi. Chernozem, a fertile black soil containing a very high percentage of humus 3% to 15% and high percentages of phosphoric acids, phosphorus, and ammonia. Chernozemic, of or pertaining to an order of soils with Chernozemic characteristics. Chernozems, plural of Chernozem. Chernupka, a gloomy genre of Russian horror. Cherniak, a surname from Ukrainian. Cherniakovsk, a town in Kaliningrad Oblast, Russia. Chernik, a transliteration of the Russian surname Cherniks. Chermikai, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, barium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and vanadium. Chernishivo, a village in Velikostyugsky district, Vologda Oblast, Russia. Chernyshevskyin, of or relating to Nikolai Chernyshevsky Russian, Nekol acute ikdakwi acute che yrn yersha ya acute vaska ikdakwi. 1828-1889, a Russian revolutionary democrat, materialist philosopher, critic, and socialist. Sharon Haka, synonym of Nodaway. Sharogro, a hyrax. Sharograls, plural of Charogrel. Cherokee, a member of an indigenous North American people. Cherokee County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Center. Cherokee plum, the sand plum, Prunus angustifolia. Cherokee rose, a fragrant white rose of species Rosa levigata, native to southern China, Taiwan, and Vietnam, and an invasive species elsewhere. Cherokee strip, a census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. Cherokee Village, a city in Fulton County and Sharp County, Arkansas. Cherokean, of or pertaining to the Native American Cherokee culture. Cherokeaness, the quality or state of being Cherokee. Cherokees, plural of Cherokee. Cherological, relating to chirology. Chirology, the equivalent of phonology for sign languages. Charit, a cigar with square-cut ends. Charits, plural of charit. Cherophobia, aversion to being happy. Sherpimple, a novelty dessert consisting of cherry pie, pumpkin pie, and apple pie stacked inside various flavors of cake. Chirpumples, plural of chirpumple. Cherrapunji, a town in Meghalaya, sometimes credited as the world's wettest place. Terry, a surname. Terry, a female given name from English, variant of cherry. Terry, obsolete spelling of cherry. Terry, prepared with cherries. Terry, comparative form of cherry, more cherry. Cherries, plural of cherry. Cherries and berries. The police. Sherry's Jubilee, a dessert of cherries and liqueur, typically Kirschwasser, flambéed and typically served as a sauce over vanilla ice cream. Cherries on top, plural of cherry on top. Cayus, superlative form of cherry, most bright red in color. Sherrington, a village in Telford and Wrekin Borough, Shropshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 664,199. Sherringtons, plural of Cherrington. Terry, a small fruit, usually red, black, or yellow, with a smooth hard seed and a short hard stem. Cherry alder, synonym of ribery. Cherry angioma, a benign tumor, observed as a cherry red papule on the skin that contains an abnormal proliferation of blood vessels. Cherry angiomas, plural of cherry angioma. Sherry Bakewell, ellipsis of cherry Bakewell tart. Sherry Bakewell, alternative letter case form of cherry Bakewell. Sherry Bakewell tart, a Bakewell tart with icing and half-laissé cherry on top. Sherry Bakewell tart, alternative letter case form of cherry Bakewell tart. Sherry Bakewell tarts, plural of cherry Bakewell tart. Sherry Bakewell tarts, plural of cherry Bakewell tart. Sherry Bakewells, plural of cherry Bakewell. Sherry Bakewell, plural of cherry Bakewell. Cherry birch, a tree of the species Bachellia lenta, with a dark bark resembling a cherry trees and an aromatic bark and sap used for birch beer. Cherry birches, plural of cherry birch. Cherry blossom, the blossom or flower of the cherry tree, particularly the Japanese cherry Prunus cerulata. Cherry blossom front, an imaginary line linking regions of Japan where the cherry blossom season begins on the same date. Cherry blossom fronts, plural of cherry blossom front. Cherry blossoms, plural of cherry blossom. Cherry bomb, a spherical, cherry-sized firecracker that generates a high-power explosion. Cherry bombs, plural of cherry bomb. Cherry boy, a male virgin. Cherry boys, plural of cherry boy. Cherry brandies, plural of cherry brandy. Cherry brandy, a liqueur made from cherries macerated in brandy or neutral spirit and flavored with spices. Cherry Burton, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 9942. Sherry coal. Soft coal that breaks off easily into small, irregular cubes with a shining luster. Sherry coals. Plural of cherry coal. Sherry County. One of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Valentine. Sherry currant. A large variety of red currant native to North America, Ribes cereum. Sherry currants. Plural of cherry currant. Cherry graph. A subtree in a graph consisting of an internal node with exactly two leaves. Sherry graphs. Plural of cherry graph. Sherry Green. A hamlet in Broxted Parish, Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5729. Sherry Grove. A number of places in the United States. Sherry guava. Synonym of strawberry guava. Sherry guavas. Plural of cherry guava. Sherry Hill. A number of places in the United States. Sherry Hinton. An eastern suburb of Cambridge, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4856. Sherry knocking. Synonym of knock down, ginger prank of knocking on a front door and running away. Sherry laurel. An evergreen cherry in the section Prunus sect. Laurosracis, some of which are cultivated as ornamentals. Sherry laurels. Plural of cherry laurel. Sherry light. Synonym of light bar. Sherry lights. Plural of cherry light. Sherry nose. A large species of cicada, Macrotristra angularis, of eastern Australia, having a red nose. Sherry noses. Plural of cherry nose. Sherry on the cake. Synonym of icing on the cake. Shayan. Top. Synonym of icing on the cake. Sherry orange. A small orange-like fruit and a plant that produces it. Cherry oranges. Plural of cherry orange. Sherry orchard. A suburb of Dublin, Ireland. Sherry pepper. The pimento pepper. Cherry peppers. Plural of cherry pepper. Cherry pick. Alternative form of cherry pick. Cherry picked. Simple past and past participle of cherry pick. Cherry picker. Synonym of cherubim, a member of the 11th Hussars Cavalry Regiment. Cherry picker. A piece of equipment consisting of a large basket at the end of an extensible boom, often mounted on a truck body, and used by workers to reach inaccessible places such as power lines and tall trees. Cherry pickers. Plural of cherry picker. Cherry pickers. Plural of cherry picker. Cherry picking. Present participle and gerund of cherry pick. Cherry picks. Third person singular simple present indicative of cherry pick. Cherry pie. A pie baked with a cherry filling. Cherry pies. Plural of cherry pie. Cherry pit. The stone of a cherry. Cherry pits. Plural of cherry pit. Cherry pitter. A device, whether handheld or automatic, that removes pits from cherries. Cherry pitters. Plural of cherry pitter. Cherry plum. Prunus cercifera, a deciduous ornamental Eurasian shrub or small tree, having white flowers and small red to yellow edible fruits. Cherry plums. Plural of cherry plum. Cherry red. A deep bright red color, like that of a cherry. Cherry reds. Plural of cherry red. Cherry salmon. The masu, encore hinchus masu. Cherry satinash. Synonym of ribery. Cherry slug. Synonym of pear slug. Cherry slugs. Plural of cherry slug. Cherry tomato. A type of small tomato, the cultivar Solanum lycopersicum var cericiform. Cherry tomatoes. Plural of cherry tomato. Cherry top. Alternative form of cherry top. Cherry topper. A police car with red lights mounted on top. Cherry toppers. Plural of cherry topper. Cherry tops. Plural of cherry top. Cherry tree. A suburb of Livesey Parish, Blackburn with Darwin District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6005. Cherry tree. A tree of the subgenus Prunus sub Cereus, the members of which are valued agriculturally for their fruit, the cherry, and the wood of the tree, cherry wood, used in woodworking. Cherry trees. Plural of cherry tree. Cherry Valley. A census-designated place in Riverside County, California, named for cherry trees in the area. Cherry wood. Alternative spelling of cherry wood. Cherry bomb. In the four-square ball game, the act of spiking the ball or slamming it down with a great force to make it difficult for a person to retrieve it in order to stay in the game. Cherry bombs. Plural of cherry bomb. Cherry Mary. A present of money. Cherry Mary bamboo. A beating with a bamboo stick. Cherry pick. To pick out the best or most desirable items from a list or group, especially to obtain some advantage or to present something in the best possible light. Cherry picked. Simple past and past participle of cherry pick. Cherry picker. Alternative form of cherry picker. Cherry pickers. Plural of cherry picker. Cherry picking. Present participle and gerund of cherry pick. Cherry picks. Third person singular simple present indicative of cherry pick. Cherry pitter. Alternative form of cherry pitter. Cherry bitters. Plural of cherry pitter. Cherry pop. To take the virginity of someone. Cherry popper. Someone who takes another's virginity. Cherry poppers. Plural of cherry popper. Cherry popping. The loss of a girl or woman's virginity. Cherry red. Alternative form of cherry red. Cherry tree. Archaic form of cherry tree. Cherry trees. Plural of cherry tree. Te. A cherry-flavored drink. Chariots, plural of chariot. Cherubim, a member of the 11th Hussars, a cavalry regiment of the British Army established in 1715. Cherubims, plural of cherubim. Cherry-colored, alternative form of cherry-colored. The gathering of cherries. Cherryland, a census-designated place in Alameda County, California, United States. Cherries, without cherries. Cherry-like. Resembling a cherry, such as in shape, color, or flavor. Cherry-pick, alternative spelling of cherry-pick. Cherry-picked, simple past and past participle of cherry-pick. Cherry-picker, alternative form of cherry-picker. Cherry-pickers. Plural of cherry-picker. Cherry-picking, present participle and gerund of cherry-pick. Cherry-pickings, plural of cherry-pick. Cherry-picks, third person singular simple present indicative of cherry-pick. Cherrystone, ellipsis of cherrystone clam, a hard clam mercenaria that has grown to a size within a certain range, being larger than a count neck, little neck, or tot neck, but smaller than a quahog. Cherrystones, plural of cherrystone. Cheratini, a martini cocktail made with cherry liqueur. Cheratinas, plural of cheratini. Cheratop, a round, red light that is mounted on top of a police car. Cheratops, plural of cheratop. Cherryvale, a place in the United States. Sherryville, a number of places in the United States. Sherrywood, a hardwood obtained from the cherry tree, valued for use in furniture and other woodworking applications. Pez, plural of share. Chersonese, synonym of Gallipoli, a peninsula in Turkey. Chersonese, plural of Chersonese. Chersonsi, plural of Chersonsis. Chersonsis, alternative form of Chersonese. Chersonsis torica, synonym of torica. Chersonsuses, plural of chersonsis. Massive, usually dull-colored and opaque, quartzite, hornstone, impure chalcedony, or other flint-like mineral. Chud, comparative form of cherty, more cherty. Chudist, superlative form of cherty, most cherty. Certification, conversion into chert. Certifications, plural of certification. Certify, converted into chert. Certifies, third person singular simple present indicative of certify. Certify, to change into chert. Certifying, present participle and gerund of certify. Chertiness, the quality of being cherty. Cats, plural of chert. Chertsey, a town in Runnymede District, Surrey, England. Shari, containing chert. Shero, a winged creature attending God and guarding his throne, described as a being with four faces: man, lion, ox, an eagle, human hands, calf hooves, four wings, and many eyes. A description can be found in Ezekiel chapter 1 and Ezekiel chapter 10, similar to a lamb-shoe-winged bull with a human torso in the pre-exilic texts of the Hebrew Bible, more humanoid in later texts. Cherubic, of, or relating to a cherub, angelic. Cherubical, archaic form of cherubic. Cherubically, in a cherubic way. Cherubin, alternative form of cherubim. Cherubimic, of or relating to cherubim. Cherubimical, of or relating to cherubim. Cherubins, plural of cherubim. Cherubin, a surname. Cherubins, plural of cherubin. Cherubism, an inherited genetic disorder of the mandible characterized by chubby cheeks. Cherubless, lacking cherubs in various senses. Cherub-like, resembling or characteristic of a cherub. Cherub, plural of chero. Cherub, a mythical man-eating creature in Mapuche mythology made of rock crystals and magma that cause earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Cherukuri, a surname from Telugu. Cherukuris, plural of Cherukuri. Chaup, archaic form of chirap. Cherupt, simple past and past participle of chera. Cherupe, present participle and gerund of chera. Shout, simple past and past participle of chero. Cherupe, present participle and gerund of chera. Cherups, plural of cherub. Cheruskai, a Germanic tribe that inhabited parts of the plains and forests of northwestern Germany in the area possibly near present-day Hanover during the 1st centuries BC and AD. Carrot, archaic form of cherut. Carrots, plural of cherut. Cherutite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing lead, oxygen, and vanadium. Cherwell, a leafy herb, Anthrascus cerifolium, resembling parsley. Chervils, plural of chervil. Chervalna, a river, a right tributary of the Bajanica, running its course entirely within Raywarad rural Hermata, Hazen Rayan, Vinnytsia Oblast, Ukraine. Chervona Zerka, a former village in Marianivka Solrata, Lysinker Rayan, Cherkasy Oblast, the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, merged into the village of Rozhkivka in 1958. Chervonets, any of several former currencies of Russia, applied to various foreign gold coins prior to the reign of Peter I of Russia, then to a Russian gold coin of 1701-1757, and finally to a 1922 currency of the Soviet Union. Chervonets, alternative spelling of Chervonets. Chervonore, former name of Sheptitsky. Chervontsy, plural of Chervonets. Cherwell, a river that rises in Northamptonshire before flowing through Oxfordshire and into the River Thames Isis at Oxford. Sherry, a surname. Jael, a female given name originating as a coinage. Churies, plural of churi. Abbreviation of Cheshire. Jeff. Abbreviation of Cheshire. Chesapeake. Any member of a Native American tribe that once inhabited the area now known as Southampton Roads in Virginia, United States. Chesapeake Bay. An inlet of the Atlantic in the United States. An estuary lying inland from the Atlantic Ocean surrounded by the states of Maryland and Virginia, separated from the Atlantic by the Delmarva Peninsula. Chesapeake Bay Retriever. A dog of a large body breed developed in the Chesapeake Bay area during the 19th century. Chesapeake Bay Retrievers. Plural of Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Chesapeakes. Plural of Chesapeake. Chesbro. A surname. Chesbros. Plural of Chesbro. Chesbro. A surname from Old English. Chesbrops. Plural of Chesbro. Chasaburo. A surname. Chasaburos. Plural of Chasaburo. Chasebro. A surname. Chasebros. Plural of Chasebro. Chasebra. A surname. Chasebroth. Plural of Chesebra. He is the Jewish attribute of grace, kindness, or love, one of the Sephirah. Chesapean. A member of the Chesapeake tribe. Chesapeans. Plural of Chesapean. Chasau. A market town and civil parish with a town council in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Chiltern District OS Grid Ref SB 9501. Shatter. A habitational surname. Ted. A surname. Cheshires. Plural of Cheshire. Shutter. A northwestern county of England, bordered by the rivers Mersey and Dee, Greater Manchester, Merseyside, Derbyshire, Staffordshire, Shropshire, Wrexham, and Flintshire. Cheshire Cat. A fictional cat with a broad fixed grin, made popular by Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland 1865. Cheshire Cats. Plural of Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cheese. A dense and crumbly cheese produced in the English county of Cheshire. Cheddar Cheese. Plural of Cheshire Cheese. Cheshire County. One of 10 counties in New Hampshire, United States. County seat, Keene, named after the county of Cheshire in England. Cheshire East. A unitary authority and borough of Cheshire, England, created in 2009 with the amalgamation of the boroughs of Macclesfield, Cundleton, and Crewe and Nantwich. Cheshire West and Chester. A unitary authority and borough of Cheshire, England, created in 2009 when Ellesmere Port and Neston District, Vale Royal District, and the city of Chester were abolished. Cheshireization. Oxford British English Standard spelling of Cheshireization. Cheshireization. Synonym of transphonologization, a type of sound change whereby a phonemic contrast that used to involve a certain feature evolves in such a way that the contrast is preserved, yet becomes associated with a different feature. Shevant. A town in Broxbourne Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3502. Sheshan mixture. A fungicide made from copper sulfate and ammonium carbonate. Sheshwan, the second month of the civil year and the 8th month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar after Tishrei and before Kislev. Shezabel, obsolete form of Chasuble. Shezables, plural of Chesabel. Shesel, alternative form of Chesel. Sheskin, tuk. Sheskians, plural of Cheskian. Shesler, a surname from Polish. Sheslers, plural of Chesler. Chesle, a male given name. Shesleth, a woodlass. Cheslips, plural of Cheslip. Cheslach, a surname from Polish. Cheslachs, plural of Cheslach. Cheslin Hay, a village and civil parish in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9707. Chesno, a surname. Chesney, an English surname from Anglo-Norman. Chesneys, plural of Chesney. Chestnut, a surname. Chestnuts, plural of chestnut. Chestnut, a surname. Chestnuts, plural of chestnut. Chespelling, a flexible, rollable material made from chestnut wood used for fencing or to provide traction for the tracks of tanks. Chespellings, plural of chespelling. Chess, a surname. Chessboard, alternative form of chessboard. Chessboards, plural of chessboard. Chess boxer, someone who participates in chess boxing. Chess boxers, plural of chess boxer. Chess boxing, a hybrid sport involving alternating rounds of chess and boxing. Chess cake, a tart made with eggs, sugar, and butter. Chess cakes, plural of chess cake. Chess clock, a device consisting of 2 clocks and a switch for running one at a time, used in chess and other games to measure how much time each player takes. Chess clocks, plural of chess clock. Chess engine, software that plays chess autonomously, i.e. without human guidance. Chess engines, plural of chess engine. Chess master, an exceptionally skillful chess player, especially one who has won a major competition. Chess masters, plural of chess master. Chess pie, a pie made with eggs, sugar, butter, vanilla, and cornmeal. Chess piece, any of the 16 white and 16 black pieces used in playing the game of chess. Chess pieces, plural of chess piece. Chess pies, plural of chess pie. Chess player, a human or computer that plays the game of chess. Chess players, plural of chess player. Chess set, the equipment needed to play chess, a set of chess pieces and a chessboard. Chess sets, plural of chess set. Chess tart, chess pie. Chess tarts, plural of chess tart. Chess timer, a chess clock. Chess timers, plural of chess timer. Chess apple, the wild service tree of Europe Sorbus terminalis. Chess apples, plural of chess apple. Chess-like, alternative form of chess-like. Chess piece, alternative spelling of chess piece. Chess pieces, plural of chess piece. Chess player, alternative form of chess player. Chess players, plural of chess player. Chess 960, synonym of Fisher random chess. Chessboard, the square board used in the game of chess, subdivided into 8 rows of 8 squares each, the squares in each row and column being of alternating colors. Chessboard distance, synonym of Chebyshev distance. Chessboard distances, plural of chessboard distance. Chessboard-like, resembling or characteristic of a chessboard. Chessboards, plural of chessboard. Chess boxer, alternative form of chess boxer. Chess boxers, plural of chess boxer. Chess boxing, alternative spelling of chess boxing. Chess clock, alternative spelling of chess clock. Chess clocks, plural of chess clock. Chessdom, the world of chess. Chess, obsolete spelling of chess. Teft, alternative form of cheese. Chessel, a mold in which curds are placed before being pressed to remove the whey. Subsequently, the chessel is removed to allow the cheese to mature. Chesselt, plural of chessel. Chesser, a habitational surname. Chessers, plural of chesser. Chesses, plural of chess. Chessexite, an orthorhombic white mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and sulfur. Cheshire, a habitational surname. Chessic, pertaining to chess. Chessic way, in a chessic way, pertaining to chess. Chessic, a surname. Chessic, a nickname given to and used by the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. Chessel, gravel or pebbles. Chessington, a southern suburb of the borough of Kingston upon Thames, Greater London, England, historically in Surrey OS Grid Ref TQ 1863. Chessus, a player of chess. Chessests, plural of chesses. Chessley, resembling or characteristic of chess, a complex task requiring careful forethought and planning. Chessman, a chess piece. Chessmaster, alternative form of chessmaster. Chessmasters, plural of chessmaster. Chessman, plural of chessman. Chestnut, pronunciation spelling of chestnut. Chestnuts, plural of chestnut. Chesson, a surname. Chessons, plural of chesson. Chess piece, alternative spelling of chess piece. Chess pieces, plural of chess piece. Chess player, alternative spelling of chess player. Chess players, plural of chess player. Chess tree, either of two pieces of oak fitted to the top sides of a square-rigged vessel on each side of the bow through which the bowlines were fed, often decoratively carved. Chess trays, plural of chess tree. Chesson, a surname. Chesse, a commune of Seine-et-Marne department, Isle de France, France, famous as the location of Disneyland Paris. Chessy cat, a Cheshire cat. Chessy cats, plural of Chessy cat. Chessy copper, the mineral azurite. Chessolite, synonym of azurite. Chessolites, plural of chessolite. Cast, University of Chester, used especially following postnominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Chest bag, a bag carried on one's chest. Chest bags, plural of chest bag. Chest band, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see chest band. Chest bands, plural of chest band. Chest backet, an intricately woven handle for a sea chest. Chest backets, plural of chest backet. Chest breather, a person who inflates the chest as a result of underusing the diaphragm while breathing. Chest breathers, plural of chest breather. Chest bump, a greeting or gesture of celebration in which two people approach each other then jump and bump their chests together. Chest bumped, simple past and past participle of chest bump. Chest bumping, present participle and gerund of chest bum. Chest bumps, plural of chest bump. Chest button, a nipple, usually of a man. Chest buttons, plural of chest button. Chest candy, medals and ribbons worn on the chest. Chest cavities, plural of chest cavity. Chest cavity, the thoracic cavity. Chest cold, a common cold or similar ailment characterized by coughing or other thoracic symptoms. Chest day, a day dedicated to chest exercises. Chest days, plural of chest day. Chest down, to control a high ball with the chest, for example, in order to shoot, dribble, or pass it. Chest expander, an exercise device consisting of two handles joined by steel springs, used to develop the muscles of the chest. Chest expanders, plural of chest expander. Chest freezer, a long, low freezer that is open from above, as opposed to the vertical kind with a front-facing door. Chest freezers, plural of chest freezer. Chest hair, the androgenic hair of the chest interior thorax. Chest hairs, plural of chest hair. Chest mark, A mark catch in which the player receives the ball into both arms at chest height. Chest marks, plural of chest mark. Chest melon, a large breast. Chest melons, plural of chest melon. Chest note, in singing or speaking, a deep note, the lowest sound of the voice. Chest notes, plural of chest note. Chest of drawers, a piece of furniture which has multiple parallel, horizontal drawers stacked one above the other, used mainly for the storage of clean clothes. Chest one's cards, to hold one's hand close to one's chest so that other players cannot see the cards. Chest pass, a pass played with the ball at chest height. Chest passes, plural of chest pass. Chest press, an exercise performed by pressing a bar or lever away from the chest while seated. Chest presses, plural of chest press. Chest rub, a form of applying pain to the sternum of the patient wherein the responder applies strong pressure with the knuckles in an attempt to establish the patient's level of consciousness. Chest rubs, plural of chest rub. Chest surgeries, plural of chest surgery. Chest surgery, synonym of top surgery. Chest tightness, an unpleasant sensation of tightness, heaviness, or pressure in the chest. Chest tube, also known as chest drain, thoracic catheter, tube thoracostomy, or intercostal drain, a tube inserted into the chest with the purpose of allowing the removal of air or fluid from the pleural cavity. Chest tubes, plural of chest tube. Chest up, to bump one's chest into another person aggressively, to physically challenge or confront. Chest voice, a kind of voice of a medium or low pitch and a sonorous quality ascribed to resonance in the chest or thorax. Voice of the thick register. It is produced by vibration of the vocal cords through their entire width and thickness, and with convex surfaces presented to each other. Chest wall, the set of tissues that bound the thoracic cavity, including the rib cage, fascia, muscles, etc. Chest walls, plural of chest wall. Chest speeding, boastful belligerence. Chest bump, alternative form of chest bump. Chest high, reaching up to a person's chest. Chest thumping, synonym of chest beating. Chest edge, the exposed chest, especially the cleavage of the breasts. Chestal, of or pertaining to the chest region. Chestin, a surname from French. Chestins, plural of chesting. Chest bag, alternative form of chest bag. Chest tags, plural of chest bag. Chested, simple past and past participle of chests. Chested down, simple past and past participle of chest down. Chested one's cards, simple past and past participle of chest one's cards. Chested up, simple past and past participle of chest up. Chestedness, the state or quality of having a particular type of chest. Chesson, a chestnut. Chessons, plural of Chesson. Chester, a place name. Chester County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, West Chester. Chester County White, synonym of Chester White type of pig. Chester drawers, alternative form of chest of drawers. Chester the molester, synonym of Chester prison slang for a child molester. Chester White, a pig of a domestic breed originating in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Chester Street, a market town in County Durham, England. Chester Belloc, a notional chimeric beast formed by the union of Hilaire Belloc and G. Chesterton, the latter forced to adopt the political opinions of the former. Chesterfield, any of a number of settlements. Chesterfield bed, synonym of Winnipeg couch. Chesterfield bed, plural of Chesterfield bed. Chesterfield County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Chesterfield. Chesterfield Courthouse, an unincorporated community, the county seat of Chesterfield County, Virginia, United States. Chesterfield Inlet, a hamlet located on the western shore of Hudson Bay in Nunavut, Canada. Chesterfield Rugby, sexual activity. Chesterfieldian, someone who acts in a sophisticated, aristocratic manner reminiscent of the 4th Earl of Chesterfield. Chesterfieldians, plural of Chesterfieldian. Chesterfields, plural of Chesterfield. Chesterford, Great Chesterford and Little Chesterford, neighboring villages and civil parishes in northwest Essex, England. Chesterite, a basic inosilicate of magnesium and iron. Chesterlite, a variety of micropline from Chester County, Pennsylvania. Chesterman, a surname from Old English. Chestermanite, an orthorhombic dipyranidyl mineral containing aluminum, antimony, boron, iron, magnesium, and oxygen. Chestermans, plural of Chesterman. Chesters, a surname. Chesterton, a surname. Chesterton and Kingston, a civil parish without a council in Stratford-on Avon District, Warwickshire, England. Chesterton's fence, the principle that reforms should not be made until the reasoning behind the existing state of affairs is understood. Chestertonian, a person who supports G. Chesterton, especially in his theology. Chestertonians, plural of Chestertonian. Chestertons, plural of Chesterton. Chestertown, a town, the county seat of Kent County, Maryland, United States, named after the Chester River. Chesfe, simple past and past participle of Chesfield. Cheshe, to breastfeed. Chestfeeder, a nursing father, one who chestfeeds suckles a baby. Chestfeeders, plural of chestfeeder. Chest heating. Present participle and gerund of chestfeed. Chest heeds, third person singular simple present indicative of Chestfield. Chestfield, a village and civil parish in Canterbury District, Kent, England. OS grid ref TR 1366. Chestful, as much as a chest will hold. Chestfuls, plural of chestful. Chestbard, a piece of fabric, padding, or armor to protect the chest, as in some sports. Chest guards, plural of chest guard. Chest-ire, alternative spelling of chest hair. Chesticle, female breasts. Chesticles, plural of chesticle slang, humorous a woman's breasts. Kessie, comparative form of chesty, more chesty. Yetist, superlative form of chesty, most chesty. Chestily, a chesty manner. Chestiness. The quality of being chesty. Chesting, present participle, and gerund of chess. Chesting down, present participle and gerund of chest down. Chesting one's cards, present participle and gerund of chest one's cards. Chesting up, present participle and gerund of chest up. Chestless, without a prominent chest, namely of girls or women. Chestly, resembling or characteristic of a chest. Chestly, of or relating to one's chest, especially in reference to placement, position, or posture. Chestney, agni on the chest. Chestney. A surname. Chestnut, a surname. Chestnut blight, a disease of the American chestnut tree, mainly caused by pathogenic fungi of species Kjkjkjcfvbcyc parasitica. Chestnut clearwing moth, a moth pf the extinct species Calptitridge perplexa that died out due to chestnut blight eradicating the American chestnuts on which it fed. Chestnut clearwing moths, plural of chestnut clearwing moth. Chestnut Hill, a number of places in the United States. Chestnut munia, Lintura atricapilla, a bird of the passerine family Astrodidae of southern and eastern Asia. Chestnut munias, plural of chestnut munia. Chestnut oak, a species of oak tree native to the eastern USA. Quercus montana, sin. Quercus prinus. Chestnut oaks, plural of chestnut oak. Chestnut rail, a bird from the family Rallidae. Ulibornis castanoventris. Chestnut rails, plural of chestnut rail. Chestnut teal, Anas castania, a dabbling duck found in southern Australia. Chestnut teals, plural of chestnut teal. Chestnut tree, a tree that bears chestnuts, a tree of the genus Castania. Chestnut trees, plural of chestnut tree. Chestnutback antrike, a passerine bird of the bird family Thamophilus palliatus sin. Latin yes, palliatus. Chestnut-backed antrikes, plural of chestnut-backed antrike. Chestnut-backed chickadee, a small bird of species Posile rufescens in the tit family Paridae. Chestnut-backed chickadees, plural of chestnut-backed chickadee. Chestnut-bellied tit, Sitiparus castanoventris, is small bird of the tit family Paridae. Chestnut-breasted manakin, a species of manakin estrilded finch, Lintura castanothorax of Australia, New Guinea, and New Caledonia. Chestnut-breasted manakins. Plural of chestnut-breasted manakin. Chestnut-eared bunting. Emberiza fucata, a passerine bird in the bunting family Emberizidae. Chestnut-eared buntings. Plural of chestnut-eared bunting. Chestnut-flanked sparrowhawk, a bird Accipitor castanilius found in the forests of Lower Guinea. Chestnut-flanked sparrowhawks. Plural of chestnut-flanked sparrowhawk. Chestnut-like, resembling or characteristic of a chestnut. Chestnuts. Plural of chestnut. Chestnut, a surname. Chestnuts. Plural of chestnut. Chestnutty, resembling or characteristic of a chestnut. Chest pad, protective padding for the chest. Chest pads, plural of chest pad. Chest piece, a piece of clothing or armor worn on the chest. Chest pieces, plural of chest piece. Chest plate, a plate of armor to protect a person's chest. Chest plates, plural of chest plate. Chests, plural of chest. Chests down, third person singular simple present indicative of chest down. Chests of drawers, plural of chest of drawers. Chests one's cards, third person singular simple present indicative of chest one's card. Chests up, third person singular simple present indicative of chest up. Chestful, plural of chestful. Chesty, having large breasts, busty. Chestvan. Alternative spelling of Cheshvan. Cheswardine, a village and civil parish in northeast Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7129. Cheswall, a surname. Chesse, a village on the northern border of Bristol, England. Teth, a diminutive of the male given name Chester. Ched, archaic form of cheetah. Chedas, plural of cheddar. Chedda, alternative form of chidak. Chedaks, plural of chetak. Chetani, a village and commune of Muros County, Romania. Date, knife, especially one used as a weapon. Date, plural of cheat. Keh, alternative spelling of heh. Chefs, plural of chef. Shada Camp, a community on the west coast of Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia, Canada. Chedef, sickly, weak. Chetney, alternative letter case. Form of Chetnik. Chetniks, plural of Chetnik. Chetmo, a village and civil parish served by Chetnall and Stockwood Parish Council in Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6007. Shadasin, alternative spelling of Kedasin. Shadamin, a complex epidiacepiperazine metabolite produced by several fungi of the genus Chaetomium that disrupts the ability of tumors to adapt to hypoxia. Chatapod, alternative form of ketopod. Chatapods, plural of chatapod. Chatotaxy, alternative form of ketotaxy. Chaitas, a Friesiani in Cortes Valley, Autonomous Region, Italy. Chetral, alternative spelling of chitral. Chetrum, a subdivision of currency equal to 1/100th of a butanese and gultrum. Chetrums, plural of chetrum. Chats, plural of chet. Sed, alternative form of chetty. Chattis, plural of chetty. Chatties, plural of chatty. Chettle, a village and civil parish in Dorset, England. OS grid ref SD 9513. Chattels, plural of chattel. Sed, a member of one of various South Indian castes of merchants, moneylenders, and landowners. Shatverik, an old Russian dry measure, approximately 26.24 liters, 1/4 of an osmana. Shatveriks, plural of Chetverek. Chetvert, alternative form of T-Chetvert. Chetverts, plural of Chetvert. Chatwoe, a village and civil parish of Buckinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SB 6429. Chetwodes, plural of Chetwoe. Chatwood, a surname. Chatwoods, plural of Chetwood. Chetwynd, a surname. Chetwyneston, a small village in Chetwyneston and Woodcote Parish, Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 7517. Chetwyneston and Woodcote, a civil parish in Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. Hugh, a person who is chuji. Chuje, comparative form of chuji, more chuji. Ishudes, superlative form of chuji, most chuji. Chujiness, the state of being chuji. Shoots, plural of chu. Chuji, I'm cool, try hard. Chu, a surname. Shu Chao, an island of Islands District, New Territories, Hong Kong. Shun Fai, alternative form of Ching Fun. Shu Sha Wan, an area of Sham Shui Po District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Huns, plural of Chun. Hupes, alternative form of stoops. Choops, simple past and past participle of choops. Choopses, plural of choops. Choopse, present participle and gerund of choops. Shoevrat, a surname from French. Chouvrats, plural of chouvrat. Chuxin, alternative form of Zhaoshan. Go, a Chevrolet automobile. Shavush, archaic form of Chevachi. Shavati, archaic form of Chevachi. Chevakes, plural of chevachi. Gavage, a capitation tax, an equal tax or tribute per person. Chevages, plural of chevage. Cheval, only in compounds, a horse, hence a support or frame. Cheval de frise, an obstacle made of wood with spikes for use against attacking cavalry. Cheval glass, a long mirror mounted on a swivel in a frame, allowing it to be tilted. Cheval glasses, plural of cheval glass. Cheval glass, alternative form of cheval glass. Cheval glasses, plural of cheval glass. Chevalet, a rack or rest used in woodwork or glassworking. Chevalets, plural of chevalet. Chevalier, cavalier, knight. Chevalier d'industrie, synonym of knight of industry, footpad, thief or sharper. Chevaliers, plural of chevalier. Chevaliers d'industrie, plural of chevalier d'industrie. Cheva Pravat Domon, a surname from Thai. Chavache, a military raid by cavalry through enemy territory designed to disrupt rural communities and weaken an opponent. Chavatai, alternative form of chevachi. Chevaches, plural of chevachi. Chevachais, plural of chevache. Chevachi, alternative form of chevachi. Chevachis, plural of chevachi. Chevox, plural of cheval. Chevox de fries, plural of cheval de fries. Chevda, a kind of snack mix generally consisting of spicy ingredients. Here, to come to an issue, to turn out. To succeed. Cheveley, a village and civil parish in East Cambridgeshire, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6861. Chevaler, the nebulous part of a comet or star. Chevalers, plural of chevaler. Jetta, a river fish, the chub. Chevant, simple past and past participle of chevan. Jeliner, a person who embroidered hosiery. Cheveners, plural of chevener. Chevening, a small village and civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4857. Chevendex, a surname. Chevens, plural of cheven. Chever, a surname. Chevero, kid as used to make leather. Chevero, alternative form of cheverel. Cheviers, plural of chevier. Chevero, soft leather made of kid skin. Cheverels, plural of cheverel. Chevron, dated form of chevron V-shaped ornament. Chevronal, alternative form of chevronal. Chevronals, plural of chevronal. Chevroni, alternative form of chevroni. Chevrons, plural of chevron. Cheverton, a surname. Cayus, a surname. Chevises, plural of sheaves. Gavet, the extreme end of the chancel or choir, properly the round or polygonal part. Gavets, plural of chevet. Chavez, a surname from Spanish. Chavez, plural of Chavez. Chavi, simple past and past participle of Chevy. Chevies, plural of Chevy. Chevo, a word or phrase whose only function is to make a sentence metrically balanced. Chevels, plural of chevel. Cheva, a chub fish. Chevington, a village and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS grid ref TL 7859. Chevens, plural of Chevin. Cheddar, a sheep of a hardy short wool breed reared on the Cheviot Hills. Cheviot Hills, a range of hills in Northumberland, England, and Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. Kevis, plural of Cheviot. Shedisons, provision s, supply. Chevisenses, plural of chevisons. Chevisance, obsolete form of chevisance. Chevisances, plural of chevisance. Chevkanai, a monoclinic sorosilicate mineral containing rare earths, magnesium, iron, and titanium. Sheva, the meat of a goat. Sheva, a male given name. Shevra Kadisha, a society that ensures proper treatment of the dead before burial. Chever, alternative spelling of chever. Javer, cheese from goat's milk, especially. Chavro, a surname. Chevral cluster, synonym of chevral phase. Chevral clusters, plural of chevral cluster. Chevral phase, a series of molybdenum chalcogenide compounds of general formula MX-Mo6X8 where M equals a metal and X equals a chalcogen that have superconducting properties. Chevral phases, plural of chevral phase. Chevers, plural of chever. Chevers, plural of chever. Chevret, a machine for raising guns or mortar into their carriages. Chevrets, plural of chevret. Chevruil, a roe-deer, a roebuck. Chevruils, plural of chevruil. Chevrulian, of or relating to Mitchell Eugene Chevreul 1786-1889, French chemist whose work with fatty acids led to early applications in the fields of art and science. Chevreuse, a commune in Yvelines department, France. Chevrolet, a brand of automobile originally independent and long since a part of GM. Chevrolets, plural of Chevrolet. Chevrolet, a V-shaped pattern used in architecture and as an insignia of military or police rank on the sleeve. Chevron bone, any of the V-shaped subvertebral arches which enclose the caudal blood vessels in some animals. Chevron bones, plural of chevron bone. Chevron-wise, alternative form of chevron-wise. chevronné, alternative form of chevrony. Chevroned, having chevrons. Chevronel, a bearing like a chevron but of only half its width. Chevronel, alternative form of chevronel. Chevronels, plural of chevronel. Chevronely, marked with a chevronel or chevronels. Chevronels, plural of chevronel. Chevroning, present participle and gerund of chevron. Chevronly, synonym of chevronwise. Chevronné, alternative form of chevrony. Chevrony, having chevrons, especially heraldry charged with chevrons. Chevrons, the Zimbabwe national cricket team. Chevronwise, synonym of chevrony, chevron-like, in the manner of a chevron. Chevrony, alternative form of chevrony. Chevrotain, any of several small hornless ruminants of the family Tragulidae, native to tropical rainforests of South and Southeast Asia and Central and West Africa, a mouse deer. Chevrotains, plural of chevrotain. Chevrotin, alternative form of chevrotain. Chevrotins, plural of chevrotin. Yes, plural of chev. Chevy, alternative spelling of Chevy. Gevis, plural of Chevy. Gevit, alternative spelling of Chevy. Gevit, clipping of Chevrolet, a brand of car produced by General Motors. Chevy Chase, a face. Chevy Chases, plural of Chevy Chase. Chevy, present participle and gerund of Chevy. Two, a surname. Shoe Magna, a village and civil parish in Bath and Northeast Somerset, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 5763. Shoe off. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see chew off. Shoe on. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see chew on. Chew on one's nails. Synonym of bite one's nails, worry, or fret. Chew on the scenery. Alternative form of chew the scenery. Chew at. To lecture, scold, reprimand, or rebuke, especially in an angry tone of voice. Chew over. To think deeply about, to ponder or mull over. Gear stick, alternative form of chew stick. Gear sticks, plural of chew stick. Chew the cud, to ruminate of ruminant animals. Chew the fat, to chat idly or generally waste time talking. Chew the meat and spit out the bones, to take in a great deal of information and selectively disregard some of it as invalid or inapplicable. Chew the rag, synonym of chew the fat. Chew the scenery, to display excessive emotion or to act in an exaggerated manner while performing, to be melodramatic, to be flamboyant. Chew toy, a toy designed to be chewed on by children or an animal for amusement. Chew toys, plural of chew toy. Cheweth, to chew so as to make something pulpy or tangled. Chew up and spit out, to deal with a person harshly and abruptly. Chew up the scenery, alternative form of chew the scenery. Chew and spit, the cycle of chewing food and spitting characteristic of bulimia nervosa. Choa, a member of an African people inhabiting central Malawi and adjoining areas of Zambia and Mozambique. Chewability, the quality or degree of being chewable. Chewable, capable of being chewed. Chewables, plural of chewable. Chewably, such that it can be chewed. Yes, plural of chew. Chewbacca defense, any legal strategy or propaganda strategy that seeks to overwhelm its audience with nonsensical arguments as a way of confusing the audience and drowning out legitimate opposing arguments. Chewbacca defenses, plural of Chewbacca defense. Chew card, a card loaded with a bait that is used to monitor the animals, typically rodents, in a wild population by subsequent examination of the tooth marks left on it. Chew cards, plural of chew card. Toad, simple past and past participle of chew. Chewed off, simple past and past participle of chew off. Chewed on, simple past and past participle of chew on. Chewed on one's nails, simple past and past participle of chew on one's nails. Shoot out, simple past and past participle of chew out. Shoot over, simple past and past participle of chew over. Chewed the cud, simple past and past participle of chew the cud. Chewed the fat. Simple past and past participle of chew the fat. Chewed the meat and spat out the bones. Simple past and past participle of chew the meat and spit out the bones. Chewed the meat and spit out the bones. Simple past and past participle of chew the meat and spit out the bones. Chewed the scenery. Simple past and past participle of chew the scenery. Chewed ut. Simple past and past participle of chew up. Showoe, alternative form of jewelry. Showoe, soft chewable jewelry such as necklaces and bracelets, intended as an oral stim toy to calm and soothe the wearer. Shower, one who chews. Chewers, plural of chewer. Chewis, a kind of meat pie. Showa, third person singular simple present indicative of chew. Chewits, plural of chewit. Chewit and day, synonym of chewit and Thursday. Chewit and Thursday, the last Thursday at least 1 week before Christmas, a traditional tinner's holiday in Cornwall. Chewing gum. Chewian yedboot, a conventional expression meant to distract or wish bad luck to an opponent who is taking a kick for goal. Comparative form of chewy, more chewy. Chewies, plural of chewy. It is superlative form of chewy, most chewy. Chewy, pronunciation spelling of chewing. Chewiness, the state of being chewy. Chewing, present participle and gerund of chew. Chewing ball, a medicinal ball attached to a horse's bit so that the chewing will improve its appetite. Chewing balls. Plural of chewing ball. Chewing gum. A flavored preparation of chicle or synthetic rubber made for chewing. Chewing gums. Plural of chewing gum. Chewing lice. Plural of chewing louse. Chewing louse. Any true louse that is not a sucking louse, a malefacant. Chewing off. Present participle and gerund of chew off. Chewing on. Present participle and gerund of chew on. Chewing on one's nails. Present participle and gerund of chew on one's nails. Chewing out. Present participle and gerund of chew out. Chewing over. Present participle and gerund of chew over. Chewing sponge. A bunch of twigs most commonly of Salvadora persica that were beaten until fibrous, used as a traditional product for dental hygiene purposes. Chewing sponges. Plural of chewing sponge. Chewing stick. Chew stick used for cleaning teeth. Chewing sticks. Plural of chewing stick. Chewing the cud. Present participle and gerund of chew the cud. Chewing the fat. Present participle and gerund of chew the fat. Chewing the meat and spitting out the bones. Present participle and gerund of chew the meat and spit out the bones. Chewing the scenery. Present participle and gerund of chew the scenery. Chewing tobacco. Tobacco, cut or ground finely, placed between cheek and gum to allow nicotine absorption through the mucous membranes. Chewing tobaccos. Plural of chewing tobacco. Chewing up. Present participle and gerund of chew up. Chewing ball. Alternative form of chewing ball. Chewing balls. Plural of chewing ball. Chewing gum. Dated form of chewing gum. Chewing gum. Resembling or characteristic of chewing gum. Chewing gums. Plural of chewing gum. Chewingly. While chewing. Chewings. Plural of chewing. Chewing. A species of New World sparrow, Papilloerythrophthalmus. Chewinks. Plural of chewing. Tooth. A lapwing. Chewits. Plural of chewit. Shoot. Past participle of chew. Shooting. A surname. Shootings. Plural of tuning. Tuver. Resistant to damage caused by chewing. Chewer. Obsolete spelling of char. Chure. Pronunciation spelling of children. Chewers. Plural of chewer. Chewers. Plural of chew. Shoes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of chew off. Shoes on. Third person singular simple present indicative of chew on. Shoes on one's nails. Third person singular simple present indicative of chew on one's nails. Shoes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of chew out. Shoes over. third person singular simple present indicative of chew over. Choose the cud, third person singular simple present indicative of chew the cud. Choose the fat, third person singular simple present indicative of chew the fat. Choose the meat and spits out the bones, third person singular simple present indicative of chew the meat and spit out the bones. Choose the scenery, third person singular simple present indicative of chew the scenery. Shoes up, third person singular simple present indicative of chew out. Tuesday, pronunciation spelling of Tuesday. Kirsty, a twig with a frayed end used for cleaning the teeth. Kirsticks, plural of chewstick. Two, having a pliable or springy texture when chewed. Checkspurs, a municipality in Vaud Canton, Switzerland. Tut, a diminutive of the female given name Cheyenne. Shia, a female given name. Cheddar, alternative spelling of cheddar. Cheddar, plural of cheddar. Tayam, a member of an indigenous people of the Great Plains in North America. Cheyenne County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Cheyenne Wells. Cheyenne Wells, a statutory town, the county seat of Cheyenne County, Colorado, United States. Cheyennes, plural of Cheyenne. Che, obsolete form of Chela disciple. Chelas, plural of Chela. Chelas Moor, a suburb of Coventry, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3377. Chelatid, any mite in the family Chelatidae. Chylatids, plural of chalatid. Chelatihellosis, a disease principally caused by mites of the genus Chelatiella that infest the fur of dogs, cats, and rabbits. Chelatoi, belonging to the superfamily of mites Chelatoidea. Cheta, a female given name. Chet, a surname. Shane Stokes, an abnormal pattern of breathing involving apnea alternating with periods of compensatory hyperventilation and with smooth, gradual transitions between the two, characteristic of those in a coma or suffering cardiac or cerebral episodes. Chains, plural of chain. Kenny, worsted or woolen materials used for hangings or upholstery. Chainies, plural of chainy. Hut, at the homo. Ke, obsolete form of chestnut. Kayats, plural of shanat. Shazy formula, a formula that describes the mean flow velocity of steady, turbulent, open channel flow. Chelm, a number of places in Poland, including Chelmo, a town in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. THF, initialism of congestive heart failure. THFC, abbreviation of Chartered Financial Consultant. CHFC, plural of CHFC. CHT, initialism of chlorhexidine gluconate. CHD, abbreviation of change. CHTD, abbreviation of charged. DD, abbreviation of change. CHD, plural of CHG. CHH, initialism of cartilage hair hypoplasia. CHABA, a surname from Punjabi. CHABRAs, plural of CHABRA. CHANA, alternative spelling of CHANA. CHAPA, alternative form of Chapar. CHAPARs, plural of CHAPAR. CHAPRI, alternative form of Chapri. CHAPIS, plural of CHAPRI. CHAD, alternative form of Chatta. CHATINC, alternative form of Chattank. CHATINCs, plural of CHATINC. CHATAs, plural of CHATA. CHATA, alternative form of Chatra. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, the official name since 2023 of the city and district of Aurangabad. CHATAs, plural of CHATRA. CHATI, an elevated dome-shaped pavilion in Indian architecture. CHATIS, plural of CHATRI. Shadi Spur, a state in central India. Capital, Raipur. Chhattisgarh, an Indoria language spoken in the Indian state of Chhattisgarh. Chhang, alternative form of Chonk. Chhatay, a surname from Khmer. Chhatays, plural of Chatay. Chatina, a fresh, unripened curd cheese widely used in India and Bangladesh. Chaturtam, alternative spelling of Chetram. Chaturtams, plural of Chaturtam. Chateti, derivative of Kshatriya. Chatetis, plural of Chatvi. Chatetam, alternative spelling of Chetram. Chatetrams, plural of Chatram. Chatem, a surname from Khmer. Chatems, plural of Chatem. Chathang, alternative form of Ching Tai symbols. Chathol, synonym of Chana. Chathong, alternative form of Chonk. Chathauda, alternative form of Chota. Chathang, alternative form of Chonk. Chathun, a surname. Chaithundo, an Indian pickle and condiment usually made with grated green mangoes. Chaithuns, plural of Chaithun. Chaiturpi, a traditional cheese of Nepal and Tibet. Chhv, initialism of chimpanzee herpes virus. Chhv, plural of Chhv. Abbreviation of Chicago. Kai, an ancient Chinese duchy and later kingdom under the Zhou dynasty. Kai, alternative spelling of Chichai, affectionately trendy. Kai Kai man, a homosexual man. Kai Kai men, plural of Kai Kai man. Kai Kais, plural of Kai Kai. Pakopak, alternative form of Chikopek. Kai Kopeks, plural of Kai Kopek. Kai Koft, alternative form of Sigkoft. Tai Kong, alternative form of Kigon. Taian, alternative form of Jian. Tae, the practice of deciding between statistical models based on a plot rather than a formal procedure. Teikai, alternative spelling of Chichai effectively trendy. Taiching, alternative form of Cha-ching. Haichu, alternative form of Jeju Jeju, South Korea. Kjkjcfvbcyc, alternative form of Jixi, Heilongjian. Tae, used as a salute or word of praise. Taeit, simple past and past participle of kayak. Taeix, plural of kayak. Taeiting, present participle and gerund of kayak. Hylan, alternative form of Jilin. Hailang, synonym of Kilon. Kainam, alternative form of Jinan. Kaining, alternative form of Jining. Peiro, the combination of the Greek letters chi and rho, used as a Christogram. Kairos, plural of Cairo. Chi-square, a test statistic used in the chi-square test. Chi-square distribution, a probability distribution widely used in inferential statistics. Chi-square distributions, plural of chi-square distribution. Chi-square tests, any statistical hypothesis test in which the test statistic has a chi-square distribution if the null hypothesis is true. Chi-square tests, plural of chi-square tests. Chi-squares, plural of chi-square. Chi-town, Chicago. Chi, abbreviation of Chicago, a city in Illinois, United States. Tip, a surname from Hokkien. KSC, an edible seed of Salvia hispanica, a flowering plant in the mint family native to Central America or of the related Salvia calambari of southwestern United States and Mexico. Chia seeds, plural of chia seed. Kjhsing, alternative form of Jiaxing. Kjhsing, alternative form of Jiaxing. Chai, alternative form of Chai. Chiamuasesu, alternative form of Jaimusi. Ti, alternative form of Chai. Chiayu, alternative form of Jiayu. Chayak, a dialect originating from the Medes Creole people of Wabanaki, Acadia. Chayak, to taunt or tease. Chayakt, simple past and past participle of chayak. Chayaking, present participle and gerund of chayak. Chayaks, third person singular simple present indicative of chayak. Chayasian, alternative form of Jayajin. Tet, alternative form of Chai. Shialat, alternative form of Jayalat. Shialoop, a type of sloop used in the East Indies. Shialoops, plural of Shialoop. Shiamai, alternative form of Chime in imaginary lake. Shiame, alternative form of Chime in imaginary lake. Shiame, alternative form of Chime in imaginary lake. Shiampa, obsolete form of Champa. Shiam, of or pertaining to Chios Island in the Aegean Sea. Cheyenne earth, a soft, dense, flaky, grayish-white earth found on the island of Chios, anciently used as an astringent and cosmetic. Cheyenne turpentine, alternative form of Cyprus turpentine. Cheyennaise, a surname from Italian. Cheyennesses, plural of Cheyenese. A surname. Chiang Mai, a province of Thailand. Chiang Rai, a province of Thailand. Shanxin, alternative form of Jianjin. Shathan, alternative form of Janhan. Shanhua, synonym of Changyua. Shanghai, alternative form of Jiangxi. Shanling, alternative form of Zhongling. Shanmen, alternative form of Jianmen. Shansu, alternative form of Jiangsu. Shansu, alternative form of Jiangxi Jiangxi. Shanghai, alternative form of Gangwei. Xiangshu, dated form of Zhangju. Shanism, the philosophy of Chinese politician Chiang Kai-shek. Xiang of relating to or advocating Chiangism, the ideas of Chiang Kai-shek. Xiangvoling, alternative form of Zhongling. Shans, plural of Chiang. Chiani, a river in Tuscany, Italy, formerly called Clanis. Chianina, a breed of beef cattle from Italy. Chianinas, plural of Chianina. Chians, plural of Chian. Chiani, a hilly geographic region in central Tuscany, Italy, famous for red wines. Chianis, plural of Chianti. Chiantier, an area of Tuscany, Italy, favored by upper-class British citizens. Chianuri, alternative form of Chunieri. Chianuris, plural of Chianuri. Shio, a surname from Chinese. Shiotso, alternative form of Jiazuo. Shio is a alternative form of Jiozi. Chiozi, alternative form of Jioxy. Shio, plural of Chio. Shiatu, alternative form of Sayatu. Chias, obsolete form of Chaos. Chiauses, plural of Chias. Chiu, obsolete spelling of Chias. Chiapa, clipping of Chiapa de Corzo. Chiapas, a state of Mexico. Chiapone, a surname from Italian. Chiapones, plural of Chiapone. A surname from Italian. Chiramont, a surname. Chiramonts, plural of Chiramont. Chirantona, a surname. Yes, plural of Chia. Chirasco, obsolete form of Churrasco. Chirella, a surname from Italian. Chirellas, plural of Chirella. Chirelli, a surname from Italian. Chirellas, plural of Chirelli. Chirello, a surname. Chirellos, plural of Chirello. Chirenza, former name of Glarenza, a medieval Frankish fortress and town in Greece. Chirendas, plural of Chirenza. Chiri, a surname from Italian. Chiri malformation, a malformation of the brain, consisting of a downward displacement of the cerebellar tonsils through the foramen magnum, sometimes causing hydrocephalus. Chiri malformations, plural of Chiri malformation. Chiri-Frommel syndrome, postpartum hyperprolactinemia in the absence of breastfeeding. Chirivari, alternative spelling of Charivari. Chirivaris, plural of Chirivari. Chirowaskiro, archaic form of chiaroscuro. Chirowaskiros, plural of chirowaskiro. Chiroskuro, obsolete form of chiaroscuro. Chiaroscuri, plural of chiaroscuro. Chiaroscurists, a painter who uses light and shade rather than color to create the illusion of volume. Chiaroscurists, plural of chiaroscurist. Chiaroscuro, an artistic technique developed during the Renaissance, referring to the use of strong contrasts between light and dark in order to create the illusion of volume. Chiaroscuro, patterned with chiaroscuro. Chiaroscuros, plural of chiaroscuro. Des, plural of chia. Chiasma, alternative form of chiasma. Chiasma, a crossing of two nerves, ligaments, etc. Chiasmal, relating to chiasma. Chiasmas, plural of chiasma. Chiasmata, plural of chiasma. Chiasmate, having chiasmata. Chiasmates, plural of chiasmate. Chiasmatic, of or relating to the optic. Chiasma. Chiasmy, plural of chiasmus. Chiasmic, relating to chiasma. Chiasmodonted, any fish in the family Chiasmodontidae. Chiasmodontids, plural of chiasmodontid. Chiasms, Plural of chiasm. Chiasmus, an inversion of the relationship between the elements of phrases. Chiasm uses plural of chiasmus. Chiasso, a municipality in Mendrisio district, Ticino canton, Switzerland. Chiasson, a surname from French. Chiassons, plural of chiasson. Chiastic, pertaining to chiasmus. Chiastically, pertaining to chiasmus. Chiastolite, an aluminous silicate mineral having carbon inclusions, a variety of andalusite. Chiastolite slate, a rock formed by contact metamorphism of carbonaceous shale, characterized by prominent cleavage or schistosity in the presence of conspicuous chiastolite crystals in a fine-grained groundmass. Chiastolite slates, plural of chiastolite slate. Chiastolites, plural of chiastolite. Chiastolitic, containing or relating to the mineral chiastolite. Chiastonurous, exhibiting or relating to chiastonury. Chiastonury, streptomury. Chiating, alternative form of giating. Chias, alternative letter case form of chias. Chius, obsolete spelling of chias. Chius, simple past and past participle of chias. Chiuses, plural of chias. Chiash, obsolete spelling of chias. Chiusing, present participle and gerund of chias. Chias, alternative letter case form of chias, obsolete spelling of chias. Chiases, plural of chias. Chiux, alternative letter case form of chiux, obsolete spelling of chias. Chiavari, a coastal commune in the metropolitan city of Genoa, Liguria, Italy. Chiavenite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing beryllium, calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Chai, a city in southwestern Taiwan. Chaiyuguan, alternative form of Jiayuguan. Kyo, a shiv makeshift knife. Shia, a prefecture of Japan. Cheval, obsolete form of Sibal. Chevals, plural of chebal. Cheb, simple past and past participle of chib. Chedas, plural of chibi. Chibin, present participle and gerund of chib. Chib, a chestnut nut of the chestnut tree. Shebta, synonym of muisca. Chebshin, of or relating to a language family indigenous to the Isthmo-Colombian area which extends from eastern Honduras to northern Colombia and includes populations of these countries as well as Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. Chebshins, plural of Chibshin. Cheptes, plural of Chipsha. Chepai, a count-level city of Xining. Hubei, China. Shibiguazu, a kind of ocelot, described secondhand in 1827 as subspecies Felis pardalis chibiguazu, probably either of subspecies Leopardus pardalis mitis or Leopardus pardalis pseudopardalis. Shebis, plural of chibai. Shebal, alternative form of Sibal spring onion, Welsh onion. Shebals, plural of chibal. Taibuk, alternative form of chibak. Tabuks, plural of kaibuk. Cheber, acronym of China Interbank Offer Rate, the floating rate of China Interbank Credit Market. Shibao Gamao, a town and lake in the Nord-du-Quebec region of Quebec, Canada. Shebao, a Turkish tobacco pipe. Chebauks, plural of chibauk. Chebauk, alternative form of chibauk. Chebauks, plural of chibauk. Chez, plural of chib. Shevsun, an electric guitar manufactured in East Asia, often of low quality. Shibulai, Shebulis, plural of chibuli. Shibulais, plural of chibuli. Shibureki, alternative form of chebureki. Eat, a diminutive of the male given name Charles. Sheik Murray, a meal of curry. Sheik Murrays, plural of Sheik Murray. Keika, a surname. Shekadi, alternative form of chickadee. Shekadis, plural of chickadee. Chicago, a large city, the county seat of Cook County, in northeastern Illinois, United States, located on Lake Michigan. Chicago Atomizer, synonym of Thompson submachine gun. Chicago Atomizers, plural of Chicago Atomizer. Chicago Blues, a genre of popular electric guitar-based blues associated with Chicago. Chicago Boy, any of a group of Chilean economists prominent around the 1970s and 1980s, the majority of whom trained at the Department of Economics of the University of Chicago under Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger, or at its affiliate in the Economics Department at the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. Chicago Boys, plural of Chicago Boy. Chicago Dar, a Chicago-style hot dog. Chicago Dogs, plural of Chicago Dar. Chicago Heights, a city in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Chicago Lightning, bullets, gunfire. Chicago Overcoat, synonym of concrete overcoat or cement shoes. Chicago Overcoats, plural of Chicago overcoat. Chicago Piano, the Thompson submachine gun. Chicago Pianos, plural of Chicago Piano. Chicago Pizza, alternative form of Chicago-style pizza. Chicago Pizzas, plural of Chicago Pizza. Chicago Principles, a set of guiding principles intended to demonstrate a commitment to freedom of speech and freedom of expression on college campuses in the United States, and according to which even disagreeable and offensive ideas are eligible for discussion. Chicago Protocol, a method for the testing of appliances that perform any kind of combustion, household heaters, stoves, etc. for carbon monoxide emissions. Chicago School, a school of thought originating at the University of Chicago whose work was influential in the early 20th century. Chicago Screw, synonym of sex bolt. Chicago Screws, plural of Chicago Screw. Chicago Style, synonym of Thompson submachine gun. Chicago Style Pizza, alternative form of Chicago Style Pizza. Chicago Style Pizzas, plural of Chicago Style Pizza. Chicago Styles, plural of Chicago Style. Chicago Typewriter, synonym of Thompson submachine gun. Chicago Typewriters, plural of Chicago Typewriter. Chicago Style, corrupt and hard-handed, authoritarian. With patronage and nepotism, grandiose. Chicago-style hot dog, a beef hot dog served with mustard, onion, relish, peppers, tomato, and a pickle on a poppy seed bun. Chicago-style hot dogs, plural of Chicago-style hot dog. Chicago-style pizza, a casserole-like deep dish pizza with a characteristically high-edged crust on which the toppings are often layered upside down, first cheese and meat or vegetables, then tomato sauce. Chicago-style pizzas, plural of Chicago-style pizza. Chicago-style relish, a bright green-dyed sweet pickle relish typically used on Chicago-style hot dogs. Chicagoan, of from or relating to the city of Chicago, Illinois, United States. Chicagoans, plural of Chicagoan. Chicagos, the dialect of English spoken in Chicago. Chicagos, reminiscent of the city of Chicago, Illinois. Chicagoland, the metropolitan area of Chicago including parts of Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. Chicagorilla, a thug, a gangster. Chicagorillas, plural of Chicagorilla. Chicolos, flatbud prickly poppy Argemonita, a prickly poppy native to California. Chicolotes, plural of Chicolote. Chickamacomico, an older name for the tri-villages in Dare County, North Carolina, United States. Chickamacomico River, a river in Maryland, United States. Chicane at, a chicane or chicana. Chicane at S, plural of chicane at. Chicana, a female chicano. Chicana studies, an interdisciplinary academic discipline concerned with the study of culture relating to chicanas. Chicanas, plural of chicana. Chicane, a quibble, a pedantic or dishonest objection, an act of deception. Chicaned, simple past and past participle of chicane. Chicaner, one who uses chicanery. Chicaneries, plural of chicanery. Chicaners, engaging in chicanery. Chicaners, plural of chicaner. Chicanery, deception by the use of trickery, quibbling, or subterfuge. Chicanes, plural of chicane. Chicaning, present participle and gerund of chicane. Chicanings, plural of chicaning. Chicanismo, a movement embodying pride in Chicano culture and ethnicity. Chicano, of a person, American and of Mexican descent, especially if conscious of one's political identity in the U.S. body politic. Chicano studies, an interdisciplinary academic discipline concerned with the study of culture relating to Chicano peoples. Chicanos, plural of Chicano. Chicanx, Chicano or Chicana, and of any gender. Chicanx, plural of Chicanx. Chicas, plural of chica. Chicories, plural of chicory. Chicory, dated form of chicory. Chiser, comparative form of chic, more chic. Chizest, superlative form of chic, most chic. Tit, flipping of Chichester. Tit, a fermented beverage from South and Central America, most commonly made from maize, grapes, or apples. Chichagaf, an island in the Alexander Archipelago of the Alaska Panhandle. Chicham, a small language family of northern Peru and eastern Ecuador, comprising the languages Shuar, Shuar-Shuar, Awajan, and Huambisa. Chicharron, a Spanish dish made from fried pork. Chicharrones, plural of chicharron. Chicharrons, plural of chicharron. Chiches, plural of chicha. Chichele. A habitational surname from Old English. Chiquin, a drink found almost exclusively in Panama and Costa Rica, made from milk, hominy, cinnamon, and vanilla. Chichimac, obsolete spelling of Chichimac. Chichimacs, plural of Chichimac. Chickens, plural of chicken. Titis, plural of Chich. Chichester, a cathedral city and civil parish in West Sussex, England. OS grid ref SU 8005. Chichua, the Bantu language of the Chua tribe belonging to the Bantu linguistic family and one of Malawi's national tongues, promoted as the country's lingua franca. Chichua, alternative spelling of Chichua. Chichai, alternative form of Jiji. Chichai man, alternative spelling of Kai Kai man. Chichai man, plural of Chichai man. Shichibu, a city in southwestern Saitama Prefecture in Japan. Chichikoya, a Native American rattle made from a gourd with beads inside. Chichikoyas, plural of Chichikoya. Chichler, alternative form of Kiki Kikihar. Chichin, alternative form of Sijin. Chiching, alternative form of Cha-ching. Chitas, plural of Chichai. Chichling, archaic spelling of chickling grass pea. Chichling vetch, archaic spelling of chickling vetch. Chichling vetch, alternative spelling of chichling vetch. Chichlings, plural of chichling. Chichor, obsolete form of chukar. Chichun, alternative form of kitchun. Kick, a surname. Chick boy, a womanizer. Chick boys, plural of chick boy. Chick car, an automobile specifically, a high-performance sedan, coupe, or sports car regarded stereotypically as being driven and owned by young women and teenage girls of legal driving age. Chick culling, the culling destruction of chicks baby birds, typically chickens. In the egg industry, this means destruction of male chicks at birth because they will not lay eggs. Chick flick, a film typically about romance, which is generally more popular with women than men. Chick flickish, characteristically like or resembling a chick flick. Chick flicks, plural of chick flick. Chick friend, dated form of chick friend. Chick friends, plural of chick friend. Chick lit, literature perceived to appeal to or be marketed at young women, typically concerning romantic dilemmas. Chick magnet, something that tends to get the attention of women, especially young women. Chick magnets, plural of chick magnet. Chickpea, alternative form of chickpea. Chickpeas, plural of chickpea. Chick with a dick, a trans woman or intersex person who presents as female and has a penis. Chick, pronunciation spelling of chicken. Chickens, plural of chicken. Chick asterisk n, alternative form of chicken meatless chicken substitute. Chick blinds, a screen or blind made of finely slit bamboo and twine, hung in doorways or windows. Chick lick, alternative form of chick flick. Chick flickish, alternative form of chick flickish. Chick flicks, plural of chick flick. Chick friend, alternative form of chick friend. Chick friends, plural of chick friend. Chicklet, alternative spelling of chicklet. Chickpea, alternative spelling of chickpea. Chickpeas, plural of chickpea, alternative form of chickpeas. Chickweed, alternative form of chickweed. Chickweeds, plural of chickweed. Chickabiddies, plural of chickabiddy. Chickabiddy, a chicken or similar bird. Chickadee, a small passerine bird songbird of the genus Parus or the family Paridae. Chickadees, plural of chickadee. Chickahominy, a tribe of Virginia Native Americans who primarily live in Charles City County, located along the James River midway between Richmond and Williamsburg in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Chickamauga, a certain group of the Cherokee people. Chicory, a small squirrel, one of the species of Tamiaceaurus that lives in evergreen forests of North America. Chickarees, plural of chickaree. Chickasaw, a member of a Native American nation, now concentrated in southeastern Oklahoma. Chickasaw County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, New Hampton. Chickasaw plum, the North American tree Prunus angustifolia, or its fruit. Chickasaw plums, plural of Chickasaw. Plum. Chickasaws, plural of Chickasaw. Chickasaw, a city, the county seat of Grady County, Oklahoma, United States. kjkjcfvbcyc, a young kjkjcjcfvbcyc. Kjkjcjcfvbcyc, plural of kjkjcjcfvbcyc. Chickboy, a womanizer. Chicksharny, alternative form of chicksharny. Chicksharnies, plural of chicksharny. Chicksharny, an owl-like cryptid said to inhabit the forest of Andros Island in the Bahamas. Chicksharnies, plural of chicksharny. Chicksharny, alternative form of chicksharny. Chicksharnies, plural of chicksharny. Chickdom, the world or sphere of chicks young women. Tit, simple past and past participle of chick. Chickie, a traditional open-sided dwelling built by the Native Americans of Florida. Chickies, plural of chickie. Chicken, a census-designated place in Alaska. Chicken 65. Alternative form of chicken 65. Chicken a la king, a dish consisting of diced chicken in a cream sauce and often with sherry, mushrooms, and vegetables served over rice, pasta, or bread. Chicken a la king, alternative form of chicken a la king. Chicken and egg, a situation or case in which it is difficult to distinguish cause and effect, having a circular character. Chicken and egg question, alternative spelling of chicken or egg question. Chicken and egg questions, plural of chicken and egg question. Chicken Balmoral, synonym of Balmoral chicken. Chicken Bingo, an outdoor game where players attempt to predict the square of a numbered grid on which a wandering chicken will defecate. Chicken Bit, a bit on a chip that can be used to disable one of the features of the chip if it proves faulty or negatively impacts performance. Chicken Bits, plural of chicken bit. Chicken Bar, an American pilaf dish of rice and boiled chicken. Chicken Bogs, plural of chicken bog. Chicken breasts, meat from the body of a chicken. Chicken breasts, plural of chicken breasts. Chicken brick, a pottery container that is filled with meat enclosed with a lid to cook the meat in its own moisture. Chicken bricks, plural of chicken brick. Chicken burger, a sandwich consisting of a piece of boneless, sometimes fried chicken served in a bun, typically hot, called a chicken sandwich in the U.S. Chicken burgers, plural of chicken burger. Chicken bus, a bus in Central America. Chicken buses, plural of chicken bus. Chicken button, synonym of chicken switch. Chicken buttons. Plural of chicken button. Chicken cannon, a device used during aircraft testing to discharge bird carcasses into airframes and engines to determine resistance to such impacts. Chicken cannons, plural of chicken cannon. Chicken cholera, fowl cholera caused by Pasteurella multicida. Chicken kernel, synonym of bird kernel. Chicken kernels, plural of chicken kernel. Chicken coop, a way station. Chicken coops, plural of chicken coop. Chicken cordon bleu, thin slices of chicken pressed together and breaded with a filling of cheese and a ham slice inside, and baked or sautéed. Chicken cutlet, a silicone insert placed into a bra in order to enhance one's apparent breast size. Chicken cutlet Kiev style, synonym of chicken Kiev. Chicken cutlet Kiev style, synonym of chicken Kiev. Chicken cutlets, plural of chicken cutlet. Chicken dance, a simple modern dance performed to a version of Werner Thomas's bird song or birdie song, in which certain moves mimic the movements of a chicken. Chicken dances, plural of chicken dance. Chicken farmer, a farmer who keeps or works with chickens. Chicken farmers, plural of chicken farmer. Chicken feed, food usually grain given to poultry. Chicken feeds, plural of chicken feed. Chicken feet, the feet of a chicken stripped of their outer layer of skin and cooked. Chicken fight, a game often played in a lake or swimming pool where two people, each sitting on a teammate's shoulders, attempt to knock each other down. Chicken fights, plural of chicken fight. Chicken fillet, alternative spelling of chicken fillet. Chicken fillets, plural of chicken fillet. Chicken fillet, a piece of rubber or silicone placed in a woman's bra under the breast to increase apparent size or create more cleavage. Chicken fillets, plural of chicken fillet. Chicken finger, a narrow strip of deep-fried chicken, generally without bones or skin, often coated in breadcrumbs or similar coating. Chicken fingers, plural of chicken finger. Chicken from hell, an extinct theropod dinosaur of species Anzuwilii. Chicken guinea, misspelling of chikungunya. Chicken cun, synonym of chicken cannon. Chicken cuns, plural of chicken cun. Chicken hawk, alternative form of chicken hawk. Chicken hawks, plural of chicken hawk. Chicken house, alternative form of chicken house. Chicken houses, plural of chicken house. Chicken Kiev, a breast of chicken stuffed with butter, garlic, and parsley, rolled, breaded, and fried. Chicken Kiev, alternative letter case form of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kiev style, synonym of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kievs, plural of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kievs, plural of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kiev, alternative spelling of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kiev, alternative letter case form of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kiev style, synonym of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kievs, plural of chicken Kiev. Chicken Kievs, plural of chicken Kiev. Chicken ladder, a short ramp enabling chickens to reach the raised entrance of a coop. Chicken ladders, plural of chicken ladder. Chicken lane, an additional lane in the middle of a two-way street that assists drivers who are turning onto the two-way street. Chicken lanes, plural of chicken lane. Chicken leg, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See chicken leg, the leg of a chicken. Chicken legs, plural of chicken leg. Chicken lice, plural of chicken louse. Chicken lickin', synonym of chicken little. Chicken lickens, plural of chicken lickin'. Chicken Little, a children's fable about a young chicken who, in the traditional version, believes the sky is falling after an acorn hits her head, also known by other names including the sky is falling. Chicken Littles, plural of chicken little. Chicken liver, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See chicken liver. Chicken livers, plural of chicken liver. Chicken lollipop, and hors d'oeuvre in Indian Chinese cuisine, essentially a chicken wing with the meat cut loose from the bone end and pushed down so that it resembles a lollipop on a stick. Chicken lollipops, plural of chicken lollipop. Chicken louse, a louse of species Menopon pallidum. Chicken mommy, a mommy soup dish of noodles and chicken meat. Chicken mirengo, a dish of floured, browned chicken cooked in tomato sauce and herbs. Chicken Maryland, a historic dish that is associated with the U.S. state of Maryland, consisting of fried chicken with a cream gravy, traditionally garnished with bananas. Chicken mushroom, synonym of chicken of the woods. Chicken mushrooms, plural of chicken mushroom. Chicken noodle soup, synonym of chicken soup cure for a wide variety of illnesses or problems. Chicken noodle soups. Plural of chicken noodle soup. Chicken nugget, a small portion of cooked boneless chicken meat in batter prepared by deep frying. Chicken nuggets, plural of chicken nugget. Chicken of the sea. Toda. Chicken of the woods, any edible mushroom of the Lepidoporus genus. Chicken or egg, alternative form of chicken and egg. Chicken or egg question, alternative spelling of chicken or egg question. Chicken or egg questions, plural of chicken or egg question. Chicken oriental, mental crazy, insane. Chicken out, to shy away from a daring task, to decline, refuse, or avoid something due to fear or uncertainty. Chicken paw, the foot of a chicken, cut off at the ankle and used for food. Chicken paws, plural of chicken paw. Chicken pests, synonym of Newcastle disease. Chicken pill, a pill containing hormones to fatten poultry, sometimes taken by women in the hope of developing attractive curves. Chicken pills, plural of chicken pill. Chicken pox, the blisters formed by the varicella zoster virus VZV. Chicken pox party, alternative form of chicken pox party. Chicken poxes, plural of chicken pox. Chicken rice, Ellipsis of Hainanese chicken rice. Chicken roll. A spring roll with chicken as part of the filling. Chicken rolls. Plural of chicken roll. Chicken run. An enclosed area attached to a chicken coop in which poultry are allowed to run around and peck. Chicken runs. Plural of chicken run. Chicken salad. A type of salad consisting of a mixture of diced chicken and usually mayonnaise, often with complements such as diced celery or onions and condiments. Chicken salad air. A trick in which the boarder reaches the trailing hand back between the legs and grabs the heel edge of the board between the feet. Chicken salads. Plural of chicken salad. Chicken salt. A seasoning comprising table salt blended with herbs, spices, flavorings, and sometimes monosodium glutamate, often containing chicken extracts. Chicken scratch. Chicken feed consisting of random mixed grains such as corn, wheat, barley, sorghum, and milling byproducts. Chicken scratches. Plural of chicken scratch. Chicken shell. The shell of young oysters harvested for pearls and for use in ornamental work. Chicken shells. Plural of chicken shell. Chicken shop. A restaurant or takeaway serving fried chicken. Chicken shops. Plural of chicken shop. Chicken sickle. A Chinese melee weapon designed similarly to a scythe, made with materials similar to a chicken's claw. Chicken sickles. Plural of chicken sickle. Chicken snake. Any of various North American colubrid snakes. Chicken snakes. Plural of chicken snake. Chicken soup. Any soup made with either pieces of chicken or chicken broth as its main ingredient. Chicken soups. Plural of chicken soup. Chicken steaks. Small poultry steaks. Chicken strips. Chicken fingers or chicken tenders, a style of batter-fried chicken without skin or bones. Chicken switch. An emergency switch or button used to abort a process in case of failure. Chicken switches. Plural of chicken switch. Chicken tender. A deep-fried strip of chicken without bones or skin. Chicken tenders. Plural of chicken tender. Chicken throne. A stand for cooking a dish like birkin chicken without the need for the can. Chicken thrones. Plural of chicken throne. Chicken tractor. A movable enclosure in which chickens can scratch the ground for food. Chicken tractors. Plural of chicken tractor. Chicken turtle. An uncommon freshwater turtle of species Derocles reticularia found in the southeast of the United States. Similar in appearance to the eastern painted turtle Chrysemys picta, but with an unusually long, striped neck, a yellow stripe on each of its legs, and a net-like pattern on its carapace. Gray brick. A dish of roast chicken prepared with a brick placed on top to flatten the chicken and enhance browning. Chicken Wellington. A variant of beef Wellington, where a boneless chicken breast fillet replaces the beef tenderloin. Chicken Wellingtons. Plural of chicken Wellington. Chicken wing. A wing of a chicken, either on a living chicken, raw, or cooked. Chicken wings. Plural of chicken wing. Chicken wire. A mesh of wire, usually galvanized, with a hexagonal pattern generally used for making fences, especially for enclosures for small farm animals and pets. Chicken wires. Plural of chicken wire. Chicken's meat. Synonym of common chickweed Stellaria media. Chicken 65. Alternative letter case form of chicken 65. Chicken and egg. Of common chickweed Stellaria media. Chicken 65. Alternative letter case form of chicken 65. Chicken and egg. Alternative spelling of chicken and egg. Chicken and egg problem. Alternative form of chicken or egg question. Chicken and egg problems. Plural of chicken and egg problem. Chicken and egg question. Alternative spelling of chicken or egg question. Chicken and egg questions. Plural of chicken and egg question. Chicken and egg situation. Chicken or egg question. Chicken and eggish. Characteristic of a chicken or egg question, involving a dispute as to which of two interdependent things happened first. Chicken breasted. Having a narrow chest that projects outwards, often caused by forward curvature of the spine. Chicken feed. Alternative spelling of chicken feed. Chicken feeds. Plural of chicken feed. Chicken fry. Fried in chicken fat. Chicken fried steak. A southern U.S. dish of tenderized cube steak coated with seasoned flour and pan-fried. Chicken fried steaks. Plural of chicken fried steak. Chicken hazard. A game of chance played with dice for very small stakes. Chicken heart. A cowardly person. Chicken-hearted. Not brave, lacking courage, cowardly. Chicken-heartedly. In a chicken-hearted manner, fearfully. Chicken-heartedness. The quality of being chicken-hearted, cowardice. Chicken hearts. Plural of chicken heart. Chicken house. Alternative form of chicken house. Chicken houses. Plural of chicken house. Chicken in a basket circuit. Relatively small venues offering evening entertainment such as music and comedy, from the point of view of the entertainers who find work there. Chicken liver. Alternative form of chicken liver. Chicken liver. Cowardly. Chicken neck. To catch crabs using chicken necks as bait. Chicken necked. Simple past and past participle of chicken neck. Chicken necking. Present participle and gerund of chicken neck.